Contact. That's right. That's right. Now we gotta check all the things. Check in all the things.
Need new
Check in
glasses.
all the things.
One of these days, I gotta get new glasses.
It's telling us that we're
Mine
live.
are scratched to shite.
We're liking the live.
We're
sharing
liking
it.
the stream.
We're sharing it to Facebook.
We're not sharing it because I'm a lazy turd.
We're live. We're liking the live. The sound works. We are. We're sharing it to Facebook.
We're not sharing it because I'm a lazy turd. Yep.
We are going to the Instagrammies. The Instagrammies! We're loving the Instagrammies! Alright. Alright. Okay, just go. Oop.
I am Venom.
I am vengeance. I am him. I am them. We are they. I am the Vanilla
Batman.
Knight. Yes, Batman.
Are you calling yourself the Vanilla Knight because you're as white as can be?
Yeah.
Like vanilla.
Black Vanilla. Yeah, that's where the name comes from.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I knew you would.
I understand.
I knew you would pick up what I was putting down.
I see the third line.
I knew you would.
Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, where we stare at Justin's
I just
big
realized.
forehead. From this angle, it's very large.
You notice how I have hair?
and somewhat shiny.
Someone called us bald, and I have hair. I'm not
I
bald.
mean, I do too.
Miss the not baldness.
But it is short, and I can understand how if I'm sitting like this, you can't see the hair.
That is true. If I sit like this, then you can't see the hair. It just looks like it's just all forehead. I'm just real quickly, Jordan. I'm just checking to see if there's anything worth. Whoa. Yeah. Anything worth reading before we jump into this.
I mean, I have plenty of books that are worth reading, but in terms of what you're talking about, yeah, I don't know. I couldn't say. Who could say? Not me.
Not me. I certainly couldn't say.
I mean, you are going to say. You're the one who's looking at the information.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
Yes. Spotify listeners don't have to enjoy this long extended silence.
Okay. Jordan, it's about time that I said it was time. In 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Try that. Should we? Welcome, everybody. I nailed it. Last week it took me like 5 attempts to nail it. This time I nailed it on the first go. And I was like, I feel like I did something wrong. Welcome to Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. I'm your host. I'm he, who is they, who is them, who is we. It's me. I'm Justin Spurr. I'm joined by, as always, by my host, expecting Jordan to cut me off at this point, so I just kept going, and he didn't cut me off, and it got awkward. It's the incomparable Jordan, everybody.
I am the incomparable Jordan!
No one compares. I saw someone else be referred to as the incomparable and before their name, and it felt wrong. They were like, it's the incomparable such and such. Like, that's sick and wrong. There's only one person who's incomparable, and it's Jordan.
And it is I.
He's here.
Bob.
He's here. On today's show, we got news. We got news items.
We got news. Yes, we do. We got news. How about you?
The change in rule at the Oscars, which I looked at the rule change. I don't like it. Resident Evil trailer. They're bringing back Star Trek. By Star Trek, I mean Casper. Why they canceled the Tangled movie. A Quentin Tarantino crossover that actually sounds kind of fun. hey, they're bringing back this iconic 2000 show that I just don't think is gonna work. A Superman TV show, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of fun stuff. And then it's pick an actor. We're redoing actors that have been picked before. I'm doing Robin Williams. Jordan's doing Jim
I did
Carrey.
Jim Carrey.
We're gonna talk about what is probably Robin Williams' worst movie.
Yeah, and we're gonna talk about some of the lesser
It's a bad
side
movie.
roles
Oh
that
boy.
Jim Carrey did because you took all the main ones last time, you
Yeah,
jackass.
and he's got kind of smaller filmography than you're kind of expecting.
Yeah, I
Um,
bet.
hey man, I could have talked about the Truman Show again and how much I like the Truman Show.
I mean, you told me I wasn't supposed to redo
I
things,
mean, you weren't supposed to redo things. You were supposed to avoid redoing things. I did
which I
redo.
did.
Well, no, actually, that's not true. I redid two things. That's neither here nor there. There are things you told me to do, in my defense. But first, I want to take a moment to address a few things up top before we jump into it. And this is going to be kind of a comment response time. Number one, I had stated that the Lord of the Rings fans were the best fans. Best fandom was Lord of the Rings fandom. I completely forgot. The Tokusatsu fandom shows up every single time. Like
This is true.
we got 6 subscribers from that again. They show up every single time we do Tokusatsu, and they hang out. So those videos always do stupid good numbers for some reason. They take a while to build, but eventually they're doing well. They're doing well, and it's always surprising and it's always cool. So the Kamen Rider Super Sentai fans, you guys are the best. But Lord of the Rings fans, don't let that
Hashtag call out.
don't let that discourage you from continuing to also be awesome. It's a close
Keep
competition.
keep trying to curry our favor.
Right. Someone has to be a winner, and you know what? If the top 2 Kamen Rider Super Sentai fans and then Lord of the Rings, it's a Mount Rushmore worthy of compliment.
I mean, the important thing is the Star Wars fans aren't on it. So
exactly, they are the worst.
Ooh, they're gonna come for me.
Probably, but they are. There's a reason why they're called the Fandom Menace. On TikTok, we had a video do kind of well. It's approaching 1,000 views, and it was on my take that I'm gonna try to do this in under a minute, so I can turn it into a short. Because I went to make a video about this on TikTok, and I was like, nah, I'll just wait and I'll do it on the show. But multiple times the question of is this rage bait, and why do you hate X-Men Days of Future Past came up. Multiple comments all asking that same question. And I think technically we have a video about that movie, but the truncated version is you got to remember the history of the X-Men franchise, right? So X-Men Days of Future Past comes out after X-Men First Class. X-Men First Class, in my opinion, is the best X-Men movie. And you got to keep in mind, when X-Men First Class came out, it's the X-Men movie that immediately comes out after shit, hold on.
First Class comes after the third one, after the third of the original trilogy.
No, the one previous to X-Men First Class is X-Men Origins. X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Oh yeah, right. Wolverine.
And so X-Men movies are bad because it's like a one.
Yeah, but I don't
punch.
consider that to be an X-Men movie. That's just a Wolverine movie.
It's pretty much a 1-2 punch of X-Men the third one and X-Men Origins Wolverine. So it's like your X-Men movies are bad. Like that's just the thing. X-Men movies are bad. And so X-Men Days of Future Past, it's like it's not a perfect movie. Go away. Sorry, it's not going away. Oh,
You go away.
Not you. I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, X-Men First Class it was a revitalizing shot in the arm that they needed when in theaters.
Exactly.
And it recast a lot of the characters and it was just a real. Yeah, it was the first time you kind of got a remake for the X-Men. They changed certain things. They did certain things closer to what a comic book, like X-Men comic book, should feel like. It really was the X-Men equivalent of like Spider-Man going from Tobey Maguire to Andrew Garfield.
Kinda. Yeah.
Where it was like it just was such a different kind of vibe. And then you get to X-Men Days of Future Past, and I mean, there's definitely things about that movie that I enjoy, but there's also just plot
Why
inconsistencies,
is it?
and it kind of just for me feels like the worst qualities of the original three movies are bleeding over into my new X-Men First Class world,
I'm
as it were.
sorry. It's
Um,
just it's not going away. Why is it not going away?
and and so it left the movie feeling not as strong as it could have been. That's the truncated version.
There it is. Keep
Still,
make sure. Ah, that's so annoying. Why does it always turn on? Okay. Stupid Zoom. Okay, sorry. Read back. Okay. Why do I hate X-Men First Class? So yeah, the important context is yes. The X-Men Days of Future Past comes out after First Class, which, while not a perfect movie by any sense of the imagination, is a great start. And from my perspective, it's not a prequel to the Bryan Singer movies. There's nothing apart from him running into Hugh
no.
Jackman. There's nothing that connects them to the Bryan Singer movies in any significant way. There's nothing in First Class that suggests that James McAvoy and I always forget his name, Michael Fassbender, have to go off and become Patrick Stewart and Ian McClellan. That idea doesn't get introduced until First Class. That's the reason why. So you have to keep in mind that I'm coming off the back. I'm coming hot off of X-Men First Class. It's like I'm Jones. I'm excited for X-Men for the first time in a while, and this franchise brings back Bryan Singer, and Bryan Singer sucks. He sucks a lot. He sucks a great deal. He's done a lot of bad shit that victimized women. He apparently would on the set of the first X-Men, he would hold roles in X-Men as a means to have sex with women.
Ooh.
Yeah, do you want to be an X-Men? This is how you be an X-Men. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. So him coming back to the franchise sucks on its face. But that movie fucking sucks. Like that movie made me so angry because of all the, as George's already alluded to, the staggering number of plot holes in that movie. And like it's not even like it's just one. Like okay, if it was Kitty Pryde has inexplicable, when I googled this to make a video on it, the first thing that popped up was Kitty Pryde has inexplicable time travel powers. The AI said that it had used the word inexplicable. Because it's inexplicable and unexplained. And I could handle that if there wasn't 1,000 other fucking terrible plot holes, like how is Professor X still alive? How is Magneto have his powers back? Why does Wolverine have metal claws when he had bone claws at the end of the last movie? Why do we have a post-credit scene that set up nothing? Like there's nothing. And you're gonna be like, oh well, Justin. You're gonna come at me. You're gonna be like, well, Justin. Professor X has his body back because at the end in the post-credit scene of X-Men Last Stand, you see that there's the guy that Professor X put his brain into. They talked about him doing that earlier in the movie. Yes, but we never see that guy looks like Professor X. We never see that he looks like Patrick Stewart. We don't know that he's related to Patrick Stewart, and there's no dialogue given to and any explanation of how he did that. So is he just mind like driving this meat sack for the rest of his life? Like there's no explanation given to this. And like yeah, showing Magneto's pawn move for half a second is not an explanation for how he just has his powers back. Like people are gonna be like, oh, the cure wore off. Yeah, but there's no dialogue in the movie that indicates that that's you filling in headcanon, which makes it a bad movie. Like
The thing with this movie is that it I don't, it's not so much that it was ahead of its time, because that implies that it did something remarkable, but more like it came out at a time when it was too soon for it.
right,
If
exactly,
if
exactly.
if this movie came out today, like now that we are bringing the X-Men into the MCU and you've set up the idea of multiverse, all of those well, a number of those problems, I should say, can be explained,
Well,
right?
after this,
Patrick Stewart, and Ian McKellen can be there as their like the characters because they're not the same ones from the movies that
well,
we had already watched, right? Like multiverse.
after this one, like people are like, oh, it doesn't make any sense. In Apocalypse or in Dark Phoenix, it doesn't make any sense that they still look like James McAvoy and Michael Fassbender, and that's explainable because at the end of Days of Future Past, they changed the future. So yeah, now everything is different. The continuity
Yeah.
no longer matters, right? But up until that point, yeah, the continuity matters. And I always say this, and always people, the number one thing that makes that movie bad, like say what you will about Dark Phoenix and Apocalypse, is they at least like yeah, they're bad movies. Don't get me wrong, but they operate under their own logic, and all of the characters operate largely the way they're supposed to. Kitty Pryde having inexplicable time travel powers sucks, and it's really annoying that nobody acknowledges that it's bad. It's a bad plot device. It doesn't make any sense. Like that, like it's a story that takes place in the future. Just have them have armbands that teleports them back like you did in the original storyline.
Sure,
it makes just as much sense.
Or I mean, again, the thing that makes that movie frustrating for me, and like this comes from a person who can kind of compartmentalize and turn off certain issues that I have with it. But the thing that makes it egregious for me is it's such an easy fix. You have a simple line about how as as time has gone on, her powers have adapted, have altered, have changed.
So you have to remember that when I'm watching this, it's a sequel to First Class, which is our starting off point, and you're bringing in all this fucking baggage from the franchise that you didn't need to, and this is supposed to be a sequel. So yeah, I fucking hate that movie. Like I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. I was just stewing the whole time. It was pissing me off. And that's the difference between it and Dark Phoenix. Is Dark Phoenix and Apocalypse are like are fun bad. They're like, this is bad, but I'm having a good time. That it makes you want to tear your hair out because it doesn't. It's everything that is wrong with that franchise. It's director to director, people not understanding. It's bringing all the worst shit that made those Bryan Singer movies bad.
Yeah,
it's awful.
It's reviving unnecessary baggage. Is how I would summate it.
Awful. And yeah, the fact that she has these inexplicable powers it sucks. It doesn't make any sense. There's no explanation given to it. It's just there because she's the character who goes back in time, and it's a dumb reason. Again, your characters are in the future. Just give them time travel technology. Give them like do the thing that they did in the Days of Future Past cartoon. You had the blueprint. Just have it be an armband that teleports Wolverine back, and make it so Kitty Pryde makes it. That
especially
believable.
Especially because they did end up doing that in Deadpool 2, where Cable has the thing that lets him go back in time.
Right, exactly. You're like, and if you want the drama to be like, oh, Wolverine might get stuck there, then have the drama be like the thing might break and Wolverine gets stuck there. It's like, and then all the things were like, oh, well, it's the amount of time. No, it's not the amount of time. It's the fact that if she had these powers the whole time, which this movie implies that she does, then she would. Then she would have used them. You know how many times those powers would have been useful in X-Men's 1 through 3? So many times.
That's where I again say that problem to me is solvable by just having a line where it's like, oh, this is a recent development to her mutation.
None of the other X-Men movies.
Then she couldn't have used it in the previous movies. She could only use it now because it just started developing.
None of those X-Men movies.
Am I wrong?
No, hold on. None of those X-Men movies have that basic fundamental structural problem. None of them do. Not one of them. A fundamental structural problem where you're like, this collapses the whole universe. It's a Jenga piece that if you pull it out, it collapses the whole universe. And yeah, you're right, it's fixable, but it still doesn't make any sense. Though, yeah, if you a throwaway line being like, oh, this is good thing you have obtained these powers now. Like, it should have been Rogue from the beginning. But even
it should have been Rogue.
Been
absolutely.
Stupid. You would have been like, wait, there's a mutant out there who has, and then yeah, you make it seem like, oh, we had to kill the mutant who actually has these powers or something. But like, yeah, the fundamental structure that the plot is based on is not even just a plot hole. It's a plot hole that makes the whole story fall apart, and none of the other, people. Someone said in a comment. That Dark Phoenix doesn't wipe Days of Future Past ass. Nothing in Dark Phoenix, if I pull it apart like that, makes that movie collapse on itself. Nothing. There's nothing in there that makes that collapse on itself. So yeah, Days of Future Past is objectively based on the cultural context that surrounds it, is the worst X-Men movie. And no, I'm going to say it again. Wolverine movies don't count as X-Men movies. They may have an X-Men in them, but they do not count
They
as
don't.
X-Men
Yeah,
movies.
they don't have like the X-Men
Do not.
Wolverine origin movie doesn't have the X-Men in it. It has a
Well, it
X-Man.
has an X-Man in it,
It
and it
has a
has.
X-Man in it, but it doesn't have the team,
No, it technically
the
does.
X-Men.
Technically, it does because Professor X, Apocalypse, or not Apocalypse, Professor X, Cyclops, Gambit. Like, there's a ton of X-Men characters in it, but the movie's not about the X-Men. It's about Wolverine. It's a Wolverine movie, right? That's the same thing with.
I don't remember any of those characters
Oh
being in
yeah, yeah, no,
X-Men
they.
origins. I remember Deadpool,
That's why. That's why.
quote unquote,
That's
Deadpool
why
shows up.
Deadpool. That's why Deadpool has laser eyes. Is because they have Cyclops. It ends with them saving.
Right, but he's not
He's in
on
it.
the to X-Men team. He's
No,
not an
no, I mean, that's what
X-Men.
I'm saying though. But it contains X
He's
Men, so it
yeah, but
does.
they're not in that movie. They're not
But
X-Men. They're
it
just
does.
people.
It does. Yes, but that's what you're missing the point. The point is it does contain X Men. So if you want to say it has X Men in it, yes.
But it doesn't. But again, I know this is
I know
pedantic,
what you're saying.
but it doesn't. It doesn't have the
Yeah,
team
but
X-Men,
that's
so it
why.
doesn't have the
That's
X-Men.
what I'm saying. But the movie's not about the. Regardless of that, the movie's not about the X Men. It contains X Men, yes, but it's not about the X Men. It's about Wolverine. That's what those movies are about. Wolverine, especially the later ones,
Like
which don't
just
have
like the one
any
where
X Men in them.
yeah, like the one where he goes to Japan.
Yeah,
That's just a Wolverine
That's
movie.
just a Wolverine movie. He may be an X Man, but it does not make it an X Men movie. None of the Wolverine movies are X Men movies. They're Wolverine movies first. He just happens to be an X Men. But yeah, the Days of Future Past.
That's like I guess for me to put this
movie.
into a different comparison that maybe people will then understand is that's like watching an Iron Man movie and saying it's an Avengers movie.
It also just steals the thunder away from the James Mac. Like if you had just done a focus James
or
McAvoy,
watching a Captain America movie and being like this is an Avengers
if you
movie.
had just done a focused James McAvoy Michael Fassbender trilogy, it would have been better. Like they would have been better. Like if you it would have made that Dark Phoenix movie better just because it would have been a part of a contained trilogy and it would have made sense. Also, Dark Phoenix is immediately better because it's not directed by Bryan Singer. Bryan Singer, as previously discussed, is a scummy piece of shit. So it just automatically it's a worse movie because he directed it. And he directed it. I'm pretty sure he directed that movie post controversy. So like it was already out that he was a piece of shit. It wasn't even like a secret at that point. So like fuck that movie. It's bad. I'm pretty confident that's now going to be a YouTube video. It was going to be a short. Now I'm pretty confident it's going to be a YouTube video. Come at me in the comments. I stand by it. I shall probably do both. But I stand by it. I stand by it. That movie is the worst X-Men movie. And anyone else who says otherwise is wrong. Sorry.
I mean, I'd be so
sorry, Jake. You're wrong.
I'd be so bold. As much as there are things in that movie I enjoy, I would be so bold as to posit it might be one of the worst superhero movies in existence.
Ooh, I wouldn't go that far. But the bar is much lower when it comes to bad superhero movies. But it's up there. I will not discount that it is up there.
I didn't say it was the worst one,
Jordan.
but like it might be in the top 10.
Jordan.
You know,
Jordan. Top 10, certainly top 10.
It's certainly top 10.
I will concede top 10. Also, a bunch of people person commented on our Ugly Sonic conspiracy video that it has been debunked 1,000 times, a dozen times. Apparently, Ugly Sonic is all over the deleted scenes, and there's a bunch of marketing materials that got leaked that he was all in. So they were all in on Ugly Sonic. And my response to that would be, that's what makes it a conspiracy theory.
My response to that would be, that's what they want you to think.
Exactly. You just made my point. That's what makes it. That's what makes it a conspiracy theory. Yeah, somebody said about Smash Brothers.
Studios want you to think that. They don't want you to know the truth. They're hiding the truth. # release the truth.
Apparently, in regards to King Ghidorah, according to the actor who played Godzilla, the performances against Ghidorah were basically one-man shows. The actor inside the suit was basically unable to do anything except for walk in a straight line without being able to see what was in front of him.
I mean, that makes sense. The character doesn't have any arms.
Right.
Plus, yeah, I don't see any eye holes. Do you?
Nope. It just makes sense.
Like
Somebody,
with Godzilla, you can hide high holes in all the scales and stuff, so it's less
Jordan,
noticeable.
this is a
But
comment on our short. Could the Michael Jackson biopic have been avoided entirely? The comment is, this content is worth sharing. It helped me understand better. It's definitely a bot, right?
I mean, you said it, not me.
Also, several people pointed out that which Jordan did not point out until I was editing the video later, that Vincent D'Onofrio is in Adventures in Babysitting.
I didn't know it was him. Quite
He was
frankly.
Thor, which Jordan, come on, he's Thor.
Well, it hurts.
You're picking up on the
No, why would I? He doesn't. I haven't watched enough of Daredevil to instantly recognize him, and he's like 20 years younger. And
uh,
he's not dressed to be like a big fat guy in this. He
uh,
doesn't. What do you want from me? I'm gonna need you all to climb all the way off my back.
and then finally, Jordan, somebody on our video about Office Space, and me saying that everyone has either been the supervisor from Office Space or had the supervisor from Office Space. This person said, "Been that supervisor? Hell nah." Yeah, you have. If
That
you've
tells
ever,
me that they have. Yeah, they're
that tells me
denying
that,
it too much.
yeah, that tells me that you've either. Well, to be fair, that tells me either you've never been a supervisor, or yeah, you're lying because, yes, if you've had an ounce of power, you have lorded it over somebody. I'm a decent person, and I've done it. I did it. I've been that supervisor.
I haven't even been a supervisor. I've been in training positions, or I've been just in positions where I have more trust than the newer person, and I've gotten them to obey my every whim.
I need you to do this for me.
I need you to go do the task that I don't want to do because I am higher in seniority than you. I have absolutely pulled seniority
Absolutely,
before.
absolutely. We've all been some form of a shitty supervisor in the past. It's just the truth. Humans can't handle power. The minute you get an ounce of power, you abuse it. It's just the way humans are. I'm sorry. Unless you're like, no, even Mother Teresa sucked.
Yeah, what do you think you are, a saint?
I was gonna say
You're not a saint.
I was gonna say Mother Teresa, but I was like, even Mother Teresa sucked a little bit. Who do you think you are, Mr. Rogers?
Who do you think you are, the Pope?
No, even the Pope sucks a little bit too. Jordan,
Exactly. Who do you think you are, Steve Irwin?
Yeah.
Bob Ross?
Bob Ross, Mr. Rogers?
Mr. Rogers?
And Mr. Rogers hated the implication that he was a perfect human being.
Me? Who do you think you are? Me? I'm incomparable. You can't be me.
It's true, he's incomparable. That's the comment response. I let that go on for too long, Jordan, but I needed to complain about that.
For the bit.
For the bit. Jordan, they've announced there's a collection of video games, Jordan, that they're releasing. 6 classic video games that are getting re-released in a collection. And Jordan, before you give your reaction to this, I need you to hear all the games first, and then once you've heard all the games, then you can either be excited or not excited for this. Okay, number 1, Rugrats Castle Capers. Number 2, Rugrats in Paris: the movie. Rugrats: Studio Tour. Rugrats: Time Travel, the Rugrats movie, and finally, Jordan, Rugrats Search for Reptar.
Yeah!
Right?
Is that they're like reanimating it?
They're being re-released, in a collection for the PlayStation 5, I think.
Bitch, I hope you know I'm gonna get that.
Yeah, it's available to purchase physically and digitally on the PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch. Pre-orders run from May 1st to 31st.
Dude, I have distinct memories of playing Search for Reptar. I played the shit out of that game. At a certain point, I could run through that in like an hour and be Reptar destroying the city.
I could beat that game in about an hour. Yeah, it doesn't take long. It's not a very long game. That game, man, I got so many memories of eating.
It's meant for kids.
Eating pizza pops and playing Rugrats Search for Reptar. When
do you remember the putt-putt? Man, do I remember the long-ass putt-putt level.
I remember the putt-putt level. It goes on for... There's more than one.
It's like 18 holes. Like, it's legitimately like you have to do like an entire putt-putt course.
I do remember Rugrats Studio Tour as well. That's the sequel.
I remember that one as well. The rest of them I'm not as familiar with.
No. A couple of them are Game Boy Color games.
Oh, that explains it.
Yeah, a couple of them are Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Color games. But yeah, if I could just get Search for Reptar for like, fuck it, I'd pay a solid $15 for that game.
I mean, yeah.
No more than that, though.
Just for the nostalgia.
Just for the nostalgia.
My question, I guess, is though, I'm curious, is it's like, are they just gonna put the originals on, or are they gonna do any like re-release
It sounds
wizardry?
sounds like it's getting a re-release wizardry.
Because that's dope.
Like, it looks like it's probably gonna. I mean, to be fair, yeah, those games are oof. They're old looking,
Oh, they're
polygonal as
old,
fuck.
and so that's where I'm like, if they're gonna like reanimate stuff, that's cool.
I'm pretty down with that. Yeah, pretty down with that. Jordan, they've changed Oscar rules at the Oscars, and I don't like it.
Go on.
One of the big changes is that from now on, an actor can be nominated for more than one performance in the individual lead amongst movies. So let's say that Leonardo DiCaprio is nominated for it's two great performances and two great lead performances at the same year. He can now be nominated for both in the same category.
Hmm. That seems like a slippery slope to nepotism in a system that's already based around nepotism.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like yeah.
So like, perhaps I don't know, insert name here. I don't know, insert name here, donates a sizable donation to the Academy and suddenly is nominated for seven different
Yeah,
things.
previously how it worked is like yeah, if the votes were split amongst certain categories, they would whatever one had the most that would be the one that got nominated. But now it's like no, if they've got a bunch for a bunch, they can be nominated. So yeah, you can theoretically have Leonardo DiCaprio get two best actor nominations in the same year. Fuck that. You get one. You get one. Like
Yeah,
yeah, you
that
get one.
seems like a slippery slope to
Right
me.
to being abused. Yeah, yeah, it absolutely does. You're not wrong. That's
So like what happens then if for the category of best actor, um what happens if let's say Leonardo, why do I want to say Leonardo da Vinci? Fuck it, let's say Leonardo da Vinci is nominated for four movies as best actor, and then that is the only actor that is nominated, so then he's guaranteed to win.
yeah, right. Yeah, it was to prevent someone being like, I guess the appearances. I guess. I agree. What's to stop?
Also, Word 7893 says I'm picking Jim Carrey.
Interesting. 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 It's fair.
Um,
We'll get to it.
but uh, but yeah.
Jordan, next. So it's really funny. We already joked about this off air. You made the joke I was gonna make, which is I sent you the trailer for this this Star Wars Monopoly game, and uh, and it was in my list, and I went, it's a Star Wars Monopoly game. I didn't bother clicking on the trailer because I was like, it's Monopoly. Like, why would I keep this in? And then just for the lulz, I clicked on it, and I watched the trailer for like 30 seconds, and I was like, this is kind of barely Monopoly. I mean,
That's right.
it is Monopoly. Don't get me wrong. It's got the board. It's got the basic premise of buying up property, but in no way is Monopoly a four. Was it 3v3 squad fucking
Well, it
game?
was something like you pick three heroes and the other like you can have three villains in there that like gives you different abilities and stuff, and like you go because like they have this aspect of, so like let's say you land on whatever the Star Wars equivalent of Park Avenue is, and you go into like a fully 3D area of that place that you've landed on. So like you have Coruscant as one, you go into the 3D version of Coruscant, and then I guess that's where the three versus three battle or something happens.
I just don't understand. To be fair, this is not the only version of Monopoly that has done this. I don't understand the desire to make Monopoly not Monopoly. I just feel like if you're playing Monopoly, you're looking for Monopoly. It's one of those things like this is not the only version of Monopoly that has so like Smosh plays them all the time, where it so drastically changes how Monopoly works, where it just stops being Monopoly. It's like, well, then make a new game. I don't
I
understand.
mean, for me,
I don't get
the
it.
version of Monopoly like that has different rules that I think is great. Um, but it still stays Monopoly is the Cheaters Edition.
Yeah, but even then, it's still kind of it rides the line of not being Monopoly. But I get your point.
No, no, it's still within the realm of
I
Monopoly.
don't know.
But now you can cheat.
It adds too much. Yeah, that's the example of what I'm talking about. Where like there's this weird desire to make Monopoly not Monopoly, and I don't
But
understand
that
it.
is Monopoly.
I don't know. Monopoly, you don't cheat and have random cheating rules where you. It's yeah, no, it's too much.
You do when it's a cheater's
Yeah,
version.
no, that's what I'm saying. Not that it
Yeah,
doesn't.
I disagree with you.
Not that it doesn't interest me. It's like it looks like it's a
To
fun
me,
game. It's just not Monopoly.
it is Monopoly. It's more Monopoly than this Star Wars
No, they're
version.
both not Monopoly.
I disagree.
People when they make these non-Monopoly games, it's like they're
It is
trying
that
to
is Monopoly.
they're trying to get away from the basic like you roll, you
Well, it's
negotiate.
because
You buy
Monopoly is
property.
boring. I
know.
understand why you want to change Monopoly.
And then play a different game. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get I don't get the appeal of drastically changing a game to such a fashion to where it's no longer
I
recognizable.
don't think
as that game.
the cheater version is
It
drastically
does.
changing.
When you watch them play it, it adds such a level of chaos to Monopoly that don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it doesn't look fun, it's just not Monopoly anymore.
I mean, it is Monopoly.
When part of the thing is you gotta watch your back for people stealing from you outright, it's just that's not to say it doesn't look like it's a fun game. It does look like it's a fun game. It's just not
And
Monopoly.
it's Monopoly. It's more Monopoly than some of the versions I've seen.
It's all, but to me, it's all the same.
It's not the same.
It's a base
That's your
desire,
opinion.
It's a base desire to not be Monopoly because Monopoly is boring. I just don't understand. If someone is picking up a game of Monopoly, if I'm picking up a game of Monopoly, I want it to be at least kind of like Monopoly. Like
Right, but the point of the cheaters version is that it is supposed to replicate when you're playing with your family and you cheat.
I've never
That's
cheated.
the point of
I've
it.
never cheated at Monopoly.
Well,
in my
that's
life.
you.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you're the stick in the mud.
Point of it being no, but that didn't say it wasn't fun. I said it's not Monopoly.
It is Monopoly. It
takes
is Monopoly,
but it's not
Justin.
Monopoly.
It is an officially released
Yeah.
Monopoly game.
Not
It
in
is
spirit.
Monopoly.
Not in
And
spirit.
just because you're a stick in the mud doesn't mean it's not Monopoly.
Again, being a stick in the mud would be saying that it's not fun. And I never said it didn't look fun. I just said I don't understand the. Yeah, we're getting in the weeds, but I don't understand the premise of being like, okay, I guess because if you just released a Monopoly game that had Star
I mean,
Wars on it,
the point is money, Justin. The point is they can't keep releasing just Monopoly.
Yeah, I know.
They have to release other versions so that they can package it
can.
and sell it.
they can. It exists.
So you have to have the Five Nights at Freddy's version, Justin, so you can sell it easier to all the Five Nights at Freddy's obsessive fans.
Yeah, but
Same
I
with
don't
Star
know.
Wars. Same with like all the themed ones.
I guess
that
if
are
it's
out
like
there.
if I'm going out to pick up a Monopoly, I'm not gonna be like, hey, here's a Monopoly game that's barely a Monopoly with the Star Wars game. Again, unless the trailer is giving a, I guess maybe the trailer's trying to look like it's.
Well, to be fair,
not
I mean, I've
Monopoly.
never, when it comes to the video games for Monopoly, there's no one that is actually like the actual Monopoly game.
No.
Any
exactly.
version of it is like a speeded up, not real version of it.
Yeah, you're
So,
not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, again, most they're just ashamed of being Monopoly, and I don't get what. Anyway, Star Wars. Speaking of Star Wars, they're making a new racing game that.
Pod Racer.
It's weird. I don't know if it's
Ooh.
strictly pod racing because it looks like it's got bikes and other vehicles.
I
in
think
there.
I think it's generally, joking aside, I think it's just generally supposed to be like, a racing style game where there's different kinds. But I do know that in the trailer you see pods.
Yeah, you see pod racing. I mean, I don't know if you make it really focus on the environmental damage, make it so that the vehicles get damaged and like the actual crashes can happen, and then you have my interest. Otherwise, I wasn't ever a fan of the pod racing games to begin with, so I'm like, I'm not really.
I mean, I was a fan of the pod racing games when it was in an arcade and you got to sit in an actual pod racing, and it was like that was dope.
But like.
The console versions were eh.
Nah, exactly. Well, to be fair, that's not fair. That's not fair to this game.
I'm not a racing game guy.
No, I'm not unless there's a lot of carnage in it and there's something unique about it. I'm not. My favorite.
Yeah, like Mario Kart. Obviously, I grew up. That was a thing.
Always
where
gonna
it's
love
like,
Mario Kart.
But or whatever variation of Mario
But
Kart.
like my favorite racing games are like there's a game called Stuntman where you're basically a stuntman in a movie and you have to do stunts, and that's like Or
Or in terms of actual racings, I mean, I'm always gonna have a nostalgia on Sega Genesis for Road Rash, where you could fall,
I
like get
mean,
knocked
yeah,
off your bike.
Burnout. I was a big fan
Like
of Burnout
it's
3.
not to say that there's not racing games that I have like a reverence for or a nostalgia for. It's just for me, racing games require friends.
Yeah, that too.
Um, and I've never had a lot of those to play it with. So it's just at a certain point when I'm playing it by myself, driving around and around in a loop,
Yeah, on the same five
isn't that
tracks.
exciting?
That very different, very
You know, for the
nominally from
same
each other.
reason that for me, like doing like a first person shooter, I don't particularly like unless it's got a good story, I don't find particularly engaging
No,
either.
not exceptionally. Jordan. Resident Evil. Resident Evil trailer. People are
Eh,
people are. Hey, look, here's the deal, right? The biggest complaint I've seen about this trailer online is that it doesn't look like Resident Evil, and it absolutely does not look like Resident Evil. Certainly, it doesn't look like my understanding of what Resident Evil is, which is like weirdly anime and super over the top. So like it doesn't look like that, but I'm not a big enough
mm.
fan of Resident Evil to like care. So I do kind of I'm kind of into the concept of, hey, it's a guy who gets tossed into a Resident Evil story, but he's just normal.
Uh, for me, when I think of Resident Evil, if I had to use one descriptor, it would be I think of Cronenbergian nightmare.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's what I think of when I think of Resident Evil, and nothing that I saw in this trailer really gives me that vibe.
No, it just kind of looks like a pretty paint by numbers zombie movie.
If if you didn't tell me it was a Resident Evil movie, I probably wouldn't have known.
But
Like
is that a bad thing though?
if you had just
I guess it
set up the
is.
trailer for me and like you stop before it gets to the title card telling me what it is, I probably wouldn't be able to guess that it was
Yeah,
Resident
well, yeah.
Evil.
I was when I was watching it, I was thinking about, okay, if I'm in the theater and I'm watching this trailer for the first time, I would have no clue that this was a Resident Evil movie. But is that a good thing or a bad thing? I guess if you're looking
It
for
depends if they're selling it as a Resident Evil. If the point is supposed to be, oh, hey, it's Resident Evil,
yeah,
the thing
yeah,
that
that's what
you
I was just gonna
know,
say. I was gonna say
then it's a bad trailer.
if you're looking for brand recognition, you're not getting that. But like but for me, I'm like, as someone who doesn't like or know or otherwise care for Resident Evil all that much, what would be brand recognition? What would make me, as a person who doesn't care about that franchise, go, hey, that's a Resident Evil movie? Like, what about it would?
If it was Leon,
I guess, but even
like
then,
if it was visually supposed to look like Leon, he's the most recognizable character from that franchise. Um,
yeah.
Resident Evil 4 is, in terms of Resident Evil, the most well-known
Well, no, yes,
version of
if
that
you have an
game.
animated version and it looks like, but if he's just a guy, I guess I'm like, what makes him recognizable in live? His hair, I guess. If
His
he had Leon's
hair,
hair,
his outfit,
does
um,
he?
general demeanor. Yeah, he has like I think it's from what I remember, it's like the grayish top or whatever
Is
with
it?
black pants.
Because I totally
Maybe I'm wrong.
totally straight.
That's
That's not me being. I have no, apart from his hair. What about him is iconic that would make you go, that's Leon Kennedy? Because you're like
I
me, you don't give a shit about this franchise. If
no,
what's
not
on that
really.
trailer, what would make you go, oh? And they didn't show you the title. What would make you go, oh, that's Leon Kennedy? The hair?
I'm sorry. I got to bring up an image of him.
I would cut. Should have done it just off your memory.
And well, no, because it's been years since I've played Leon Kennedy. So in some of the images, he's wearing a Raccoon City
Okay,
Department
okay,
outfit.
you give him the Raccoon City Police Department. Okay, that's yeah, okay, sure. But even then, I'd still be like, I guess again, I'd be like, oh, he's a guy from. I wouldn't be like, that's Leon Kennedy if it
No,
was.
but I'm not a huge fan. But if you're talking about a person who knows more, then
But
they
that's
would
what I'm
probably
saying. It's like,
recognize him.
I'm like Mario.
For a layman, I don't think there's much to it to entice anybody to a Resident Evil movie. I don't
No,
think that's the
right,
point.
right. Yeah, and so this, I guess,
For me, I guess the comparison for me would be, um, much like the Street Fighter movie or much like the Mortal Kombat movie. They're not trying to appeal to people who don't know. They're going for their base.
But they're not though, because the base doesn't like this because it doesn't look like Resident Evil. So it's not
They
going for the.
they think they're going for their base.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but what again? From what I've read, because I've seen a lot of reactions to this, no, they don't really seem to care that they're not going for the base. Yeah, this just doesn't.
I don't know then. I gotta be
Yeah,
honest. You sent me the trailer. I watched the trailer. I couldn't tell you a thing that happened in that trailer.
it's about what's. It looks like it's a pretty paint by numbers
Zombie movie.
zombie
You
movie. It
know,
doesn't really, yeah.
there's nothing really. I
Um,
probably might 5 years from now, if we're still doing this show, watch it on streaming like God intended
yeah,
for one of
probably.
our Halloween episodes.
Um,
So
Jordan, apparently William Shatner says that space is no longer the final frontier. Apparently, death is the final frontier.
is that because he's old and he's almost gonna die?
Well, he says at 95, nearly 60 years after the show kicked off, William Shatner seems to have developed a different viewpoint. It's not final, he said in a recent interview. Death is the final frontier, and maybe not that.
I mean, yeah, old people do tend to feel
He
that way.
says if you look at quantum physics, what's really funny is I don't actually disagree
Please,
with this. If
please,
you,
please don't make me listen to his long, antiquated idea about how energy just gets recycled and death is not the final frontier and there's some great meaning behind it. Blah 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 blah
but he's wrong. He's not
blah.
wrong. It's when you look at quantum physics, there's
Uh,
reason to assume. I hope that when we die,
we're gonna do this again.
we don't
Okay.
disappear. Our energy just goes back home, which makes a certain amount of sense.
Yeah,
Doesn't
energy feeds back on itself.
energy doesn't die. It just becomes repurposed into other things. So it does make a certain amount of sense. I
But the
don't
real question is if they were looking for regular people to go to Mars like tomorrow, would you go?
no, no, probably not. I don't want to
No?
die. I don't want to die in space with Elon Musk.
That's fair. I would miss my video games.
No, I think we're gonna cut that. Think we're gonna cut
Snip,
that. Snippety snippety.
snip.
Uh, Jordan, they're rebooting Casper.
Again?
Apparently, they're making a
Live action or
new.
animated?
Well, here we go. Okay, so Casper the Friendly Ghost is making a return with a new live-action television series in the works of Disney Plus. According to a new report from Deadline, Disney has landed the rights to the new series, which is said to be a quote new. I think they mean serious, but it says quote new series take. I think they mean serious. On the iconic character, the live-action project comes from people you've never heard of. Oh, the people who made the Goosebumps, which means it's going to be dark
Uh,
and kind of gritty. Going to be a modern update on the. So basically, it looks like it's going to be said to believe to have a quote dark edge to it, similar to that of the Wednesday Netflix series. I would have said similar to the original because the original movie is dark as fuck.
yeah, that is. He's a kid that had hypothermia and died.
Yeah, I had hypothermia and died, and then
I
he's.
don't know. Yeah, I mean that sounds. Is there a nice way to say bad?
I mean, if you're gonna take any, if they hadn't already made the movie dark and weird and kind of upsetting, I'd be like, there's no way that
Eh,
Casper would work as a movie that's dark and upsetting. But
I mean, as a show, is a different thing than a movie.
yeah, if you lean
Um,
into the original gothic elements of it and you do something that's close to in tone as the original movie, yeah, it absolutely works.
yeah, I
It's
guess.
when they
I don't
say
know.
dark, that like well, I don't think they mean like R-rated, it's blood and guts, but yeah, you could do something.
No, it's not so much what I was thinking
You
of.
could do
I don't
something with
know. I just,
some edge to it. That's for sure. Goosebumps,
I,
something with the tone of that Goosebumps show would totally work with Casper. Weirdly enough, it would work with Casper. Do some
yeah, I need to see
do
stuff from
do
it.
do some sight horror. You know what I mean?
It would be interesting
Um,
to see who they pick as Casper, and obviously you'd have the Stinky, Fatso, and Stretch. So, if you could pick, who would you pick to voice them, and why would Fatso be Jack Black?
yeah, I feel like Fatso would be Jack Black. Hmm. I have someone in mind. I have the kind of voice I want for For Stretch, I'm just trying to.
I don't know the actor's name. Who I'm thinking of, but there's a exact actor that I'm thinking of for Stretch. And while I look up his name, you keep talking.
Um. Hmm. Hmm. Who's some? Oh, I'm so bad at this because it always puts me on the spot. I'll think of it later and I'll feel dumb for not saying it. Um. Yeah, Jack Black for Fatso. Um. Who is Stretch? Who's a good Stretch? No, I can't think of
Ah,
anyone.
that's his name. For me, who I would have be Stretch is Ray Liotta.
Ray Liotta's dead.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Yep,
When did that
a
happen?
couple years ago.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Huh. How did he die?
Uh,
67. Oh, yeah.
I don't
Wow.
remember, but he did. He's dead.
Okay, well, if I could pick anyone living or dead, it would be him.
Okay, fair enough. I'm trying to think of someone nasally for Stinky. Who's really nasally?
Stinky, I would
Steve
make.
Carell would be a good Stinky.
Steve Carell would. But I think.
Also,
Huh.
Casper, unknown. You get an unknown kid. No one
Yeah,
we've
no,
heard of.
Casper. Yeah.
Unknown. Someone unknown.
Stinky. Hmm.
I was gonna say Dennis Leary for Stretch, but I didn't feel right either. Someone contemporary. Or Dave Franco. Dave Franco would also be a fun Stretch.
Oh, what's the name of the actor who's in Meet the Millers? The
Oh,
main one.
Will Poulter? He's not nasally enough.
Yeah, but I think he could be a good Stinky.
I feel like okay, fair enough. That's fair. Jordan. Jordan. You might be wondering. What? Sorry.
Plus, you say he's not nasally. Give him a nose plug.
Yeah, I suppose.
You have it where he's talking with the nose plug like this, and then he does his voice.
Um, so you may be wondering, why did they
Probably
make
not.
Tangled 2?
Um, they did. It was a show.
Well, John, they asked themselves the question. They were like, what do you do for a Tangled 2?
it was a very success. What you do for a Tangled 2 is you realize that it could be a very successful a television show that has songs that are way better than they have any right to be.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty
You know,
much
the show just continues the story
pretty
of the
much
movie.
pretty much yeah. Yeah. They chose to they were like, what do we do? And then they made a Tangled 2 and they made a show instead, and the show just did everything that a movie could possibly do. Cuz why they had a Tangled 2 in the works recently. And I remember going, what's the point? They had the show. Why do anymore? Um
Unless you're gonna have it be after the show, I guess.
I guess
You bring characters that were in the show into the movie.
I don't fucking know, man. Uh
Because
yeah.
technically, where the show ends, from what I remember, is supposed to line up with the short
Yes.
that came out.
Yes, the short. That's the ending point. They're like, after they did the short, they were like, we don't know what else to do after the short.
Yeah, I mean, big picture idea. What I would do is because canonically they already exist in the same world. Is you have Rapunzel 2, they go to Arendelle.
Yeah, yeah, that could be something.
Like they have
That's an
to
idea.
they have to visit for like a royal event or something, and then you have a big old crossover movie.
Jordan. Speaking of shit that's bad ideas,
Fuck you. That's an amazing idea.
um, apparently Amazon is currently in talks.
Think of all the princess toys they could sell, Justin. They would make a boatload of money.
Jordan,
Sorry, go on. Go
Amazon
on.
is in talks to bring back this iconic 2000s television show, Jordan.
Jimmy Neutron?
They're gonna bring back The Apprentice, but this time,
Why?
Jordan.
Why
But
would
this
anyone
time, Jordan.
want to do
But
that?
this time, Jordan. Hosted by Don Jr.
No, gross.
And I'm like, I mean, you
Gross.
already said it. Why would anyone want this? Who? This is a
No.
terrible idea. Okay, we don't do politics.
I didn't even like the original
We don't
Apprentice.
politic on this show very often, but you understand that even Donald Trump doesn't like Don Jr., right? Like his own dad doesn't like he has to be like, oh, I have to get my dad to call me, and he's just his dad barely likes him. Nobody likes his kids. I don't really know why people don't understand that. Here's the thing, right? A reboot of The Apprentice would have worked 10 years ago before he was president, but like it wouldn't work now. It has way too much of his baggage attached to it. Nobody would watch it. Would you watch The Apprentice but it's Don Jr.? Like
No,
Don Jr.
I didn't like the original.
I love the original. I used to watch it all the time. That's what makes Donald Trump being president weird me out so much. I grew up watching The Apprentice. I love The Apprentice. It's one of my all-time favorite shows. I used to watch it with my mother all the time. It's a fun show in premise. He's a fun character on that show. Like as the
No.
not Don Jr. Um,
No, I don't. Again, I didn't like the original.
Donald Trump was fun on that show. He's always had a fun sense of humor. And he's been a fun guy. He's just what's his face said it once. He's a great clown, but you wouldn't John Oliver. He's a great clown, but you don't want a clown as the president. But like putting that
No,
all aside,
I never liked that show.
well, I was a big fan of that show back in the day. But putting all that aside, it doesn't have. I mean, unless Donald Trump is going to occasionally guest star on it, it
No, I mean, if you were going to do an
he was
Apprentice show
was one
and
of
make it relevant in today's
he was
day
one
and
of
age,
Donald Trump's
why would you
sidekicks on
not
that
get?
show.
Why would you not have Mr. Beast be the person who was in that like in the Donald Trump position? He's essentially modern day Donald Trump.
I mean,
Why would you not just have
really.
him be the? Yes, he is.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
He's
have,
that he's that rich famous asshole with a lot of
But-
charisma that everybody loves to
No,
hate.
but he doesn't have he. But that's not why you watch The Apprentice. You watch The Apprentice because, at the time,
Because he's a successful businessman, like Jimmy, Mr. Beast is the
He's
man
not,
who has
though.
had multiple shows, a successful chocolate
Nah.
company, and has billions of dollars.
But he's not.
Yes.
He would argue he's not a businessman, and he would argue he's not. He's not.
Yeah,
a-
he would say that because he's the
not,
ultimate businessman. He's a
not.
fucking charlatan.
He's not. He's
Oh
not.
God, he's gonna come for me.
He's not a you're hired, you're fired kind of. Donald Trump was.
He absolutely is.
Donald Trump at the time was a very very no, not in the way that Donald Trump was. It wouldn't it like the
He's more like that. He's more like that than Don Jr. is.
I mean, neither of them are. Like the closest they ever got to replacing Donald Trump with a person who's an actually like if you were to the only person who would
Or Kevin O'Leary.
there
would be
you go.
another-
See, he's a bit. I mean, he sucks and is awful, but he's the closest.
Right,
thing we
which
would
is
get
which
to.
is why he would be perfect for the position.
I can't believe we never did Canadian The Apprentice with Kevin O'Leary, but like
Because he probably doesn't want the
association?
attribute. Yeah, the association.
But like, or even Mark Cuban. If you did The Apprentice with Mark Cuban,
I don't,
Mark
I don't know
Cuban,
who that is.
he's a guy who's on Shark Tank. He's a business guy. Like there are guys who are known for being businessmen. Mr. Beast is you could do a version of The Apprentice with Mr. Beast, but it wouldn't be The Apprentice. Like the only association,
yeah, but nothing they do
the only
will
thing
be
that-
The Apprentice.
the only thing that-
the Apprentice
the-
died when Donald Trump stopped doing it.
the only thing that makes this The Apprentice is
Full stop.
The only thing that makes this The Apprentice is Don Jr.'s the fact that his last name is Trump and his association to Donald Trump. The fact that he's Don Jr. So like you can, but even then he doesn't have. It would be utilizing Trump's brand. Like that's the thing about Donald Trump going into The Apprentice is it utilized the Trump brand, but that Trump brand is tied to Donald Trump. So if it's Junior, what are you gonna do? Put him on the poster for the show? It's not gonna have the same effect as putting Trump on it would. So it's just who is this for? Other than like
Him and his ego.
stubborn MAGA idiots who
No, it's for Don Jr. and his ego.
well no I mean in terms of viewers. It's who's
nobody.
Who's the
It's for nobody.
No,
Johnson.
it's for MAGA supporters who will stubbornly support anything Donald Trump puts out, including Don Jr.
But even they don't like Don Jr. So no, it's not for them.
I think I think in the case of his kids, unlike like JD Vance where they openly don't like him, I think they pretend to like his kids. Like I will say that. Like
Hmm.
it will have
See,
a strong
no,
viewing in the sense that Mega
I
will watch
think
it.
they don't acknowledge his kids
No, that's not. I
because
mean, that's true.
they're not in the limelight.
I mean, what's
So
Tiffany's name? Donald? What's
they
Tiffany's
don't
name?
they don't acknowledge his kids until his kids, like Baron, are thrust into the limelight, and then they have to
Oh
acknowledge
well,
him.
I think Baron. See that it depends on the. See, I think. Oh, we're speculating on. We're gonna move on, but I think that it depends on the kid because I think Baron is probably closest to him because he's younger and he's been around him probably more. But like Tiffany, for example, I bet you didn't know that he had a daughter named Tiffany.
I don't care.
Exactly, exactly. Like, does anyone really give a shit about Eric? But like, what is it? What is it gonna be? Because like, it would be like if it's gonna mimic. If it's first of all, is Mark Burnett involved in this? I don't think so.
I mean, what it's going to be is it's going to be one at best one season of like views and stuff, and
No,
then it'll
I
get
meant more from a
canceled.
structural standpoint. Like, it doesn't look like it involves Mark Burnett, who is a major producer on the original version of that show. He's the reason why it looked the way it did. And like, what is it going to be? Don Jr. sits at the head, and who does he have as his little sidekicks? Because like Donald Trump had his
Uh,
little sidekicks. Who's going to be his
uh,
little sidekicks?
I'm going to be honest, Justin. I'm going to look down the barrel of this camera and tell you the ungarnished, unrestricted truth. I could not, like, literally, could not care any less
I know,
than
but
I already do.
I'm just saying, like,
Like it is a physical impossibility of the
it's
world for me to care any less than I currently
it's
do.
just
I did not like the original. I did not like Donald Trump. Even back then, I found him intolerable. I do not like his children. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam. I am.
yeah. I guess my point is ultimately, and then we'll move on. Is nobody likes Don Jr. So this is a failure out the gate, and
At
like
this
you're
point, most people don't even like it, like the dad.
like
So.
you're not gonna recreate. Are you, again in terms of aesthetics? Are you how on earth do you intend to? Yeah, it'll have the Apprentice name on it, and it won't look or function anything like the Apprentice because
Yeah,
the
it'll be like
original
when they
show.
brought back Fear
The
Factor.
original show was on NBC, so it's not gonna look like that anymore, and it's gonna be like, what is the fucking point? Speaking
Yeah,
of things that are like,
it'll be like when they brought back Fear Factor, and it's a shambling corpse of what it used to be.
honestly, no, the new one kind of looks better, but neither here nor there. Mostly because it doesn't involve Joe Rogan. Um, apparently, Jordan, they're currently working on it's in production. Um, they're making a Django Unchained Zorro crossover.
Django Unchained Zorro
Django
crossover?
Unchained Zorro crossover.
I don't know enough about Zorro to know if that makes sense.
I mean, kind of.
Do
Zorro's
they exist in the same time period?
yeah. Except for Zorro is from Zorro is basically Spanish cowboy kind of character, kind of like their version of the Masked Ranger.
Okay, I mean, okay,
I'm
cool,
like,
I guess.
cool. I mean, more.
Um, is Django gonna go to? You said he's from Spain. Is he
I
gonna go to
think
Spain?
he's from Mexico. I just know he's
Is he
Spanish.
going down to Mexico?
I presume he
Is
will.
Zorro is Zorro coming up to the land of the
I mean,
slaves?
George, what I will tell you is, George, first they're going to disagree, and then ultimately they're going to find a common enemy, and then they're going to agree and defeat that common enemy by working together.
I mean, likely. Or, hear me out, they'll be instant best friends.
I mean, that certainly would subvert the trope of having two characters team up together.
You know, they'll both come to
That's for sure.
a local or something that's being hassled, and they'll both go to defend the local, and then they'll be like, you know what? I like the cut of your jib.
That's really funny.
I thought it was a funny joke.
Okay.
Go on. Hello?
Uh,
Test?
so Jordan,
Jamaican me crazy?
I'm very confused.
I know. life is
Well, okay.
confusing.
So this says Legally Blonde prequel L gets first footage in Prime Video trailer. So I guess it's a Legally Blonde prequel. And I was like, it says it's called L, but then it says Prime Video's Obsession is in Session trailer features a first look at L. So what is it called? Is it called Obsession is in Session, or is it called L, or is Obsession in Session the name of the trailer and it's called L? I'm very confused. But like, I don't know enough about this. Is going to be very short because I don't know nearly enough about Legally Blonde to care. But like, isn't the premise of that is that she becomes a lawyer and she's stupid and everyone underestimates her? So like, without the legally part of it, I don't understand what the appeal to this is.
I mean, maybe she's in law school. Maybe it's about her time in law school.
I I don't.
Then you still have
Is
the
it?
law stuff, but she's not officially a lawyer?
I think the first
Question
one
mark?
is about her going to law school.
I have no idea.
I
I
know.
don't.
I'm like I don't know enough about Legally Blonde to be like, is there a necessity? Is there anything worth telling about this character before Legally Blonde? But like, so I
Because
don't.
typically how these things go is like the first one is like her first year or first time or whatever as a lawyer.
Yeah, I know that
So
there's
like if that's what that's about, then this being
somebody
about her learning to be a lawyer
somebody's gonna
could make
yell
sense.
at me at the comments for not knowing anything
I
about legal.
truly I don't know
This
what
this feels
they're
like
about.
this feels like one of those times where somebody's gonna get mad at me for not
Um,
knowing anything about Legally Blonde.
my my really only, and I don't even know if it's a reference to Legally Blonde, but when you say Legally Blonde, the thing that comes to my mind is um is Futurama, where Leela is pretending to be a strong female, sexy
Oh yeah,
female
single
lawyer.
female lawyer. That's making fun of Ally McBeal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
So
making.
I guess I don't know. I guess I literally know
Yeah,
nothing about Legally Blonde
that's
then.
literally a parody of Ally McBeal. Fun fact:
I
Robert Downey Jr. was on that show.
hmm,
Yeah, yeah.
all right.
And then Jordan finally,
So yeah, okay, that's a thing.
finally, I need to catch up on this show again because it's good, but it's not on anything. But I'd like to watch it again, and that's My Adventures with Superman, which is the Darren Chris? No, sorry, Jack McQuaid, the Jack
That's the
McQuaid.
animated one, right?
Yeah, the one that's anime. I watched the first,
Yeah,
he does a transformation into Superman. It's a pretty girl
it's a
transformation.
pretty girl transformation.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen clips of it, but I've never
yeah.
actually watched the show.
I haven't seen season two. I watched season one. Season one was really good. I really liked it, and it's not on anything. Otherwise, I would watch it. But the third season's coming out in June, apparently June 13th on Adult Swim, part of the
Cool.
Toonami anime slash action block. I quite like Jack Quaid as Superman. I liked it. It was really good. I would definitely watch more if it were more readily available. And also, apparently, they're still for some reason moving forward. I saw. That's what I thought this was. Apparently, they're still moving forward on that. It's a true crime show, but it's hosted by Jimmy Olsen, and it's a true crime show in the DC universe, but it's Jimmy Olsen, and it's about supervillains in the DC universe. And
Yeah, that has the potential to be interesting.
the first season is apparently about Gorilla Grodd, and I'm like, that honestly sounds funny. Like that, I'm the guy who like I like weird shit like that. I like where it's like, oh yeah, it's about the one random guy who exists in this superhero universe who, is just a normal guy going about his day. So I'm like, I kind of dig it where it's like, yeah, how do regular people operate in a world that's extraordinary? I think stuff like that is always funny. So
Oh,
I'm
fish out of water.
I'm pretty stoked about that. Anyway, that's the news, Jordan. We managed to do it in an hour today. Hour four, Jordan. As opposed to last week where it was 2 hours.
Thank the sweet, sweet justice of the universe.
Paying attention to the time this week. This is why we have a timer, Jordan. I mean, I flagrantly disobey the timer every single week, but there's a reason why we have it to avoid the 4 hour podcast. This
The
week,
6 hour podcast, Justin.
hey man, it
God
helps that
damn.
sweet watch time. Um, gotta get
And it
that.
makes us seem like certifiable
I
psychopaths.
mean, it does. This week, as always, regular sponsors, and by sponsors I mean we're sponsoring them by mentioning them. They don't pay us to say these things. Wild Education, you guys. There was a some sort of update involving Gary. They always need support. Finding a rescue is expensive and difficult. And they need your help. Won't someone think of the animals? All of the animals.
Think of the animals,
Not
especially the ocelot, who, as I understand it, laws have changed and now they can't have people view him anymore, and so now they have to have like a special enclosure and stuff for him. So they need your support more than ever.
he's a serval, not an ocelot.
Okay, well, the point stands. He's now classified as like an alien, an alien animal or something like
Yeah,
that.
he's
I
on the
briefly
same
read through the page.
on the same level as a tiger or a lion.
And
Which
so they need to have a special enclosure for him, which again means the animals need your support more than ever. So Justin, take it away.
exactly. My headphones became unplugged there, so I only kind of heard what you said, but I assume it was Justin, take it away, and I will. And you can click the link in the description. I assume you heard all of that. You can click the link in the description to support them either on Facebook or you can subscribe to their YouTube channel and tell them we sent you. I think they're just gonna they're gonna be regularly there from now on. I think. And then also, if you need Jordan, the thing about the internet is, on YouTube in particular, is the key to a successful YouTube channel is a mixture of long form and short form content, Jordan. And with today's sponsor, vizard.Ai, and their proprietary AI technology, they will go through your footage that you submit to them, and they will find the most optimum clips, and they will put them in a rough format for you that you can decide, or you can do it all yourself manually with their tools, and they will tell you which clips will perform the best on the internet. And you can use the free version.
That just sounds plain convenient. Who was that, Justin, again?
That's vizard.ai, and you can use the free version, or you can sign up. But if you sign up using the link in our description, that helps us out, and that tells them that we sent you, and everyone's happy, and you're happy because your YouTube channel is humming along with video shorts that you made in a fraction of the time that would have taken you to do on your own. That's vizard.ai. Click the link in the description below.
Justin personally guarantees that it will make you a YouTube success.
I certainly can guarantee that it will help you get people to
manage your
videos.
time by making shorts more efficient.
Exactly.
Vizard.ai, link in the description below.
Exactly.
Back to you, Justin.
Back to me. On today's show, we've picked actors again, but I wanted to pick actors we'd already picked and talked about. I wanted to talk about different things that we hadn't talked about, because these guys are known for more than just the 5 famous things that they were in. But we're also going to talk about the 5 famous things that they were in. Let's pick an actor redo. Jim Carrey. You saw the title. It's Jim Carrey versus Robin Williams, and we're here.
But this time, I'm on the side of Jim Carrey.
And I'm on the side of Robin Williams. This time, it's personal.
This time, it's personal. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay, so rapid fire. Do you want to start, or do you want me to start, or do you want Dave down the street to start?
You know what? I'll start since you asked me.
All right.
I will start.
I will allow it
because you asked me, and I'm stalling as I do that. Okay, my first thing is a guy named Jerry.
Oh man, Jerry.
No,
I love that movie about Jerry.
This is okay. So Robin Williams, my big with pick an actor. I like to have a thesis or an idea of what I want to say about the actor overall by the end of it. And the number one sort of theme with my list this week is Robin Williams just did whatever the fuck he wanted. Like, that's the thing I respected about him the most. He has a varied filmography. He didn't do the movies. He did the family movies, but he didn't do, like, the movies he thought he needed to do. Like, to his credit, he never did a superhero thing. He was never in a Marvel thing.
I wonder if he had, who he would have been.
I don't know. He wanted to be the Joker. That's a big thing. There's the big famous anecdote about the Batman. is he was pretty. I think it's why he never did superhero shit, because they pitched Jack Nicholson the Joker using an image of Robin Williams as the Joker, and Robin Williams was pissed off that he never got to be the Joker. This is a very long intro to say that my first thing is a movie called What Dreams May Come. And my background to this movie in particular is I watched this movie the day Robin Williams died, and it was emotionally devastating. I would not recommend watching this movie the day that Robin Williams died, because man, it is a hard watch. But basically, it's about Robin Williams meets this woman, and they have a family and they have kids, and the kids accidentally die in a car crash.
Ooh, that's dark.
Yeah. And she is absolutely and utterly devastated about it, and it causes her to have an emotional breakdown. And the only reason why she survives this emotional breakdown is because the husband, played by Robin Williams, is there to help her out. And then Robin Williams dies in a car crash. And she is obviously wrecked. And this movie subscribes to an idea of the afterlife that I kind of sort of... to be fair, it's based on a real concept of spiritualism, where the idea of heaven is not necessarily that basically it's that heaven is what we make it. So you get to the afterlife, and your afterlife is whatever you kind of want it to be. It's based entirely on your spirit, your imagination, who you are. So his heaven is basically these paintings, this painting, I should say, that his wife painted of this place that they wanted to retire at. And it's beautiful. Like, the cinematography is beautiful. It's basically like this beautiful oil painting, and it looks really, really pretty. And initially when he dies, he hangs around her, basically. And his presence is causing her to feel that, like, something's not quite right. And
So he's a ghost and he's haunting her.
basically, yeah.
Because what you're describing sounds a lot like a ghost.
Yeah, and all while a gentleman who he recognizes but he's not quite sure why is sort of... And I have to spoil this movie. I'm going to say up front, if you've never seen What Dreams May Come, you should watch it. I'm only telling Jordan the spoilers because were he to watch this, he would never remember the spoilers.
It's accurate.
But if you haven't seen this, you should. It's a gorgeous, beautiful, heart-wrenching movie. I'm going to be spoiling the shit out of it. I'm sorry. But he's guided by this guy who's, like, he says is a doc, because he's Robin Williams is a pediatrician. It's his mentor from medical school, but the young version of him. And all while the movie's happening, it's showing flashbacks to his life and his connection to his kids and his relationships to them and what have you. At one point, he runs into another woman. It turns out that all of these spirits, as it were, all have a job in guiding people to specific whatever's, accepting certain truths or whatever. And it turns out that this doctor is played by Cuba Gooding Jr. And it turns out that the mother is so broken by the fact that the dad died, that Robin Williams died. She's like, she believed that it was her fault that the kids died, because she didn't drive them, even though she wouldn't have been able to, and it was it was a freak accident. It was in no way her fault. She has similar guilt of when Robin Williams died. She is like, if I basically, it's my fault that he was there and he got hit by the car, what have you. And so as a result, she's trying to get on with her life, and she's having this emotional breakdown, and they're so in love that they're soulmates, and he is experiencing what she's experiencing in the afterlife. And she kills herself. And
Movie sounds upsetting.
It kind of is. And so she basically goes to what they call hell, but it's
Because suicide is a sin?
But they sort of, yeah, more just the universe sees it as an unnatural ending of life. So,
A sin.
It's not that
Yeah.
it's a sin. It's just you're not. It's you're ending your time before. There's no. That's the beautiful thing.
Before God's plan.
But that's the beautiful thing about this movie is there's no God. There's no religion. It's
I
just
know I'm screwing with you, Justin.
it's just yeah the um I can't remember. There was a movie I saw that had this version of it where it was Lucifer, where the hells in that show are just you punish yourself. The devil doesn't do anything, and you just punish yourself, and your hell is just your worst moment replayed over and over and over again. Similar idea here, where hell isn't real. It's you only go to hell when you feel you deserve it, and your guilt is so overwhelming that you punish yourself in your worst moments over and over and over again. And the only way to escape from hell is to accept. And so he discovers that she's in hell. Like he's in this heaven, and he's like everything's all perfect, and it can be whatever he wants, and everyone he knows he loves is there, what have you. And as he's going to hell to try to save the wife, initially he runs into this one woman who is taken on the appearance of a woman who Robin Williams liked when they this Asian woman that he liked at the airport this one time for I can't remember the reasoning, and she looks like her because Robin Williams saw her as being beautiful, and the daughter didn't had self-confidence issues or whatever. So she presents herself as being this woman instead of looking like the daughter. And so you eventually find out that the doctor that's been guiding Robin Williams is actually played by Cuba Gooding Jr. is actually
God,
the son, his son. And the reason why he looks like this doctor was because the doctor was the only person he ever listened to, and the son felt unlistened to. And when you're in heaven, you take the form of or when you're in this afterlife, you take the form of who you see yourself as or who you are, not who you were. And so he finds out that the son is the doctor. So they go into hell. They find the girl. They go to find the wife, and the guys they get a guide, and the guide is like, you can't stay here. If you stay here, you'll be trapped with her in her misery, whatever, what have you. And it turns out that this guide is the doctor that the son looks like, but he now looks like a white man, played by I can't remember who, someone famous.
sounds very convoluted.
It's not. What's kind of interesting about this movie is, and maybe to its negative quality, it explains all of its mythology thoroughly. I'm not doing a great job of explaining it because I don't want to give a ton of it away. But it does a really good job of it doesn't subscribe. To be fair, this movie is based off of a book, and the book doesn't subscribe. It subscribes to what was known as a spiritualist idea of the afterlife, which is to say that like the heaven is what you make of it. Like I said, it is whatever your imagination can create. It's not a restrictive version of a theological heaven. And so the movie ends with
It's not a kingdom in the clouds.
yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's whatever you think it is. And
Same with hell.
Same with hell, exactly. You create it yourself, exactly. And so the book ends with he again, spoiler alert, he obviously saves her from hell, and she has to go back and reincarnate and become human again.
You know, since it's not the theological Christian hell, maybe we should just refer to it as the good place and the bad place.
They call it hell in the movie, but we could we could do that. But at the end of the book, because the book is a bit more like non-theological than the movie is, but the book ends with he saves her, and the son and the daughter basically tell the mom that she has to go back. She has to go back to Earth and reincarnate because she committed suicide.
She has to earn her way into the good place.
Her life ended unnaturally, so she has to go live out her natural life, what her life was supposed to be. And so the movie ends with them both going back to Earth. It ends with that they get to the end like, oh yeah, we can go back and relive our lives and see. And so it ends with they go back and they re-meet each other the same way, but now as kids instead of adults, as the same way they did as adults. And it's really cute. And it's a really touching, emotional movie. And yeah, when Robin Williams just died and it's a movie about him dying and going to heaven, kind of a hard watch.
Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a
Yeah, it was a
bummer.
real bummer at the time, but it's a beautiful, gorgeous movie. It's really good. It's really he puts in a standout performance. It's one of his more subdued performances. Yeah, check it out. That's the what dreams may come. Not wet. What dreams? I'm realizing it sounding like I'm
Wet
saying
wet dreams will come. Okay, got it.
wet dreams may come.
So okay. So my first rapid fire. The year is 1993, and Jim Carrey.
Bang up
Jim
year.
Jim Carrey has just come off of Ace Ventura: Pet Detective.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I should say he just wrapped Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. He was virtually unknown at the time, and he did a movie called The Mask.
A little known movie called The Mask. Yeah, man, banger. Everyone talks about this, but it's the absolute truth. By the way, you know you're a floating head, right?
It's because it doesn't like to stay. Who cares?
It makes it when I go to do shorts, it cuts off your face. That's the only thing.
Like it doesn't like to sit properly, and I'm getting tired of fighting with it.
The Mask.
It's a podcast. People have to hear me, not see me.
It only affects when I go to do shorts and half of your face gets cut off.
Mask. Stanley Ipkiss. Those who don't know the story of the famous movie The Mask, Stanley Ipkiss finds magic mask, puts on mask, insanity ensues.
Shenanigans and hijinks.
And
ensue.
I mean, there's a reason why this and Ace Ventura and movies of the like propelled Jim Carrey into stardom. It is a fantastic movie.
Okay. Hold up. I wouldn't do fantastic with the prolonged pause. It's pretty good, but
it's fantastic.
I don't know that I go that far.
I would. It's also Cameron Diaz's first acting credit.
She is fantastic.
All right, don't be sexist. Don't be a pig. It's her first acting credit. Prior to this, she had done some modeling work.
Some light modeling work.
But had not done any acting.
When she walks in that red dress, we all went,
no, fuck you. The comedic timing of Jim Carrey in this movie is fantastic. It is strong and it is good.
In terms of even that year, I don't know. I think Ace Ventura is better.
Oh no!
I think Ace Ventura is way better. I think
this
malforms. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because I've learned about the source material since then, and it just malforms that franchise into something it's not, and then it's irrevocably damaged that franchise, and to the point that they never managed to get another one of those off the ground, even though they totally could. I mean, like it, but fantastic is not the word I would use.
To quote you, Justin, as you have said to me so often, this is an adaptation of that story.
Yeah.
It's not a one-to-one telling of that.
It's kind of a bad one, though.
I disagree.
It's kind of a bad one.
I disagree.
I mean,
full stop.
It's nothing like the original source material, so by that
that's why
alone,
it's an adaptation, Justin.
Yeah,
and as its own story, it is fantastic. There's a reason why it's as popular as it is. There's a reason why it made $351 million at the box office.
I'm not discounting that it's good. I'm just saying I don't know that I would go I don't know, strong,
but not inaccurate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here's what I'll say, Justin.
Third act
you say Ace Ventura is better.
Ace Ventura is better.
I say of the two movies, which one has the problematic jokes that make it not as successful?
You got me. You're right. No, I mean. They're all successful. Look,
you know what I mean, though.
Maybe it's because I was not a fan of this movie as a child. Maybe it's because I don't have a strong nostalgia for it.
I do. I watched this movie. You were sitting there as I was quoting a lot. You were quoting along.
I mean, yeah, it's not to say I don't like it. I just don't think it's like. I mean, yeah,
I think it
three punch of a
perfectly
year. I
encapsulates.
mean, it's the end of that.
I think it perfectly encapsulates his humor without including unnecessary, inappropriate, offensive jokes.
Yeah, but again, this severely limits. I guess it's because I've seen a version of The Mask where we do it closer to the comics, and it's kind of better. Um, and it's like it's not saying I don't like this. Not I do like this movie.
Really, because you're talking like you don't.
Well,
So
I just thought I don't know. It's not that.
I love this movie.
Yeah, I do too. But I recognize
It's
it for what
probably
it
one of my
is.
favorite Jim Carrey movies.
So, I mean, in the top 10, certainly. But
In the top five.
wouldn't go top 5. Would not go top
All right,
5.
what would you put in top five?
Um. Okay. A qualifying question first. Like in terms of actually good movies or my love of them.
In terms of ones that you like. I never said that. I never said that this was a flawless movie. I said I think, and then I said what I said. That's
Yeah.
my opinion. That's what I think about it. Doesn't make it empirically true.
I think. Well, I mean, for me, I mean, my favorite Jim Carrey movies is Ace Ventura, top 5. Ace Ventura, no particular order. Ace Ventura, Bruce Almighty. Um, I Love You, Philip
There's no way
Morris.
the mask isn't in there.
Truman Show, and
And you can't pick two Ace Venturas. They're basically the same
Eternal
movie.
Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
No, I don't think that's better than the mask.
In terms of it being a movie, I don't know.
I mean,
It is Jim Carrey
has
shtick, and if you like I just think there's better Jim Carrey shtick movies out there.
This one has a very basic and very simple through line. It follows the through line. The through line works.
Also, like he's
It's structurally, it is a simple, uncomplicated movie, which works.
to be fair, I think the last time I talked about it, I criticized it. I think the third act is weak. I think the villain's not very good.
I disagree.
I do think that a lot of it. I think it's funny. Don't get me wrong, but again, it's Jim Carrey shtick, and yes, Jim Carrey shtick. I find Jim Carrey shtick funny because I grew up on it. I just like. Again, it's because I didn't like it as a child, so like I don't have strong feelings about it as an adult. I like a lot. I like quoting it. I like Cuban Pete, but like if I'm like. I think it's yours. It was fantastic. Like I don't know. I just don't think it's.
I think it is.
I think it's good, not great. Like that would be my adult, cold assessment of it. Where I'm like, yeah, there's funny shit in it. He's got great comedic timing. Like there's a lot of little things in there that I obviously fucking love. But like,
And see, my evaluation would be in a career of movies which also have the number 23 and have other movies that are not as good. There's to me, this is near the top of his list.
It's indisputable that it is again.
When I look at this, and I look at
year.
I look at Sonic 3, where he's mugging to the camera as both Gerald and and Robotnik. This is fantastic compared to that.
I mean, fair, but also like I would my response to that would be like I don't think that's a fair comparison. I think in order to compare this, you'd have to compare it to a thing where he's the main lead. So like I would compare this to like, I mean, yes,
he is a main lead in that movie.
Not like the main lead. Like he's not Sonic. If he were Sonic, it'd be more of a. To me, it's more comparable to like it's better than Me, Myself, and Irene. It's better than Fun with Dick and Jane. It's better than shit. There was one more in there that we talked about previously.
It's better than any number of movies where he's schlocking it in.
I will definitely acknowledge it's better than A Series of Unfortunate Events. I will say I think it is overrated.
To be fair, I have a nostalgia for this movie. I watched this as a kid. I loved this as a kid.
Not a fan of it.
And I continue to love it as an adult.
It's not that I love this movie as a kid.
It's all the best things. It's all the things that I loved, like especially growing up. It's all the things that I loved most about a Jim Carrey movie.
Yeah, no, it's that this movie.
He's a cartoon character.
Movie was traumatizing.
That's what I viewed him as an actor. That's what I viewed him as an
But he's
actor, and that's
not.
what he is in this movie.
That's why when I'm like, oh, it's a bad it is a bad adaptation. It's a bad adaptation of The Mask. Like I thought that like for probably
Sure, but
arguably for the
I guess the
better, but it's a
difference
bad
I guess the difference is though, Justin, is I've never read the original.
I
I've
have.
never seen the original. I don't care about the original.
Yeah, but you said
Full stop, full blank.
it being an adaptation, it doesn't make it any less of a bad one.
No, but again, when I started this, I was talking about it as its own movie, not
Yeah,
as an
yeah.
adaptation.
I just yeah, I all my love
You're the one who's focused on where it came from.
all,
It's based on that
all my love for
loosely.
all my love for this movie comes from being a kid and quoting it on my own and not watching it. So like I don't have a reverence for it. And for me it's just
My argument to
there's
that would be is if you're quoting it, then you do.
but I didn't like the movie. So
Then why are you quoting it?
because people in my life quoted it and like they made it funny, they made it enjoyable. We used to quote like oh, I mean we everyone knows who Adam is. Adam quoting it was way funnier to me than the actual movie itself. The movie scared the pants off of me as a child. I don't have a reverence or a love for it.
I do.
I like it now because I appreciate Jim Carrey as a comedic actor, and what I will say is this is all my personal feelings on it. Like indisputably, it is a absolute iconic piece of cinema. Indisputably, it is one of the most successful comic book superhero movies of all time. Indisputably, it is part of a absolute fucking banger of a fucking year for Jim Carrey. So like, but it is also, in my opinion, indisputable that movie killed that franchise. Like just flat out, full stop, killed it in its crib because I got so attached to the Jim Carrey version of that character that it can't get away from it to make a new one. That's why it's never come back. That's why they tried to make
Sure,
Son of the Mask, and it
which
didn't
just
work.
tells you how fantastic it was.
Yeah, see, it's fantastic. See again, for me, too strong, too strong. Too.
Yeah, well, you
I would
again,
go.
you're the wrong one
I would
here.
go so far as to say that the Mask is overrated.
And I would go so far as to say, you're jealous.
I'm not jealous.
You're jealous.
I don't think you can be jealous of a celebrity who's more successful than you. I don't think it's possible.
I mean, that's exactly who you would be jealous of.
No, I can't be. I'm not jealous.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm not.
Of course you're gonna be jealous of a person who has more success than you.
Not if you have no chance of remotely touch. Well, to be fair,
That's when you're most jealous of them.
I couldn't hope to attain that level of success.
Exactly. That's why you're jealous.
No, I'm not jealous because I would never attain that. So I'm not. I don't feel envious of
Again,
it because
yes,
I'm so far removed
that's
from it.
why you're you feel like you don't know what jealousy is.
Yeah, I know what jealousy is, and yeah, I don't feel it towards a person who I will never who I don't have. He's so much more talented than me that
Yeah, that's why you're jealous.
I'm not jealous.
Yeah, you are.
I don't feel any sense of jealousy of a person who's more famous than me.
And yeah, I don't believe you.
I feel jealous of people who I can compete with. Then I feel jealous because I know I could do better. That's when I feel jealous. I feel jealous of a person who is roughly within my obtainable level of skill.
Would you prefer if I used the word envious?
No, I don't even feel envious of him.
Yeah, no, I don't.
In
believe
his case, he sucks and he's miserable. So I don't feel.
Yeah, but
Envious
we're not talking about modern day Jim Carrey.
Oh, 1994 Jim Carrey? Okay, yeah. Perhaps I'm a little envious of that level of
Talking
success.
about the one that was in this movie, Justin.
I'm envious of his success, not him as a person.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But that's different. I'm not envious of Jim Carrey. I'm envious of Jim Carrey's success. It's different. I would never.
Jim Carrey's success is Jim Carrey.
I would never be envious of a celebrity because they're not worthy of envy.
Anyway, we've gone wildly off.
You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. Audience, you should never be envious of celebrities. They're not worthy of envy.
We've gone wildly off topic. This movie was fantastic. I had a lot of fun with it. I always have a lot of fun with it. Fuck what Justin says. Disregard everything that he has said to you.
Yeah, I don't always have a lot of. I have to be in a particular mode to want to watch
fuck
it.
Whatever. Fuck everything he has said. This movie is a great time.
Tell me in the comments. Tell me in the comments why I'm right and why it's overrated. Or even better.
Tell why Justin's wrong.
Yell at me in the comments.
And why he needs to shut up, and we can all just enjoy this movie.
Why is bro talking to himself, and why is the person he's talking to saying the incorrect thing?
That's The Mask.
That might have become a YouTube video. We'll see. Well, there was a couple this week that I went, oh yeah, no, this is gonna be one. This is definitely gonna be one.
What's your next
Um,
thing?
my next thing was another one that Jordan recommended. This one Jordan was like, "You should watch this," and I was like, "Okay." This is the Dead Poet Society,
Ooh, good
starring
movie.
Robin Williams and a young Ethan Hawke, and the dad from That '70s Show. Now this is a fantastic movie.
It's also a depressing one.
A little bit, yeah. I will say, yeah. It's weird. It's okay. Full. Jordan did a great job of not spoiling this movie. I'm not going to take that away from him. I'm not going to be so kind. I'm going to spoil the shit out of this movie. If you've never seen the Dead Poet Society, go watch it. It's really good. It's one of Robin Williams' best movies. It is a heart wrenching film. It is a uplifting film. Performances are solid. Honestly, it definitely made me go. Jim Carrey, not Jim Carrey. Robin Williams in another life was a successful teacher. Like, I know that the character in this movie that he plays is based on a real guy, but there's a universe where not Jim Carrey. Why do I keep doing that? Where Robin Williams is a teacher, because he's the exact kind of teacher. I like his character in this movie because he approaches education with the idea that it is about imparting knowledge, and it's about imparting wisdom about life. It's not about
Helping the next generation learn from the mistakes of the previous.
not even just the next generation. Yes, you're not wrong,
Yes.
but more just knowledge is about passing on. It's not merely about test scores. Like there's so much of this is about an administration who's obsessed with letter grades and success and achieving shit. And it's the kind of movie that makes you go, education is so wasted on the young. Education is ideal for people who want it, and the people who are at this, like, so many of the characters in this movie are so obsessed with the future and obtaining the future and getting to the future. When I was watching it, I was like, I don't know how to say this without coming across like an asshole, but like the biggest thing for me though with this movie that kept kind of pulling me out of it a little bit, and I think I came out and I said this to Jordan, where at the end of the day, and I think you gotta I kept having to, Jordan reminded me of this, but I had to think about it, was this movie takes place in the 1960s. I think it's like 1959 it takes place,
Something like that, yeah.
and so what is
you gotta also keep in mind literally the location where it is in the world too.
Middle America.
Yeah.
So a big thing with this is what constitutes rebellious ideas, or a rock star kind of, but like something that's out of societal expectations. It's just different. So like a big chunk of this is they go and read poetry in a cave, and
Hidden from the administration.
they pretend that this is some rebellious act. And I'm a child of the 90s, and I'm like, only dorks read poetry.
They treat it basically like
I can't
they're
think
going like they treat it like they're a group who are sneaking off to a cave to smoke weed.
Yeah. Or like they're going to the cave to. I mean, let's get a bit stronger, because this day and age, weed's not all that scandalous. Like for today,
You're right, but in the '90s, when I grew up, it would have been hella
I
scandalous.
suppose that is true. But I would have said it's like they're going into a cave and doing psychedelics. Like,
yeah,
they're
or having premarital sex,
or something really rebellious. But it's like, dude, they're going into a cave and reading poetry. It's really not that.
I suppose
they're not
a
even
modern day equivalent would be kind of like, ooh, this is gonna get me in trouble. Would be kind of like if they were sneaking into a cave to read Mein Kampf.
Yeah, or I guess some
like banned books.
Yeah, exactly. Some form of political, ideologically motivated literature, I guess. But like there's points where the administration is like standing over top of these kids, and like you're upset with them for reading. Like
It's, but it's not so
I don't know.
much.
It's just
It's from what I remember of the movie, though. It's not so much that they're upset with the reading. It's the idea, especially back in that
oh,
day
I
and
know. It's the
time, is
rebellious attitude.
young
Yeah, I
men
know.
fall in line, young men do as they're told, young men grow up to
I
be proper members of society.
I get
And
it,
these
but
people, these young people, were instead choosing to express their freedom and their ability to make choices for themselves,
I guess
and
my
that's where the issue was coming in.
point is
They weren't
that
just conforming.
my from me going to high school, my teachers would be happy if we hid in a cave and read poetry. Like I guess just it's a different. I get it's a different
Different
mindset,
age.
different age, different mind frame, whatever.
But again,
Um,
again, the comparison would more be, it would be if in modern day, um, you and a bunch of students had formed a club where you were, I'm trying to think of
I
put
mean,
myself
like the
back in
best way
high
to if
school,
you're reading communist,
who were reading adult novels.
I yeah, I
You
guess
know, like
I took.
books that teenagers absolutely should not be sitting in a group and all reading together.
I guess no. For me, it would be better like if they're sitting around reading the Communist Manifesto and they were talking about freeing the proletariat in school. I guess that's
Or
the
they were,
best.
or even worse, they were like, you know, teachers, there's only one of them, and there's like 30 of us in a class. Why do we listen to the teacher? It's kind of the equivalent of
Um,
that.
and so, um, yeah, very basic. The other thing that kind of there's a few points in this which got me, which was like really like he the oh yeah it's got man I wish I could remember Kurt Lockwood doesn't get enough credit in this movie. He's also really good in this. He's the dad from That 70s Show, and he's also the bad guy in RoboCop. He's
Red?
also Red Foreman. Yeah, he's really good in this. He doesn't get enough. Robin Williams gets a lot of credit for this. I think he was nominated for an Oscar for Best Actor for this, as
I
well
believe
as
so. I believe that's why I picked the movie.
I think so, yeah. And I think this also got nominated for Best Picture as well. Um, performances are powerful. This is where the spoilers come in. So this is an ensemble piece. It's not really about Robin Williams so much as it is about the kids and their interaction with Robin Williams. And it's a bunch of conservative fucking dickhole parents who think they know best, but it devolves into them treating their kids like shit. I'm oversimplifying, but it's basic gist of it. And yeah, as the movie goes on, the kids, because of the poetry in the Dead Poet Society, start to develop confidence and start to stand up and defy. That's the word I was looking for. Defy their parents, and this
Uh,
manifests.
Sorry, real quick. Game Freakness says, so are you asking who's a better actor, Jim or Robin? I think Robin was more caring in the world and had more heartwarming characters.
Interesting. We haven't quite got to what the comparison point is yet. I do have a comparison point that I will make. When Jordan gets to one of his later, spoiler alert, Kick-Ass 2, I have a point to make about Jim Carrey's career trajectory then versus Robin Williams. I would say Robin Williams was a bit more free-spirited in his choices in that he did projects that interested him. I would say, I guess maybe I will make the comparison point here. He did projects that he was passionate about rather than doing the stuff he thought he needed to do. Whereas Jim Carrey, he, in my opinion, does the movies he thinks he needs to do. So he does the family movie because he thinks he needs to do it. He does the superhero movie because he thinks he needs to do it. He wants the big blockbuster franchise, and he's not willing to commit to it. Like, yeah, I think that would be comparison.
My assessment of the two, I don't know if
But then
we're
we'll get
pick,
back to
if,
Dead Poet Society.
I don't know if the idea is to pick who is our favorite necessarily, but the comparison that I would make between the two is I I think I think Robin Williams is just undisputably a stronger
He's a
actor.
much better actor.
Um,
Yeah, that I will say.
he, as a result of his strength of acting ability, was able to do pretty much any role he wanted.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah.
And people, the big difference between the two is people accepted when he
Well,
tried to do things that were different.
he was like,
Um,
I'm tired of being pigeonholed. The difference between Jim Carrey and Robin Williams is Robin Williams went, he hit that point in the 2000s where he was like, I'm tired of being pigeonholed as the comedy guy. I need to do something with some edge. And then he came out and he did Insomnia. He did 1 Hour Photo, and it worked. Jim Carrey tried to do that, and it turned out to be The Majestic, and it didn't work.
And the number 23.
And the number, yes, and I think that's what you're getting at. Whereas he tried to do the dark turn, and it did not work for him.
I was more gonna guess. I was gonna bring that up, but I was also just gonna say Jim Carrey tried to leave his box, and every time he tried to leave his box, in my opinion, he wasn't a strong enough actor to leave his box.
Yeah, because
which is why the audience was always like, "What are you doing? Dance and sing. Be the Jim Carrey that we know." Whereas Robin Williams was a strong enough actor that he didn't get stuck just being Robin Williams.
We're not into the stuff that has this yet. That's why we haven't talked about it. But Robin Williams had a particular style of improv, and when he's doing what I call Robin Williams shtick, which happens and it will be coming up, it's Robin Williams shtick. And Jim Carrey, they're similar in the sense that Jim Carrey has a similar kind of shtick where he's doing the fast, rapid fire improv shit. They're very
silly
similar.
Zaniness.
They're very similar in that regard. It's a different style of joke, but the idea of Jim Carrey comes in and he does his thing. That is, and so he has that space in his career where he's trying, as he puts it, to be Jim Carrey the character, and Robin Williams
he's trying not to be Jim Carrey.
No. There's very much a period in his.
Jim Carrey the character is the one that was in Ace Ventura. He's the one that was in The Mask. And I'm saying when he's trying to do the number 23, he's not being the character, and he unlike Robin Williams, he doesn't succeed.
But what I'm saying though is there's a period
he's not as strong.
What I'm saying though is there's a period of Jim Carrey's career where Jim Carrey is trying to be the character Jim Carrey, like where he's
trying not to be.
Let me. He's trying to be. There's a period of his career where he is trying to be that, where he is trying to replicate the idea instead of just with Robin Williams to the end. He was just Robin Williams, whereas Jim Carrey was trying to be Jim Carrey. So like your movies, like we've talked about them before, but you're like your Fun with Dick and Jane's, or your Yes Man, or there's always one more in there that I can never remember. But there's that period of time from like 2000 to 2005 to 2010 where he's just going through Popper's Penguins. We talked about Popper's Penguins last week. That's an example of it's Jim Carrey trying to be Jim Carrey. It's Jim Carrey trying to be, I'm the fun, goofy, silly, zany guy, and it feels off. Like that's where you get shit like Sonic 1, where everyone's like, oh, he's Jim Carrey and he's back to form because he's not trying anymore. He's just Jim Carrey. Like that. Robin Williams.
Yeah, that's why I say Robin Williams was a stronger actor.
Yeah, Robin Williams never went through that. I'm agreeing with you, just in a longer form. Robin Williams never went through that in his career. He never went through, and that there's a really upsetting and tragic reason for that, which the way Robin left us was so he would avoid that. He didn't want that to happen. And it didn't. His career doesn't have a movie. He has a movie where he's doing there's one he did with John Krasinski called License to Wed, which is he's just going through the motions. Or an example of Robin Williams maybe going through the motions is when he did Old Dogs. That's a Robin Williams going through the motions movie, but even at his worst, going through the motions is still not forced. He can still slip into it so naturally. And you're right, it's because he's probably a stronger actor than Jim Carrey. Anyway, that was a wild diversion. Dead Poet Society. Dead Poet Society. What were the big spoiler of Dead Poet Society? So yeah, so it sort of breaks down to each of the characters are affected by it. Also the fact that there's an entire cut. Okay, that's where I was going to this. So the Kurt Lockwood, Red Foreman, gets upset with his son because, spoiler alert, the son wants to be an actor, and the dad's like, that's a waste of time. You should be a doctor. And I'm like, really? You're gonna be like, acting's a waste of time when they're teaching your son Latin? Jordan, name one time in your life that you would have ever used Latin.
It's a dead language.
It's a dead language.
Never.
I cannot think of a time you would ever use Latin. I mean, sure, someone's going to come at me where there's a time where Latin is useful, but for the most part, you will never use Latin. That is way more a waste of time than acting.
See,
you know how useful acting is in your day-to-day life?
My thing is that I feel like and maybe this is just
Just
me
being able to
reaching, putting,
improvise.
maybe this is just me reaching and putting my modern day sensibilities into a movie, which is about an earlier time period. Um, but it feels for me like acting was supposed to be a metaphor for being gay.
I can see why
His
you would say
father,
that. I can see why you would say that.
his father was so ashamed of it,
Yes,
and he wouldn't
for
accept it
sure.
no matter what, and it led to, well, I'll let you say what it led to.
Weirdly enough, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird that you say that, but I think you're right. Like that. That is a like. I hate saying this. It makes me feel like that's a remarkably insightful thing of you to say because I think you're right. I think that because he is kind of a more flamboyant kind of character. His performance at the end is quite a bit flamboyant.
And
Um,
there's the raging stereotype about homosexuals love the theater.
especially in the 60s and late 50s. Yes, it would have been the stereotype that only the gays perform in theater. Yes, you're not wrong. That absolutely could be absolutely that. But
But like I said, I think
I mean, just
uh,
I would also make the
writers,
argument that
it might be, yeah, it might supposed to be like a subtle
also like
thing.
also I mean,
I
look,
mostly say that because of how the tragic ending that you're gonna lead up to.
all I'm saying is poetry was like one section of our English class that we studied for like at best a month. Like we didn't have an entire class dedicated specifically to poetry.
No, but they're also at an old or at all like a boys' school or whatever in the 60s.
It's
So
very odd.
different
There's so
time.
much of the movie that's odd. Like it's so odd that they treat Robin Williams like shit the whole movie, even though you have the like you guys are asking all of the staff at that school act indignant about the fact that he's teaching them poetry, but you brought him there to teach them poetry. You flew.
Yeah,
They
but
make a big deal of the
yeah,
fact that he flew all the way from London to specifically teach at this school. So you knew what he was
well,
about.
but I think the idea of why the teachers are acting the way they do towards him is because he is a student. He was a student at that school. So I think the idea is supposed to be they remember what he was like as a
Sure, but the
student, and
administration who
he was a troublemaker. So all of the teachers I think are kind of like, why did you why did the principal hire you?
yeah, but the
Why are you?
principal is also getting on his case, and I'm like, but you're the one who. But anyway, so yeah, and
Hey, we don't
all
know. Maybe he lied in his interview and was a stand-up by the book snooty piece of shit like the rest of
I
them,
mean, all right, okay.
just so he could get the job.
I find that hard to believe, but all right. Um, so yeah, the big climax of this thing, and I said to Jordan last time of this, don't spoil the ending. Don't tell me if anyone dies. And Jordan did a pretty good job of navigating that because yeah, I don't remember the characters' names, so I'm gonna butcher a whole bunch of this as I described. But yeah, so the kid that's the son of Red Foreman, he wants to be an actor, and he has lied to his dad so that he can, in his off and spare time, go rehearse and be part of the play. And for the most part, the dad doesn't know anything until the end when the dad finds out and tells him that he must pull out of the play and not do it. And he's all upset because the kid's defying him or whatever. I hate when people say kids don't obey. Kids don't owe you obedience. That's an archaic idea. The dad finds out and forces him to pull from the play, but then basically he has this conversation. All of the kids sort of bond with Robin Williams over the course of the movie. He has this conversation with Robin
Except
Williams,
for the one kid who's a rat.
except for the one kid who's a rat. But he has this conversation with this kid that's like, you need to tell your dad how you feel and that you want to be an actor if this is what you want to do. Maybe you can change his mind. And he's like, I'll never change his mind, blah, 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 whatever. Anyway, so
He'll
the
never accept me for who I am.
the dad goes to the kid thinks that the dad is leaving for a few days and goes to do the play. It's like, oh, my dad is going to be gone for 4 days. He won't be here. And I'm pretty sure I can convince him of the acting thing. I'm pretty sure I can. And so he does the play, and spoiler alert, the kid's really good. Like really good. Like I don't know if it's a case of like it's meant to be intentional by how good, but he's like surprisingly he's playing Puck in A Midsummer's Night Dream, and he is phenomenal in the performance. It's really good. And the dad shows up at the performance, and he stands in the back of the the back of the room, crossing his arms disapprovingly the whole performance. And he's still the consummate professional that he is. You see, he's distracted on stage, and he sticks in it, man. He stays in it, and he manages to get through the performance. And the dad drags him out of there, and all the kids are cheering like, "Oh, you're super good." And Robin Williams recognizes that the dad's not cool. He's like, "Guys, you're gonna make it worse. Like, leave it alone," kind of deal. And there's a really long trigger. I don't like trigger warnings, but I'm gonna trigger warning you here. There's a really long sequence. They take him back. He opens up the window. He takes off his clothes. I'm pretty sure he takes off his clothes, and then he walks down to the basement, and he pulls out the dad's rifle. Not rifle.
Gun. Pistol.
Hand pistol. Thank you. And shoots himself in the head. And the rest of the movie is basically the fallout of that. And I guess because it's a movie and you're seeing all the perspectives, and you have to remember the characters are not seeing all the perspectives, but they keep trying to connect it to the Robin Williams teacher. They're like, "Oh, it's the Robin Williams teacher's fault that the kid did this." And they keep saying it over and over again initially. And I kept going, I don't see the connection. I don't see the connection. I don't see how it's not Robin Williams' fault that
the connection is supposed to be.
Let me finish. I before you explain, let me do my thought process. I didn't see the connection between it's not Robin Williams' fault that the kid took the knowledge and did something bad with it. If this took place today, Robin Williams could get ahead in a wrongful dismissal suit so fast, because there's absolutely no proof that there is any connection between what he said and what they did. And then eventually you're about to make the connection. They make the connection that it's the if he hadn't, or I think it's the kid says it, the rat, where he says that if Robin Williams hadn't put these rebellious ideas in their head, it wouldn't have made the kid think he could be an actor, and then he wouldn't have done it. But like, it's the parents' fault. Like,
absolutely.
If anyone's to blow, okay, it's a nuanced thing, because yes, it is absolutely the parents' fault for putting this pressure on the kid and not accepting him for who he was. But also, the kid did not do an exceptionally great job of advocating for himself.
I mean, sure, but he's also a kid.
But he had a moment where he could have.
The other thing that you have to keep in mind is, again, the time. So, the time period. So the idea that the reason why they link it to Robin Williams is because he put, again, as the student says, he puts the dangerous ideas in these kids' head. He teaches them that it's okay to disobey their parents, disobey their teachers,
for most
and
of
do
it,
and do what they think is right, which in that time and age is unheard of.
For most of it, I was just like, I'm not seeing the connection here.
That's because you're from the 1990s.
Any lawyer worth his salt could get Robin Williams off on a wrongful dismissal suit.
That's because you're from a far more tolerant time period.
No, it has nothing to do with tolerance. It's just there's nothing that you can legally prove that he did anything wrong. There's nothing he did wrong that you can legally prove.
I mean, I already told you.
Yeah, but you didn't legally prove it. That's all hearsay. Okay. The kid took some of Robin Williams' ideas and turned it into something, but you can't make that connection. You can't prove it.
I mean, I don't know what the laws were like back then. I don't know what the burden of proof is. I don't know.
I'm not talking about back then. I'm talking about now. I'm saying now.
We're not talking about now. We're talking about the movie.
I'm saying hey, if this took place today.
No, of course not, Justin. But if it took place today, his dad would have let him be an actor.
I don't know that he would have.
Yeah, he would have. Absolutely, he would have.
That's the thing.
Society would pressure him to be accepting, whereas back then, society pressured the people that wanted to be different into conforming.
I think
far more than it does nowadays.
I think it really depends on.
And if you disagree with me, I point you to the LIGTP plus community and the acceptance that they have fought and clawed for.
Yeah, but I mean, one might argue that that acceptance is not working, but.
Another one would argue it is working because they can be visible.
Right, but also like the pressure of, hey son, you need to go be a doctor, and that still very much exists. Like the pressure that the parents were putting on him does still exist. Now, you don't want
Sure,
to waste
but
your
not.
time again.
But you wouldn't. The difference is that you wouldn't turn and blame the teacher.
Yeah, still would. Yeah.
No, no, you wouldn't. Not in the same way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, well, okay. Here's what I will say: if conservatives on the internet are to be believed, yes, they are. They're if anything,
Right,
they're
but
worse
they're
now.
the asshole.
If anything,
That's the big difference is nowadays that makes it to
uh,
YouTube, that makes it to TikTok. They're the asshole, and everyone else is judging them.
again, it depends on
No, it doesn't,
it
Justin.
absolutely depends on where in the world you
No,
are.
it doesn't.
In the southern states, they're just as bad as they ever were back down there. They just are. But regardless, yeah, I to the ending. The ending of this, yeah. Jordan said this, and then we'll wrap up. The ending of this is also just not, yeah. It's kind of a dour ending. He walks away. He doesn't. But I mean, to be fair, a teacher as talented as him, that's what made this confusing. Is like you guys flew him from London. I'm pretty sure you could just go back to London and teach there. I guess the implication.
Aren't you? Or don't you mean? Don't you mean? Aren't they in London and they fly him to London? Because the school sure as hell seems like a British place.
No. It's very much in America. No, they say at the beginning. They're like, he flew specifically from London.
Why the hell would he be in London? He's not. He doesn't even remotely come across as British.
Well, he's an international teacher. He traveled over there he went over there to teach. Clearly, I'm guessing. But yeah, no, they at least now I'm doubting myself. I may have to rewatch this, but I'm pretty sure they say he's flown from London to be at this school because it's not a private. It's not a boarding school. It's a preparatory school, and that's different.
I don't know what the difference would be. It sounds the same to me.
I think the difference is one is American and one is European.
So they're the same.
Anyway,
Right.
that's Dead Poet Society. It's good.
Okay. Glad you liked it. Anything else you want to add?
No.
All right. My next rapid fire is I watched Horton Hears a Who and learns how to mind his own fucking business.
Horton hears his sorry, I can do this. Horton hears his verbaceous. No, that's not a word. Dang it. Verbose.
Horton hears his neighbors have a domestic abuse and learns to mind his own business.
That's a better one. Horton hears his neighbors having a domestic issue and learns to mind his own business. There we go. We got there in the end. We combine several of the ideas into an idea.
Horton Hears a Who, Blue Sky Studios film.
It is a Blue Sky Studios film.
It's on Disney Plus.
It is on Disney Plus.
And it's got Steve Carell.
It does have Steve Carell,
amongst other people, and
Carol Burnett, Will
it's
Arnett.
Fine. Yeah, them too. Isla Fisher. Jonah Hill.
Jesse McCartney.
Seth Rogen.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's Seth Rogen.
Yeah, plot follows Horton, who discovers that the little dust has life living on it, and he decides that he needs to find a place for their home to exist so it can exist in peace. Meanwhile, the kangaroo of the jungle is all like, there can't be life on that bit of dust. You're fucking crazy. Give me the fucking flower.
It's just your hero
and she's just a real Karen. Just a real Karen.
Yep. Yeah.
And entire that I mean that sums up what the movie's about. It's not a complicated movie. Justin, why did you think this? Why did you assume this was a complicated movie?
I don't know why I would have assumed that.
Because it's not.
Jordan.
It's not a complicated movie. But Justin, the important thing is a person is a person, no matter how small.
I mean, an elephant never forgets. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant.
Exactly.
And then they sing.
Exactly. One touch about this movie, which I do kind of like, is in Whoville. I like how some of the people, the individuals, the Who's as they were, are green and look like the Grinch.
That is fun. They also sing "I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore" at the end.
They do. It's true. It's true. Also, there's the son, who like the entire time doesn't talk, and then like right near the end,
He,
He talks
he
and
sings.
sings,
And he's Jesse McCartney.
and he's Jesse McCartney,
Yeah, he's Jesse
except
McCartney.
for the singing voice. The singing voice is Fletcher Sheridan.
Wait, what? Singing voice isn't Jesse McCartney?
According to this, Fletcher Sheridan provides JoJo's singing voice in the film's final song.
Oh, I always thought that the singing voice was Jesse McCartney. The whole point of getting
Nope.
Jesse McCartney is the
But
singer.
the singing voice is.
Huh. Wait, the singing voice isn't Jesse McCartney.
The speaking voice is Jesse McCartney. The singing voice is
Yeah,
Fletcher
I see. I
Sheridan
always thought the singing.
in the final song.
I always assumed that the singing voice was Jesse McCartney
You would be wrong.
forever. I was like, what's the point of getting Jesse McCartney, known singer, if he's not?
Oh, that's who Will Arnett is. He's the
He's
Vulture.
the vulture.
I obviously recognize Seth Rogen.
He's the little mouse.
Yes, he's the obvious one. Oh, and the bear cub, the fat bear cub with cow-like snout and tiger-like stripes is Jonah Hill.
That makes sense.
Interesting. And apparently Selena Gomez is Helga McDowd, one of the mayor's daughters. I
Exactly.
bet I bet you didn't know that. I bet you also didn't know that Bill Farmer is Willie Cowbear, Tommy's father.
I did not know that. I did not know
Now
that.
you do.
And
And
knowing
knowing
is enough.
is enough. I don't have a lot to say about this movie. It's cute, it's funny. Jim Carrey is schlocking it in.
Oh God, is
Um,
he?
but
See, I think Jim Carrey definitely missed. I think he missed a later in life career as a voice actor.
Pardon me.
Like I just think if he didn't want to do like the full like I'm Jim Carrey and I do the whatever, he could have had a very successful voiceover career. I'm just putting it out there. He's pretty good.
I don't disagree. I think he does a good. I think, unlike when he tries to break out of his live action stuff, I think voice acting is where he has had success, kind of breaking
What
out
I'm saying.
of his box.
What I'm
And
saying.
I think in his golden years, as they were, his later years in life, um, he should maybe do more voice acting.
See, I just think he should just keep making Sonic movies and only make Sonic movies because it would be funny.
I wasn't gonna touch on Sonic because that's not any of my movies. No, I don't think he should come back for the fourth one
I just think he
in
should
any
just
in any way.
just keep making
I
them.
think it this is a very brief side tangent. No, I don't agree. I don't think he should come back for the fourth one at all, unless he's met like Robo Robotnik
I
or
think
something
it would
like
be
that.
funny.
I think it cheapens the end that he has in the third
It
one.
just
Anyway,
it's just as funny.
moving on, because we're not here to talk about
No,
that.
I was just gonna say it's just funny to see his filmography. When you look at his filmography, and it's a bunch of diverse things, and the last three things are just Sonic movies.
Just Sonic. Um, I don't have a lot to say
It's
about this
funny.
one. It was fine. I mean, you've seen it. You know it.
I've seen it a few times.
You have
I
a,
watched it in theaters.
did we?
Yeah, absolutely watched it in theaters.
I do not recall.
That was what year did you have? Do you have it in front of you? What year it came out?
2008. I was still in high school.
Yeah, this was when I worked at the movie theater. Early on, when I worked at the movie theater.
Um,
Yeah,
but
definitely seen it in theaters. Seen the ending bit where they sing "I can't fight this feeling
definitely,
anymore" like 1,000 times.
it's definitely not the worst of the Dr. Seuss movies
Oh God,
that
no, that's
exist.
still Cat in the Hat.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
The best one is
Just saying.
probably that Green Eggs and Ham show. That Green Eggs and Ham show is really good.
Yeah, but that comes from the later era where things look like the thing.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Here's a question to round out this Doctor
Rapid fire.
this Doctor Zeus rapid fire. You can make one Doctor Zeus thing into a movie. It's an animated movie and it's 3D animated. What are you taking?
Hmm. That's an interesting
I know
question.
exactly which one I'm doing.
I would break free from the trappings of things that have come before. So no Cat in the Hat, no Grinch, no Green Eggs and Ham.
Yeah. Okay.
I would do, and I'm gonna butcher the name. I think it's called Yertle the Turtle.
Holy shit! No fucking way! You just said Yertle the turtle. I was literally going. This is what we share a fucking brain. I was literally gonna say Yertle the turtle. I was
There's no way.
literally going to say Yertle the
You're
turtle.
you're screwing with
I'm
me.
not screwing with you. That's the first thing that popped into my fucking head was Yertle, because you do Yertle the turtle and you make it like, I mean, to be fair, for people who don't know about Yertle the turtle is pretty much an allegory for Hitler. So, like in this political climate, it's like
Fascism for
no,
sure.
no, specifically Yertle is supposed to be Hitler. That's
Sure, but in my
oh yeah.
version,
In today's day
which
and
is
age,
like 2 or 3 years away from when it comes out,
yeah, yeah, right.
Yertle the Hurdle would absolutely have a like an orange toupee, an orange looking face, and look like a particular sitting
I'm not
president.
strictly against that, but also I'm like, let's take it back a little bit and let's combine a few characteristics and like let's make it an amalgamation of a bunch of people in that administration. But the point is, it'd be
Sure,
making
but
fun of a particular segment of people. Yes, absolutely.
yes.
Yes, and you make it and you make him wanting to be on top of turtles. You turn it into like a company or like he's the leader of a pond or something, and it's a metaphor. It's not literally he wants to be stacked on top of turtles. It is so
He wants to
perfect
be on
as
top of
a
them in terms of the corporate structure,
yeah. Or political structure. You know, you make him
or
like
what have
yeah,
you.
make it where
And
Yertle is the
for some
president of the
reason,
pond or something.
I kind of picture the turtle as like a combination between uh the pigeon from the Seagull movie.
Oh
How
yeah,
you
okay.
like me now? Kind of
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
combination between him, Donald Trump, and like a couple other people in the administration.
Yeah, absolutely.
That kind
Absolutely.
of energy.
I also kind of think you need to introduce this is one of those times where you would need to introduce a new character. And Yertle is the bad guy. He's the villain.
Well,
He's
yeah,
not the
I
main
mean, what I would
character.
do is I
It's about
would
taking
you'd
down
have
Yertle the turtle from the
you'd
top of the
have
turtle
you'd have
pile.
to have the underdog character.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
you'd have to have the character who is he's like the equivalent of the hot dog from the Sausage Party.
Yeah,
The main
yeah.
character
He's the one who's
character
got to
where
take
he's the
Yertle
one
off of the top of the turtles.
he's the one where if we were talking the original story, he's the turtle at the very bottom.
Yeah, the one who pushes him off the top of the turtles. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The one that's at the very bottom that everyone is piled on top of.
Yeah, he's got to push. He's got to dethrone Yertle from being the top of the turtles. That's what it's
Yeah,
about.
and save the
And
pond.
save the pond. Exactly. 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 Exactly.
Hollywood, I'll take my
Give me money, please, for my
I'll take
brilliant idea.
I'll take my idea money,
I'm
please.
just saying, if you're willing to pay me, I will. You can have that. That is a good look, man. If you're gonna make the Lorax, but make it so he's explicitly anti-environmentalist, you can make a Yertle the turtle. Come on, come on. I mean, they're making all the places you can go.
Huh,
Yeah, I
interesting.
think it has. I'm
Forgot
probably
about that.
completely wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure it has Darren Criss in it.
Uh,
I think.
Question is, who would play Yertle? Who could possibly fill that impossible role?
I, I'm I'm kind of thinking Dr. Ken Jeong, or Zach Galifianakis
Ooh,
would be good. He'd be a good one, or
okay.
someone really Weasley. Uh,
Is it weird that I picture him as John Oliver?
Brian or Paul something Hauser, the guy who's Stingray on Cobra
Did you
Kai.
hear me?
Who?
I said, is it weird that I picture him as John Oliver?
John Oliver would also be good. Just get John Oliver. John Oliver would be fun. He'd be
Um,
fun.
just something about that just sounds
That'd
fun
be
to me.
fun. That'd be fun. Yes, Hollywood, get on a Yertle the Turtle movie. We're pushing for now. Now they're going to announce a Yertle the Turtle movie, and we're both going to be like, "Holy shit!
Where's my cut?
Where's my money, Universal?" I'm pretty sure you're the ones who own the rights to the Doctor Zeus shit. No, no, I guess yeah, no, I think it is Universal. Pretty sure it's Universal that owns the rights because that they own Illumination. Anyway,
Um,
that was Horton Here's a
but
Who.
yeah, that's Horton Hears a Who and a little bit of bonus ideas for a Yertle the Hurdle movie.
Yertle the Turtle.
Yertle the Turtle movie,
Hurdle the
rather.
Yertle.
Hurdle the Yertle Turtle.
That's funny that we both went Yertle the Turtle. Next one. Jordan, have you heard
It's
of?
the easiest one.
Heard of? Have you seen Deaths to Smoochie?
No.
No. Have you heard of Death to
Uh,
Smoochie?
is Smoochie a dog?
Interesting. Okay, I could have sworn you knew about Death to Smoochie. So Death to Smoochie, roll the trailer. Assuming that this is a video. I don't know if it's going to be. Death to Smoochie. It's Robin Williams and it's the Hulk, Edward Norton. And Robin Williams is a children's entertainer. He's got a children's television show named Randy Rainbow, or I think they call him Randolph Rainbow. And while he gets busted in the middle of a bribery scandal and gets fired from his time slot, and he gets replaced by Smoochie the dinosaur, who is played by Edward Norton. And Smoochie is effectively Barney. That's basically what the character is. And Robin Williams hates him with a burning passion because
He's Barney.
well, because he stole his job, basically. And the description of the movie and all the marketing and the poster makes you think that it's a case of like Smoochie is like
Moochie Boochie.
It's all an act, and he's really a dick. And like the description of it on the streaming was Randy Randolph takes down this character. And that's what all the descriptions, and that's what I remember, because I remember when this movie came out, that's what all the marketing was it's Robin Williams versus Edward Norton, and we all hate Edward Norton, but that's not what the movie is. Like,
Do we all hate Edward Norton?
Well, that's what the movie wants you to kind of make you think, but that's not really what the movie is. The movie is Robin Williams is kind of barely in it. Like, he's not really in it a ton. He's less of a character and like more of just generally an obstacle. He kind of comes down to just kind of being a Looney Tune, like a cartoon character, where like most of the movie is about Edward Norton and how Edward Norton is trying to get into this children's entertainment business, and he's this pure chestnut of a person. He's a pure soul, and he's pure good, and he's the kind of person who he's basically Mr. Rogers, where everyone around him, they're awful, but by being close to him, they all become good over the course of the movie. So like one of the producers on the show is this awful shrew of a woman who like only sees the Smoochie character for how she can profit off of him, how she can make money off of him. And Smoochie wants to be the kind of character that is Barney, is inherent good, and teaches kids lessons and isn't commercial or about commercialism. She doesn't want that. And over the course of the movie, they become a couple, and he warms the dark cockles of her heart and makes her into a good person. He becomes friends with the Irish mob, basically. There's an Irish gangster lady who her cousin is a big fan of the Smoochie show, and he is punch drunk, basically. He's a former boxer that's been hit. He's basically Rocky. He's been hit in the head so many times that he's kind of slow. He's a huge fan of Smoochie. He loves Smoochie. And so over the course of the movie, they become intensely protective of...
Sorry, real quick. Part of your world, Broadway world, says Robin Williams was a much better actor, and if you say otherwise, you and I are going to have some words.
We talked about it. Yeah, probably. You're probably right.
We kind of tend to agree.
But so this boxer, he's a big fan of Smoochie. So these gangsters become very protective of him as the movie goes on.
Boochie.
And so he won't. They all of the people surrounding him all want him to do bad, basically. So like one of the people who surrounds him is corrupt agent played by Danny DeVito, who wants him to go work for this charity group, who is basically just using the charity group as a means to front money. They're trying to get him to do this ice show, which he refuses to do because he knows it's corrupt. And all while randomly throughout the movie, Robin Williams will just appear and attempt to attack him and then just kind of disappear. And it sort of all kind of culminates in all while he makes various attempts to try to take Smoochie down to get his time slot back. So at one point, he tricks Smoochie into going to a neo-Nazi rally and doing the show for this neo-Nazi rally. So it looks like Smoochie is a neo-Nazi. So he gets canceled and then kicked off the air. And they figure out that it's Robin Williams that has done this, and they send the Irish mob after him, and the Irish mob like beats the shit out of him. But the way they're beating the shit out of him is like he's a cartoon character. Like they're throwing him against the wall and it's making like springing noises. It's not terribly realistic. And it ends with one of the producers on the kids show is Jon Stewart, and they both work for the gangster who runs the charity organization. They're trying to kill Edward Norton, and they miss, and Edward Norton gets the gun and he's about to kill Danny DeVito, and the mob boss lady shows up. He's like, "Don't do it, Moochie. You're not like that. If you kill him, you'll become tainted, and you're the pure soul that you are will be." I'm doing a terrible Irish accent. Will be ruined, and you'll no longer be the pure, innocent soul that you. Let us take care of it. Let us take on this burden for you. And they take Danny DeVito away and presumably murder him.
Oh, Justin, if you want to be doing the Irish accent, you got to talk a little bit more like this.
That's a much better Irish accent. And my main issue with it is it's two movies. It's Robin Williams going after Moochie and being bitter towards Moochie, and it's Moochie trying to be a Mr. Rogers in a world that sees children's media as cutthroat and expendable. And it's these two movies, and they kind of conflict with each other. It ends ultimately with, spoiler alert, you know where this is going.
They're best friends?
Basically, yeah. Edward Norton saves him, and Robin Williams is finally swayed over to loving this guy. And he's like, "Oh, man, this guy's so hard to hate." And he's hanging out. He's like, "Hang out at my apartment." Because he's on the run. Because everyone thinks that he... The gangsters send... who run the evil charity organization, send some killers after Moochie because they want Moochie dead. And he brings on the Irish gangster's cousin as another character, Moochie. His cousin, Moochie. And they find Moochie and they kill him in the suit. And they think that the Robin Williams character did it. So Robin Williams is on the run from these people trying to hide out, basically. And so he's like, Edward Norton's like, "Go hang out at my place, hide there, we'll figure this out after I've done the show." So yeah, he's hanging out at his place, and he thinks that they're gonna kill him, and he goes to save the day, and it ends with them being friends or whatever. And it's honestly kind of sweet. But contemporarily, people said that this movie was bad. I don't think it's necessarily a bad movie. I do think that it does waste its premise, which is like, yeah, I do feel like kids movies, kids shows, I should say, and the seedy underbelly of how a kids show is run, and how it's you say it's for the kids, but ultimately it's not for the kids. It's the corporatization of it, and a person who is like a Mr. Rogers or Barney trying to navigate that harshness is not in and of itself a bad movie idea, and is interesting. And Edward Norton is really good in this. He's really good. He's a really sweet, kind-hearted character. I just think it doesn't mesh with the Robin Williams going after him like he's the Roadrunner. Like, basically, in this movie, he has a funny voice. It's a bad affectation of like a gruff Brooklyn guy is kind of what he's seemingly going for. But it kind of doesn't square with the movie that Robin Williams is in, where he's Wile E. Coyote and Smoochie is the Roadrunner. Like, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah? It's like
I think so.
Two separate movie ideas that conflict with each other.
Yeah.
Not a bad movie. This is an example of like another pass through on the screenplay. It probably would have been better. I don't think it's a bad movie. I just don't think it's an exceptional one. Not one of his worst ones. I did enjoy it. I had a good time. I honestly, for me, the standout of it to wrap up is really more Edward Norton than it is Robin Williams, and it's very strange because the marketing really makes you think that Robin Williams is in it more. So that maybe is his biggest fault. That's it. That's Death to Smoochie. Oh, I gotta warn you, Jordan. The next one's gonna be probably also dense.
Great. Okay. So,
But also
um,
there will be some audience participation. So
a number of the ones that I watched this week, um, Jim Carrey is not the main character. He is at best a side character and at worst a tertiary character. This one, he is mm, like in two scenes. And this is before Ace Ventura.
oh, okay, interesting.
So this is before anyone really knew who he was.
Is this
Um,
Canadian?
mm, no.
No, interesting.
This is Peggy Sue Got Married.
See, I've heard of this movie. I've heard of this movie. What's funny is of the ones on here that I didn't immediately know as being like iconic, I have heard of this movie. Weirdly enough, I don't know what it's about, but I know the title.
I'm gonna be honest, kind of found it boring.
I don't know what it's about either. Is it about Peggy
Uh,
Sue and how she gets married?
basically,
Is Jim
uh,
Carrey Peggy or Sue?
no.
Oh.
Um, basically, Peggy Sue is on the verge of divorce. She goes with her daughter to a high school reunion party, and then she's on stage or something because she won prom queen or whatever with this other guy who back in high school had been like a huge nerd. And then this is where I got lost in the weeds a bit and was a bit confused. I guess she faints on stage, and then when she wakes up, she's back in high school.
Wait,
Like
what?
in her senior year, she's transported back in time.
Oh, it's a time travel movie?
It's unclear whether it's a dream or whether it was real.
All
Or
right
at least,
then. Did
or at
not see
least
that coming.
I had a hard time staying focused enough
I
to be
gotta
able to
say, based
determine.
based on the title of alone, I would have assumed it was a comedy of errors about a wedding involving someone named Peggy Sue. Would not have
Um,
what is the title? Peggy Sue got married have to do with that premise?
well, the idea, I guess, is supposed to be what, like, while she's back. I wanna quickly skim through this.
Peggy Sue is the one who goes back in time, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, okay. Is it to prevent her from get herself from getting married?
Yeah, from what I'm reading and refreshing myself, I think the idea is basically when she goes back in time, um, she doesn't end up with the person who she ended up with because the idea is supposed to be that her life has been wasted. She got pregnant shortly after high school, got married, and then by the time of this prom, this not prom, by the time of this reunion, she's divorced with one kid. So I think
Oh,
the idea
it's
is
one of
supposed to be
those.
she goes back in time and changes her fate kind of
And
scenarios.
then she realizes that she likes her life because she likes her kid, and going back in time gets
No,
rid of her
from
kid.
what I understand, she falls in love with a guy named Charlie, who, fun fact, is played by Nicolas Cage.
Yes, that's why I've heard of this movie because Nicolas Cage is in it. Yes, 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 yes.
Uh, Nicolas Cage is in it. Jim Carrey is in it.
Wow, how
Uh,
young of a Nicolas Cage? I guess
young
he.
enough that
That is odd
he
that both
looks
him and
young.
Jim Carrey are in this. That is
Uh,
odd.
and this is before anyone really knew who Jim Carrey was, which is why. So the character that Jim Carrey plays is basically he was like a nerd, basically. Uh,
Oh,
and
okay.
so like you see him, the two scenes that you really see him that I stick out in my brain anyway, where you see him at the reunion as an adult, and then when she's back in high school, she sits down at one of the tables with her friends, and he's sitting at the table behind her, and they have like a brief
Wait.
interaction
So is this
where
like?
he's like high schooler.
So is this like a case of like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. No, that's not the right one. But is this a case of like she gets dumped into the body of her teenage self, or does she become her teenage self, or does she exist there and her
I'm not
teenage self is
sure.
also
I'm
there?
not sure what the difference is between those two scenarios. If her mind is in the body of her younger self, she is herself. It's not like the adult her goes back and runs into teenage herself.
Oh, okay. I guess that was my
Like
question.
she is in the body of her younger
Does her
self.
younger self not? Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense.
She is in the body of her. So she had lived her life up to that point, and then basically Peggy Sue wakes up in the body and takes over and
And
is
so
driving
her
driving the
appearance,
ship.
so her physical
And then
appearance is now.
presumably at the end of the movie disappears for younger Peggy Sue to then resume piloting the spaceship, as it were.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right.
Um, but she wakes up at the end and she's in the hospital, and the guy that she had been pursuing in the past is at her bedside, presumably now history having been
And
altered.
now wait, that's how the movie ends.
Mm.
So the kid doesn't exist anymore. So she just erased the kid from existence.
Peggy Sue awakens in the hospital back in 1985 with Charlie at her side. Charlie shows Peggy Sue the book Michael has written with dedication to Peggy Sue and A Starry Night, indicating that she possibly did travel back in time. Charlie deeply regrets his infidelity. Oh, I guess he is the same guy that she fell in love with. Peggy Sue recalls her grandfather saying, "It's your grandmother's strudel that kept this family together." So she invites Charlie to dinner and says, "I'll bake a strudel."
I understand.
So
Charlie's.
I guess the idea is that she still ended up making the same choices that she did the first time.
All right.
I guess.
All right.
I don't know. It was one of those ones where it was it didn't pass the phone test.
Fair enough.
And it's just weird seeing early days Jim Carrey. And like he's not doing like Jim Carrey shtick.
He's just a regular
He's not
dude.
he's just a regular actor.
That's always weird for me.
Because obviously I think this is like 1986. I think he's primarily on the Tracy Ullman show or whatever, his early days.
He was on In Living Color.
That was it. That was it.
Yeah.
So I think he's still mid doing that at the time.
This might actually be before that.
Um, all I know is that, yeah, no, this was I don't know if it's the earliest
It's
thing
not. The first movie he ever did was a movie called
that
Rubber
no, I mean
Face.
that I watched this week.
Oh.
Um, I don't know if it's
I definitely watched the
the
first movie.
earliest thing that I watched with him, but no, there's one thing that I watched that came before this.
Okay.
But that's Peggy Sue got married.
Okay, Jordan. So, Jordan, number one thing before we go into this movie, there's a huge preamble that's got to happen here because the reasons that'll become apparent in a minute. Number one, first thing, this movie came out in 2006. This movie came out in 2006. Big important thing you got to remember. Now, Jordan, I need you to stay with me on this. I need you to follow me on this, and I need you to stop me when any of this sounds familiar. Okay? There's a man. He's an entertainer. This entertainer is fed up with the system and is saying that the system is rigged, that really it's just two sides of the same coin. Democrats, Republicans, doesn't matter. And this man, this entertainer, stands outside of the system and is the only one who could save you from the system and change the system. And he runs for president. And nobody thinks, Jordan, you're not stopping me. Nobody thinks that this entertainer...
Stop. You need to stop. For the love of God, stop right now.
Jordan, this entertainer runs for president, and amongst all odds against him, manages to become president.
Wow, that sounds familiar.
And he becomes president, and several people said, I voted for you, and I didn't vote because I didn't think there was ever a chance in hell that you would become president.
When did this come out? 2006?
Remember how I said it came out in 2006?
so did a time traveler go back in time and work on
10
this?
years, Jordan. 10 years before Trump. 2 years before Obama. Man of the Year comes out. This is Man of the Year.
Time traveler? Time
Where
traveler went back.
Robin Williams, Jordan, plays a man who is the host of a comedy news show.
Is
Co-
is this your way of telling me
a,
you have a time machine?
a line in this movie, Jordan, in 2006 is that a person says, I don't trust my news from anyone else. Everyone trusts their news from Jon Stewart, Bill Maher, and I say other names too, but the notable ones are Jon Stewart and Bill Maher.
Jay Leno,
2000, and I think Jay Leno is maybe one of them.
probably one of the ones.
2006, Jordan. They're like, we only trust our news coming from news comedians. And so he is on there, and what's interesting, there's so many interesting things about this movie. Robin Williams does a lot of Jon Stewart, John Oliver style monologues in this on his comedy show. And what's interesting is a lot of the bits he does went on to be in later comedy specials. Like there's a bit he does where he's talking about the GPS. I'm gonna make this is gonna be a YouTube video, so I'll cut it in if I can find it. But where he does the bit where he's like, now the GPS I don't like it that the GPS is giving me instructions. It's like, take a left turn. I don't want to do that. Take a left turn here. This is a bridge. Take a left turn. I don't want to do that. Not really feeling suicidal here. Really, Robin? Really, Robin? I saw Bicentennial Man. Shut up. And you don't want it when the equipment is talking to itself. You don't want it where you go to the fridge and you're like, one ice cream bar, please. No, Robin. One ice cream bar, please. No, Robin. I've been talking to the scale. Your ass is huge. Your ass is huge. All of that shit's in this movie. It's really kind of weird. There's a bunch of jokes he did because all of the comedy bits he did when he was doing comedy was all improvised, like typical rock. And you can tell when it's improvised because Robin Williams has a particular style of improvising, and you can always tell when he's improvising. And so much of this went on to be in stand-up. It's in future stand-up he did. In future stand-up specials he did. What came first,
the chicken or the egg?
It's really strange. Yeah, it's very strange. And so, anyway. So, the part I meant to leave out, I left out, sorry, was, so he becomes president. This entertainer becomes president, and it looks like he might not actually be president because there's something wrong with the voting machines. The electronic voting machines. A big part of the plot of this movie is there is a glitch with the electronic voting machines that makes it so he is not actually president.
So it's at this juncture.
Jordan, does it sound eerie? Does it sound fucking eerie?
It's at this juncture that I have to wonder if current sitting president has been playing this expert game where he saw this movie years ago and was like, oh my God, that's the perfect strategy.
Well, I mean, it's not because of how the glitch. Initially, they don't reveal. They just say there's a glitch, and they don't tell you how it works. So no,
sure, but he took the general outline, and it
was eerie. So much of this movie is fucking creepy, Jordan. It's so creepy because it's so accurate.
We always said that he wasn't clever or smart enough to come up with any of his stuff on his own.
He took it from a movie.
Maybe he saw this movie.
I mean, certainly John Oliver or Jon Stewart could, but like the big difference is he's not a reality star. He's a Jon Stewart style political comedian.
You've altered a few of the details. You change who it's about. Donald Trump suddenly has an action plan.
This movie is literally. What if Donald Trump? It's literally. What if we are in a different universe where Donald Trump becomes president, realizes he isn't supposed to be president? What if Donald Trump was a good guy, realized that he wasn't supposed to be president, and stood down? like there's so much of this.
That is fiction.
Where he's just a really nice, charismatic guy, and he discovers. So the glitch is basically that when people vote using these machines, it gives the vote to whoever has the alphabetical. It's ordered alphabetically. So because his name had the letters B in it instead of C. He whenever they voted for the one president, the one guy, it gave him the vote. So it allowed him to win 13 states and win in the electoral college and become president. But he finds out this glitch and he's like, I'm not actually president, and he steps down on the Weekend Update. There's a big moment where he's on the Weekend Update and he's basically saying what happened, and Tina Fey and Amy Poehler are like, yeah, we don't normally break news on this show. We normally make jokes about it. Also, the two candidates who are running for president are President Kellogg's and Senator Mills. That was funny.
Subtle.
That was subtle. At one point, Lewis Black says, in a moment that is utterly eerie, says he has a monologue where he's like, well, when you put television works like this, you put the guy who is the Nazi, you put him on stage, and then you have the guy debate him, and by having the guy debate him on television, it makes the Nazi seem reasonable. And I'm like, oh my god, that's like today's political discourse in a fucking nutshell. We ignored this. We ignored this and we did just that. And it happened. It made them seem reasonable, and now they're in the White House. Like it's wild. It's crazy. Like this movie, you read about this movie, right? And you read the reviews of it, and it's like, oh, the premise of what if the comedian ran for president is cute and novel until it decides to be this political conspiracy, which it becomes because the company that owns the voting machines want to insist that the voting machines are working, so they try to kill everyone or like frame them, or like there's a female love interest in this. They make it look like she's an alcoholic who's crazy, in order to maintain that the voting machines are working. They even come out and they're like, oh, they even do a press conference where they're like, we checked the voting machines and they're utterly secure, and this is the most secure an election has ever been. And it was like, whoa, this is fucking eerie. It's really fucking eerie. And you know what? You're right. Maybe somebody did get the idea to attack the voting machines based on this fucking movie. Like, and it's such an
Now
unknown,
you want to talk conspiracies. I'm not going to say that that's true.
Fucking
but
wild. I mean, ultimately it ends with he does, and it's so weird because there's so many points in the movie where they're like, he's such a good guy. He's such a nice guy that they're like, oh, well, maybe it's better if we don't say anything because maybe you should be president. What does it matter what the actual results are, what the truth is? You're the guy who would probably be a better president because you're outside the system, because you don't think in the binary, because you have these alternative ideas of how to run things.
You're
right?
so different from the normal.
You don't fit the mold of the typical politician. And it's like, oh my god, we did this. 10 years from now, we did this.
No, I will not
We
be
as a
lumped into the we.
We as a society.
America did this.
We as a people. We as humans did this. And it's always wild to me when you get a movie that predicts real life to such a creepy level. Like, there were so many points where I was uncomfortable with how creepily accurate and prophetic, I'm pretty sure I used that word right, this movie was. And
prophetic?
Prophetic? Yeah.
Prophetic?
I remember when that movie came out, and I remember being bummed out that the back half was this voting machine nonsense. But in retrospect, it's like, holy shit.
It's eerily accurate.
Eerily accurate. Creepy. Like, it was creepy. That's it. That's Man of the Year. Everyone who is into politics should watch it. Because not only because it's funny, but because of how creepy and accurate it is. You should check it out. I think it's on Crave. For free. Man of the Year.
So
it gets less dense from here for a little while. Don't worry.
My last rapid fire is a movie called High Strung.
Wait, how do you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How is this your last rapid fire? Oh, because I went first.
You went first.
I went first, so I end the rapid fires even though I went first? How did that work?
Or you have more than 5.
Oh shit! I do have more than 5.
Cut one.
Oh, how did that happen?
Don't know. Anyways, High Strung. Came out in 1992. And it is another one where it's not so much specifically a Jim Carrey movie. Jim Carrey does a uncredited role, cameo,
No, high
whatever you want to
five.
call it.
Sorry, I'm just like, don't you normally when you go first? Don't you normally end the rapid fires when you go first?
I don't know. It's been a while since I've done it.
And then anyway, yeah. Anyway,
Hold on, let me look.
are you sure you don't have one more rapid fire? Are you?
I did The Mask. I did Horton Hears a Who. That's 2. I did Peggy Sue Got Married.
That's 3. This should be 4.
This is 4. This is High Strung. This is 4.
So you should have one more rapid fire.
Hold on. Where's my list? Why am I doing this the hard way? Where's my actual concrete list?
Sorry,
I wouldn't
folks.
have I wouldn't have been sad if we cut one.
That's okay. Yeah, it's okay if we end up cutting one.
After the length of last week. Wouldn't have been
Hey, we're
heartbroken.
making good time here, ish.
Oh, that's why. Apparently I didn't open Kick-Ass 2. I also have
Oh,
Kick-Ass
okay.
2.
Okay, that makes more sense. See, I don't want you to cut that one. I actually want to talk about Kick-Ass 2. That's the one I
Sorry,
don't want you to cut.
let's open that.
Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, continue. I apologize for disrupting you.
Sorry.
You know, it's like I was like, that doesn't make any sense. You never end rapid fires when you go first. The math wasn't mathing.
I don't know how that happened. Anyways,
Anyway,
High Strung.
high strung. Continuing on.
Came out in 1992, so it's shortly before Ace Ventura.
Yeah,
Um,
he might be on In Living Color by this point.
I think so.
I think he might be.
Because as I understand it, the guy who stars in this was a writer on In Living Color,
Yeah, that
and
makes
the
sense
reason
then.
why Jim Carrey appears in this at the end in a cameo role is because he agreed to do it as a favor for the guy who is
Oh,
the
then
main actor, who
yeah,
I think is also the. No,
one
he's
of
not the writer.
one
No,
of
he
the
is the writer.
one of the Wayans brothers.
Steve Odekirk.
Oh, Steve Odenkirk is in this. Oh, interesting.
Oedekerk.
Any,
Odekirk.
oh no, so I'm thinking of Bob Odenkirk, not Odenkirk like Saul, but
No, no, not Saul. Steve Oedekerk.
oh, okay,
He's
different.
primarily a writer and a director. He's been in a handful of I was looking at his filmography earlier. He's been in a handful of things as an actor. He's been in 6 things as an actor.
So he wrote and directed
Um,
this.
but he has written a lot of things. He was a director and writer on Ace Ventura: When Nature Calls. Uh,
Oh,
he was a
interesting.
writer on The Nutty Professor. He was
Really?
a writer and a producer, co-producer on Patch
So he's
Adams.
coming back later today.
Uh, he was a writer and producer on Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius.
Really? Really?
Writer on Bruce Almighty. Writer on Evan Almighty. Director, writer, and producer on Barnyard.
So he's worked with Jim. Really? He's worked
He's
with
worked with Jim Carrey a
He's
lot.
worked with Jim
Is
Carrey a
the
lot.
point?
Wow.
Um, and this was early
So
days.
he must be.
So
I'm guessing he must be a reason why Jim Carrey picks his projects. Like he must be like, oh, I know this guy. He must bring it to Jim Carrey. Hey Jim, I've got a script for you. And
I
I
could believe it.
guarantee you Jim Carrey's the kind of actor where I guarantee you he auditioned for none of those projects.
Oh no, probably
Steve
not.
probably just brought it to
Um,
him. Here's a
so
script I'm working on.
in this instance, he Jim Carrey agreed to do it because Jim
So is this one of this guy's?
or Steve rather asked.
Is this one of his the Steve's first movies? Because it sounds like he goes on to be a fairly prolific writer and director in Hollywood. I've never heard of his name. I know I sounded like I did because I thought he was Bob Odenkirk when you said it,
Uh,
but I don't.
So in terms of acting, like actual acting as an actor, this was the third movie that he did.
I'm as a writer
In
and director.
terms, let me finish. I'm getting there. In terms of a writer and director, the first thing that he wrote and direct was also the first thing he acted in, which was Smart Alex.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so but
Um,
is this one of the first things he did?
then he wrote for High Strung, which
So this
he
is
acted in for this, which is the
second thing.
second thing
Interesting.
third thing he acted in, second thing he wrote.
Interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
And then from here, his career, his next thing that he writes and directs, his career takes off, and he does Ace Ventura: When Nature Calls.
I mean, depending on who you talk to, that is not your career taking off. I guess it.
In terms of him, it is.
I guess it
As
is.
a writer, it
It
is.
depends on how well Ace Ventura, when Nature Calls did. Because
Anyways,
to be well, we'll get to Ace Ventura when Nature calls, but
yeah,
that movie
when
was
I do that movie, we'll talk about that movie.
pretty critically panned.
But this one, so basically, he's a cartoonist for children books, or yeah, cartoonist or writer. I think he's a writer for children's books. But this is like an independent movie,
Yeah, it
so
had
like
that vibe.
you know, not $400,000 budget,
Yup, no
um,
money.
and not a lot in terms of what actually goes on. So most of what this movie involves is uh the main character yelling at the camera about how he hates things and how they're stupid
This doesn't.
and how he would rather die.
Are they at least insightful?
Yeah, some of them.
Okay.
Um, and you have the characters that you see in this movie are really just like as he's yelling at people, they're there for him to yell at, so they don't really do a lot, except for like two or three of the characters who actually have speaking
I
lines.
mean, yeah.
Um,
When the minute you say it's an independent film, that just makes sense.
um, that being said, aside from Jim Carrey, there is one other name here that I know you'll recognize who has a small cameo.
Who's that?
Kirsten Dunst.
Really?
She has a small cameo appearance.
Really?
She's young, and I didn't realize
Yeah. Wait,
she was in it.
is this? Okay.
She's Thane's daughter.
I'm gonna Google this because I'm curious. It's a Kirsten Dunst, right?
Yeah, Kirsten
What year
Dunst.
did you say this came out?
92.
92. Oh yeah, so this is definitely. Really? Did you know that Kirsten Dunst was married to um the guy who plays Jack on Breaking Bad?
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's in the movie
Um,
Civil War as a favor to her.
um,
Sorry,
and
go on.
so, yeah, over the course of this movie, he says how he'd rather be dead, he'd rather be dead, and he keeps getting visions of like and phone calls and stuff, from this creepy voice. Um, he gets messages by phone, by mail, about 8 o'clock. And then 8 o'clock rolls around, and he gets a knock on the door, and he's greeted by a limo driver. And when he enters the limo,
Hmm.
the driver, who is Jim Carrey, and is creepy, and he does this creepy like where he's like, and like this creepy Jim Carrey smile, which is just perfect. Greets him, and he reveals himself to be Death, and he tells the character that uh the character Furrows has met his quota of saying, "I wish I were dead," and must die. And then Furrows begins to complain about the absurdity of the rule, and complains about the oh, if you were gonna do this, like what happened to there being like a light at the end of the tunnel? Why am I in this creepy limousine? Like, oh, complain until Death, unable to scare him into compliance, returns him to his body. And then like the movie like ends or whatever, and then we get this like short end credit scene, epilogue scene, where Death is stopping the limo in a dark space, looking at the heavens, and basically says to God, like, "Yeah, I know, I was supposed to take him, but like, he's the fucking worst.
He's the
He's the
absolute
fucking
worst.
worst, and I couldn't. I just couldn't, man. And you know what? I'm not going back for him." Basically, supposed to like imply that because Furrows complained so much, he is now functionally immortal.
Also,
And that's the movie.
I looked it up because I was curious. Kirsten Dunst, when did she do Jumanji? And so she did this in 1991, as you said, and Jumanji is 1995. And she was like a teenager in Jumanji.
She was like 11, I think, or 12 in
I'm
Jumanji.
pretty sure she was at least 13 or
She's supposed to
14.
be a kid.
Yeah. So yeah. I know that.
I can't speak for the actual like how old she as a person was, but like the character, pretty sure she's supposed to be like 12.
That makes sense. I mean, I know that she did Interview with a Vampire where she was an adult and did things that were inappropriate for her age. Anyway,
That was an unnecessary thing to mention, but so
it's
yeah,
just
no, this
it's in the
movie
middle
apparently
of
this
Jumanji in this
movie
movie.
this movie apparently didn't have a DVD release,
That makes sense.
apparently.
I mean, it's a low pundit, a low budget independent
Um
film. That makes sense.
it's got a strong cult fan base though.
Yeah, it strikes me as one of those movies. I mean,
But apparently, the big deal with Jim Carrey, to wrap this one up, big deal with Jim Carrey is apparently he did it as a favor to Odenberg or whatever, Steve Odenkirk. But the big thing was he was like, you can't credit me, you can't put me on any of the marketing. I don't want you to use me to sell this. I'm doing this as a favor to you. I want like no recognition basically. And apparently they still used him in a lot of the promotion.
shame, shame. Jordan, is that it?
That's high strung. He was definitely high
Incredibly
strung.
high strung. Speaking of being high strung, Jordan, I'm really nailing the transitions and the segues today. They're all perfect. No notes on any of them. I don't have much on this next one, Jordan, because I think we talked about this before. I'm pretty sure. I think we did. I don't. RV.
Good movie.
Did we talk about RV before?
I think I might have done it before.
Um,
Um, but I like that movie a lot.
I got one of my favorite like, one of my favorite lines is Robin Williams at the end being like, "If you ever want to learn something about yourself, just put your family in an RV and just drive." I think that can really be said about any vehicle. Just put them in a
I mean,
vehicle and just
it's
drive.
as a person who's gone on an RV trip with his family, I could say, yeah, oh boy, yeah, you learn a lot about each other.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, the first time we watched this, we were about to go on an RV trip, and it definitely makes it extra funny. There's so much like we have family who I have family who definitely, if they haven't seen this movie, should like more than anything. There's moments in this movie that knowing people who travel in a trailer, like the bit where he's trying to empty the tank. And the
Your first mistake was listening to Rod and Todd here.
yeah, friggin' frack here, and it's like they're not the ones covered in fecal matter. Fair enough.
I it's one of those movies too, where because I got to give this movie credit, where music makes a scene.
Oh, absolutely. The
So
score of this movie's so great.
so
The background, the chorus of the guy being like,
yeah, I was just gonna say,
punctuates
it just
so many jokes.
punctuates it so much so well. Like the oh my God, it was one of the first times where like I really appreciated how much music can add to a movie.
What's funny about Robin Williams? There's so many of my other favorite, like a lot of moments I could shout out that I love. Another one of my favorites is I have to go to the job interview, or I lose a job and we lose a lifestyle. When he walks into the water and there's just a beat, and then he rides the bike out of the
Yeah.
water, and
Where he's like a do, and he walks in.
it makes no sense. Like, how did he get the bike attached? How did he get it on the ground? How did he ride it out of the water? Like, don't think about it. It's funny.
Oh, so good.
Or if you don't name,
I
like,
need a special bike because my hips don't align.
now my children know that. Thank you, Lola. Everyone's named their GPS. Everyone has. Everyone's named their GPS and
I
yelled
mean,
at it, even though it can't respond.
I have specifically because of this movie.
Right? Thank you, Lola.
Every time I do it, it's a reference back to this movie.
Right. My favorite bit was
Um,
we went on a road trip once and we just kept changing the name.
thank you, Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy. The names changed every single time. I mean, there are lots of people that are great in this.
Good to know, Marilyn.
Will Arnett also funny in this. I
Uh,
love. No, I don't often have nice things to say about Cheryl Hines because she's also awful, but she's also funny in this. Blow it out, GTO. Yeah, the characters of the Gornikis, who are just decent people, and you're like, what do they like about us? We're not even that appealing.
We're not even that appealing.
I love how like in every situation, the movie doesn't even pretend that Robin Williams' family are the bad guys. Like they're the awful ones, and the movie doesn't hide that. And
it doesn't hide that. It's like they're like we're not good neighbors. Why do they want to be our friends?
Right. Why do they want to hang out with us? We're not good people. Yeah, funny.
And
funny
you know,
movie.
it's funny
Enjoyable
because
movie. Funny movie.
I think this movie is also part of why I love We're the Millers, is because it really harkens back to this
I can see why
movie.
you would say that. Robin Williams does a really great job of like, I guess there's certain actors who they have kids, but just on screen they don't do being like Jason Bateman is an example of like I know he has kids, but whenever he's a dad on screen, I don't buy it. It's weird. There's certain actors that are just like that. Where I'm like, I know in real life he has a son, an 8-year-old son, but I'm just not buying him as a parent of an 8-year-old. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. But Robin Williams,
Robin Williams is not one of those characters.
He's not one of those characters.
He's a person. He's a person where he has kids, and that reads.
Yeah.
It read in Mrs. Doubtfire. It reads here.
Right.
It reads in pretty much any movie where he's supposed to be a dad.
What's funny?
He's got that dad energy.
It's the little stuff like the small moments between him and the son and him and the daughter, that are like he's good at doing the dad stuff, and the dad
shtick, as it were.
And it's working. It's working for me. But this is very much family schlock. Like it is
absolutely in the best way.
Right. It is. You do this movie. You're doing the family movie because you need the paycheck. Like this reminds me of Old Dogs. This is your paycheck movie. Like it reminds me of Old Dogs in the sense that he's showing up. He's just. But Robin Williams is really good at like elevating. But he's showing up. He's just doing the work, but he's elevating it, and he's bringing.
Oh, absolutely.
His
this is an example of
like.
This is an example of. If this movie, if I looked at this movie just objectively as a script, and removed the attached actors, not just Robin Williams, but some of the other ones as well. If I just look at this as a script, it's a C script.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's nothing remarkable about
it. But the actors that you cast in it absolutely elevate it. Yeah. No, and again, not just Robin Williams, but the Gornikis as well.
Yeah,
they elevate it. I think the wife brings something to it. I think all of the actors bring something to it.
I think they all do. Yeah,
and it comes together and makes a movie which takes a C-level script and brings it up to a solid B+ movie.
All the funniest stuff with Robin Williams in this,
maybe even an A-.
In my opinion, is
if I'm being generous.
All the best stuff with Robin Williams in this, if I'm being honest, at least all my favorite moments are all the low energy moments. Like I love the bit where he's like. I love all the bits where he just looks defeated, when he's taking the devil's pass back and he's doing the bouncing on the windshield and he's just like, this is.
I call that a high energy moment. That's where I was going to use that as an example of a high energy one.
Nah, to me that's or like when like one of my all-time favorite moments, because it's just so relatable, is where he gets woken up after being up all night and he's in the car, he's trying to put the seatbelt on, and you can tell
that's a low energy moment.
It's a real that was a real like actual. There's no way that wasn't real. Where he went to put the thing on, it gets stuck, and like again, we've all fucking been there. It's happened to me so. And I'm like 3 a.m. and I'm trying to like.
You've just fallen asleep, and your wife is like ready to get up, and you're like, yeah.
No, not that moment. The moment for me, it's when he goes to.
No, I know. I'm saying I love that moment. Too.
Oh, I know. But I've been there with the seatbelt where I'm like, going to doesn't work. Like,
oh yeah.
I've been there. I've been there so many times. So funny, so good. But yeah, I love this movie. It's a great movie, fun movie, enjoyable movie. I've seen it like 5 times and I'll never get tired of it. Easy, nice, easy hour and 40-minute watch. Didn't feel overly long. None of these really
Okay.
did. Most of these were around an hour and a half. Only one of them felt kind of long.
Yeah, most of them were fine. The Peggy Sue got married. That one felt long. Um, but okay, all right, okay.
Now,
Um,
final rapid
now
fire.
we got the final rapid fire, which is Kick-Ass 2.
I like this movie.
So for those who need a brief brush up of the first one, which I didn't watch this week, but boy, his sense or his body can't feel pain. Boy has bright idea to be superhero. Also, there's little girl and Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage dies. They murder McLovin's dad.
I
There,
mean,
there we
is
go.
it a murder? I
We've
mean,
we've summarized the first one.
the morality I would say is
It was
dubious
a
at best.
premeditated murder. They made a plan. They went there. They
I
killed
mean,
him. He's no longer alive.
technically
It's a
speaking,
it's a murder.
technically speaking, he killed her dad. So like, I'm just,
Just because it's revenge doesn't mean it's not murder. It was premeditated
I
murder,
mean,
Justin.
I'm having trouble arguing against the fact that it's not murder.
You
But
know, if you took it to court, Justin, and they weren't, and she wasn't children, they weren't children,
man, yeah.
they would get life in prison.
Yeah,
Um,
the number one thing
anyways,
I remember about this movie is that obviously we're gonna talk about the Jim Carrey stuff, but oh boy, there's the Jim Carrey stuff. But from my basic recollection, isn't this movie? It's been a while since I've seen it, but isn't this movie a parade of sadness for like a bunch of it?
that is not an inaccurate description.
That's the back half of it.
Um,
Like, spoiler alert if you haven't seen this movie, but his dad dies, right? If I remember correctly.
oh yes, yeah. So we'll get there. We're gonna briefly we'll talk about the first half of this movie, which is supposed to set up the tragedy
I
that
mean,
is the
it's
latter
better than the
half.
comic. That much I could say. Talk about
That's fair.
talk about how bad
But
the
the
comic is.
that's fair. But so the first half is basically supposed to set up that he after the events of the first one, Kick-Ass has stopped doing the superhero thing.
Yes, yes, he has.
But Mindy keeps training, and
Because his dad
she
asked him to
has.
stop. I believe is the reasoning.
Yeah, I don't remember, but either way, he isn't currently doing it. Mindy is still training, but Mindy's uh, I don't know, not adoptive dad,
Foster.
guardian. That's the word I'm looking
Adoptive
for.
dad is probably also reasonably close
Um,
to what the
anyways,
relationship is.
is trying to get her to be a kid
Stop being a superhero.
and not do the superhero thing. And so that comes into conflict and stuff. But so then Kick-Ass is like, okay, I actually want to be a superhero again. And because he has inspired a wave of new people to go out and be superheroes, which definitely won't have any
You know
consequences.
what's really funny about that is like, for the most part, that's a real thing. Like there are actual like
Oh yeah,
contingents of
what they do, like what they're doing, where they're going out and they're doing small scale things, where like they're helping
old ladies cross the
litter
street
old
and
ladies across the
yeah,
street and stuff like
that
that
is
while
very
wearing
much a real thing.
costumes. So yeah, some people do that.
Yeah.
Um,
There's
but
a group of them from Seattle that when this movie came out, they interviewed a bunch of them, and the whole thing was like real life superheroes, and it was like, yeah, we don't like fight people with guns or anything, but yeah, they do technically exist. It's a real thing.
um, and I mean, honestly, if it wasn't for the psychopathic, crazy McLovin, um, everything was going pretty well.
Yeah, pretty
You
well.
know,
Yeah, yeah,
they were doing good, and they were helping the city. And Kick-Ass was getting laid as a result.
yeah.
Um,
He is with. Isn't the character's name Night Bitch?
Night Bitch.
Yeah, yeah. That's again way worse in the comics.
Yes, yes, it is. Um, we're not talking about the comics. We're talking about the movie. We will briefly acknowledge it when we get to the appropriate point. So yeah, Night McLovin, who takes the villain mantle, motherfucker,
The motherfucker.
um, whatever. while wearing his mother's bondage gear.
Yeah, S&M
Um,
shit.
uh, he swears bloody fucking vengeance on Kick-Ass and all that he believes in, and starts using his money to amass an army of supervillain, quote unquote
Including Ass
supervillains.
Kick, who's just kick
Y-
ass.
Yeah,
Kick
yeah,
ass's arch nemesis, Ass Kick.
that's a thing. And so it's about at that point where the movie takes its twist because things have been going too well for Kick-Ass, and motherfucker starts systematically going after the people that Kick-Ass cares about, starting with Night Bitch and ending with his father, who he murders.
Yep.
Um,
Most
he
of the superheroes get killed, and it's bloody and awful.
he pays
Mother Russia.
uh no, not Mother Russia is not the one that kills his dad. In prison, there's two guys that he's like our boss wants us to take a picture with you, and then Kick-Ass gets the picture, and his dad has been hung and beaten to a bloody pulp in prison.
It's
Um,
unpleasant.
and it's yeah, it's a lot, man. For a movie that like I would argue the first one doesn't quite get this bad.
No.
Um, in severity, you know. But and so ultimately, long story short, they beat motherfucker, and
I tried to tell motherfucker.
it doesn't matter. It truly, truly doesn't matter. Um, they beat him, and
They
he
break him,
dies
and they watch
in
his
a
last defenses fall.
that he dies in a bloody shark tank,
He does. Yeah, he does.
and well, the movie ends with Kick-Ass, the person, the dude, being like, "I've realized, blah blah blah, that he needs to." Oh, apparently, in a post-credit scene, Chris survived the shark attack.
Yes, yes, he does.
I didn't watch the
They were
post-credit
gonna
scene.
make. Apparently, they're still gonna make
I
Kick-Ass 3.
apparently
But
apparently forgot. But so yeah, Dave has accepted the responsibility of being the superhero because Mindy has gone off to avoid police and all that. Oh, after she kisses him, which is weird because she's like 15 and
it's weird.
he's like graduated
Yeah, Jim
or about to
Carrey
graduate high school
is
or
a
whatever.
parody of Captain America, basically, who beats people in the brain with a baseball bat.
I would have interpreted it as he is a cross between Captain America and Punisher,
That's also
personally.
yeah. Oh yeah. He's also got the Punisher in there. He's got the dog. The dog just chomped your balls, and
Schmaltz.
very yeah Schwartz. Very famously, right before this movie came out, he refused to promote it because of all the gun because it
Because there
it
had been a bunch of gun tragedies in schools,
because
and
it
he thought that this movie glorified it.
glorified gun violence, which it doesn't really. But that effectively killed his career in Hollywood. This was the last movie he made for like years, pretty well. I'm pretty sure it was this, and then he didn't really do
Um,
anything until he did like one cameo.
let's see.
He did like one. He did like a cameo in Anchorman, and then I'm pretty sure it's nothing until the Sonic movie. Although I could be wrong, because the gay movie might be in there. So I might be wrong about that, but
La, la, la,
I'm pretty
la,
positive
la,
this like more or less killed his career in Hollywood,
la, da, 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 da,
or at least put a
da.
major wrench in it.
Okay, you got Kick-Ass 2 in 2013. Same year, he has an uncredited cameo in Anchorman 2.
Yeah,
Then 2014, he does Dumb and Dumber 2.
right.
Then he does The Bad Batch, Dark Crimes, and then it's Sonic.
So yeah, so he does Dumb and Dumber 2, which was supposed to be Jim Carrey's back, and then that bombed horribly, and then yeah, nothing till Sonic.
The Bad Batch, Dark Crimes,
Doesn't
and then
count.
Sonic.
That doesn't count.
I
But
mean, those are two movies that he's in. So he has done two things, and then he comes
isn't
back for
isn't
Sonic.
the Bad Batch the story? The Star Wars show?
No, it's a 2016 American dystopian thriller film.
Oh,
Film is about a young woman exiled to a desert where she is attacked by a group of cannibals, led by a person called Miami Man, Jason Momoa. barely escaping alive to a bizarre settlement run by a charismatic leader, Keanu Reeves.
Oh, all right then.
And
This is.
then Dark Crimes was a crime drama film.
Huh. Interesting. All
True
right then.
true
But
crime
it more or less
something.
killed his career. Like he had like 2 movies and then he did Sonic. So like it more or less killed his career because he refused to promote it. And Hollywood doesn't take kindly to people who. So within the system itself, he probably deemed himself difficult.
Probably. But also, um, I don't know how to say this. He's so not Jim Carrey in this movie
Yeah, it was a very weird
that
and like it was one of
I
those
can
things where it was
see why
so
he
performative.
didn't like it.
Like his decision to not promote it was so performative. It wasn't genuine, and it made him look like an asshole, which is just typical Jim Carrey. Um,
Apparently, this was based on book 2 and book 3 of Kick-Ass,
yes,
the Dave Lazuski years.
yes. In the comics, you remember in like one of the key different. There's a bunch of differences, but one of the key ones is the point in the first movie where he reveals that he's not actually gay, and she's all like into it in the movie.
Yes,
In the comic, she freaks out and like slaps him in the face and then dumps him.
sounds accurate.
And so then when they go after her in the book, you haven't seen her for like the entirety of the rest of the book. So her coming back is kind of a big thing. And that's why it, yeah, happens to her. It's bad. It's bad comic. Don't read Kick-Ass 2. It's not very good. The movie's
But
better.
I will say,
The movie's also not very good.
but I will say, this movie does have the hilarious scene of Hit Girl Mindy, whatever, trying to live a normal life, being in high school. The girl's trying to bully her, and her using her magic throw up shit stick.
That was funny. That is fun.
Oh,
See,
that scene's hilarious.
this is one of those times where I remember watching this in theaters, and I remember coming out of it being like, "This is okay. Like, it's not great, but I would still watch more of this."
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you continue it,
I mean, they did.
but
there's Kick-Ass 3 very much exists.
no, I mean in the movie.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what Kick-Ass
Like
3 the
without
comic
it
is
just
about.
feeling like a rehash
I
of
don't know.
this one. Like what? Motherfucker comes back again
I
and causes more
I
trouble
don't
again.
know. Kick-Ass is Mark Millar in that whole universe is where like I know that there's a off the back of this they made a Hit Girl comic, a Hit Girl specific comic. They made a um they made Kick-Ass 3 and then they did a reboot which was they redid it, but it was part of basically I think it's called the Mark Millar verse. I can't remember what it's called, but Mark Millar, the guy who wrote Kick-Ass, has his own universe, his own extended universe, and
Hmm,
Kick-Ass and Wanted are part of it.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
Wanted? You don't remember the movie Wanted with James McAvoy where they curve the bullets?
I never watched it.
It's got Angelina Jolie in it.
I never watched it.
Yeah, but you're familiar
I
with it.
know of it, but I'm
Yeah,
not enough to know any of the
yeah.
characters, any of the settings, or anything that happens in it to know what it means for it to be part of the Kick-Ass universe.
It's about a League of Assassins. But yeah, all those universes are. So they did a reboot where they did it over again from the beginning, and it was more connected as part of that larger universe. So that
Cool.
allegedly they're making a Kick-Ass reboot movie. Like there's going to be at one point I heard they were going to make an animated movie. At one point they were going to do a new movie that was based on the new reboot. There was a point where they were going to do Kick-Ass 3. Apparently Matthew Vaughn was going to be involved in Kick-Ass 3.
So if you could reboot it and put completely new characters in all the roles, who would you choose? I want a full casting list in 2 minutes. Go.
Huh.
First thing that pops to your mind, stop thinking about it.
Asa Butterfield as Kick-Ass. Someone thin and gangly. And then the rest of it, I don't know. I don't know enough about Kick-Ass to really be able to make strong. The only other character who I'm like, who'd you replace Christopher Mintz-Plasse with? Who do you replace? Who do you have be Bat Dad? Christian Bale. Christian Bale is the new Bat Dad. He replaces Nicolas Cage. Because I'm like, who do you replace Nicolas Cage with? That character is Nicolas Cage coded in the comics. He is Nicolas Cage in the comics. It's weird that they managed to get him for that role, but he is basically the same. Anyway, Kick-Ass 2, anything further?
Nah, it was fine.
Nah, dog.
It's kind of fucked.
It's a little fucked. So many good people die.
That's my last rapid fire.
Speaking of things that are fucked, my first have seen, Jordan. There's an element of this that bums me out. That was frustrating for me, and it has nothing to do with the movie itself. Because this is a movie called The Birdcage, which is based on a French play that I will not butcher the name of, and a movie from like the 1960s. And the plot of it is it's about a man played by Robin Williams who owns and runs a drag club, and he is in a relationship with his partner, husband, what have you, is an effeminate gay man played by Nathan Lane called Albert. And Armand, I think, is Robin Williams' character's name. His son shows up, whom he had with a one-night stand when he was way younger. And he announces that he is going to be getting married to a girl, a straight girl, which, of course, they find upsetting. And this straight girl's family is a, like, deeply conservative, like, Heritage Foundation, Project 2025 level Christian conservative family. And so in order to get them to allow him to marry their daughter, who is 18, he is 22, and they feel that they're too young to get married, they need to convince this conservative family that they are in fact straight. And so part of the plan to convince them that they are straight is that they go to his mother and ask her to come to dinner, and they ask Albert to not be there. And Albert is it's Nathan Lane. You know who Nathan Lane is, obviously.
Yes.
So he is a really dramatic effeminate gay. I don't know how else to characterize it. And he is not happy with this. So at first they come up, but he doesn't want to be excluded from being involved in this milestone of the kid's life. And so they manage to, he convinces Robin Williams, after Robin Williams is like, you can't be here for it, it's going to give away the game. He convinces Robin Williams to let him stick around, and they can convince the family that he's their straight Uncle Al. That's how they put it. And so Robin Williams and him have a bunch of funny scenes where he's trying to teach him, where they're trying to practice being straight. And of the dynamic, if you reduce a gay couple to being who's the man and who's the woman, Robin Williams is the man, she's the woman. They always call her she throughout the movie, only she. Albert is the woman. And so there's a bunch of funny scenes, where he's trying to act straight, and as they're about to have the dinner, he comes in and he's taken off all of his rings, he's taken off his makeup, he's wearing a suit and tie, and he sits there sprawled, and they look at him, and he's like, what? And they're just looking at him weird, and he's like, what? And he sits cross-legged, and he kind of moves himself, and you see he's wearing pink socks, and they're like, you can't wear pink socks. And he's like, you don't see me, you only see me as this one thing or whatever. And it's like, I like that moment because they look at him, and we as the audience are looking at him, and it feels wrong. Like, you're like, this isn't who he is. This doesn't feel right. This feels not to say that it doesn't feel okay, but it feels off in a way that doesn't feel good. You're like, oh, he's being pushed back into the closet. He's repressing himself in a way that he shouldn't have to, and it's wrong that he has to. And it's a really kind of impactful moment, at least for me it was. And all throughout them trying to get ready for this dinner, it keeps cutting back to the family. And the family is going through this scandal where the dad is part of this coalition of conservative senators, and his partner in this coalition has been discovered with a man in bed, naked. And so they're trying to avoid scandal by avoiding reporters and all sorts of people, the press or whatever. And so the entire time they're going down, they're like, he doesn't want to see us because they realize we're embroiled in this controversy, and they don't want to be attached to our controversy because they're nice, normal people, and they don't want anything to do with us because of this controversy, whatever. And so they finally arrive there to have dinner, what have you. And the mother, who is supposed to come there and pretend to be with Robin Williams, it calls and says she's going to be late. She can't make it. And so Nathan Lane, in disguise as Armand's wife, as a woman, pretends to be the kid's mother. And they unquestioningly buy it. Even though...
Oh, wow, he must be an amazing actor then.
Even though, bless his heart, Nathan Lane is fairly masculine looking. It's not remotely believable. It's very definitely a man. And the husband, the dad of the girl that the guy wants to marry, kind of falls in love with her. Like, it's just
you
like...
mean him?
Right, as far as he knows, it's a woman. He falls in love with her, like, in the sense that, like, he's saying as this wife all the stuff that this guy wants to hear. Like, they have a bunch of shit in common. Like, he believes in all these conservatively minded things. He's like, I believe in family first, and I don't like the president, and I don't like this. I don't like
This
that.
can only end well.
And they're bonding, and he's completely taken in by this deception. And at one point, like, they've got the only offensive bit to this up until this point for me is Hank Azaria is there. Hank Azaria, as in The Simpsons, Hank Azaria is there playing their gay Hispanic butler, who's like flamboyantly gay, who doesn't like to wear pants or shoes, and his ass is hanging out the whole time. And it's like you're kind of like, he's not gay, so this feels like the thing I like about Robin Williams is his gay character is not effeminate or like a caricature or a stereotype, so it doesn't feel offensive, whereas Hank Azaria's character does. But anyway, so they've been tricked into thinking that he's their personal chef or whatever, and so he's made them this like goulash of a soup that's made with all sorts of items. He's like, I thought it was a seafood soup. I don't know how to make soup. It's just random shit I threw in a pot. I don't fucking know. And so throughout the dinner, while trying to like maintain this deception, Robin Williams and the son come across as neurotic because he comes out dressed as the wife, and they're obviously like, fuck. What if like basically like, oh shit, this could go so wrong, as you put it. There's no way this isn't gonna go wrong. And so they pull Nathan Lane into the other room, and Nathan Lane's like wig is falling off, and so he bonds with the daughter trying to fix the disguise. And while they're fixing the disguise, it's Gene Hackman, the guy who plays Lex Luthor, is the conservative dad, but he's in the other room, and he's like, I just don't like the husband. He's so controlling to this ultimately lovely and sweet woman. She is a gem. And she
deserves better.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. He deserves better. He mistreats her. It's so fucking funny. And so then eventually, obviously, the deception falls apart, and they discover that he is in fact not the wife. How it falls apart is the wife shows up claiming to be the kid's mother, and he's like, so who's the mother? Are you his mother or are you his mother? And he pulls off the wig, and the son takes Albert, and Albert's like, she's my mother. Like, this is my mother. This is my mom. And it's super touching. It's super sweet. And like, Nathan Lane's performance is so fucking good. He's just like, you could see him just like melt. And like, it's the first time he's meeting his biological mom, but he's like, this is my mom. Super sweet. And the entire movie, the press has been trying to get at Gene Hackman, basically. And they finally discover who Armand is. They're at this house. and they want to sneak out. They're like, if you see it, if they see you here, it's going to be all over the news, and you're going to be connected to this gay family. We need to sneak you out of here. And they own a drag club, basically. They run a drag club that stars the Nathan Lane character, is the star of the drag club. So they have them participate in the drag club. So Gene Hackman dresses up as a woman, the wife dresses up as a man, they all dress up as various drag characters in this drag show, and they all sing We Are Family as they all get snuck out. And they're like dancing along, and the Gene Hackman character is just getting into it. It's super funny. And just the moral of the movie is just about, they end up getting, the movie ends with the family gets married, and they're all of the, like, they're all at the wedding, whatever, and they're all celebrating, whatever. And it's a movie that's about how labels don't matter, how found family is important, and how you can always find something, even in people who you don't see eye to eye on in any fashion. If we just listen to each other and talk to each other, we would get along.
It's all gonna work out.
It's all gonna work out. And if you saw the person underneath instead of what you think they are, the world would be a better place. It's a very sweet movie, and the only way you wouldn't like this is if you're a massive homophobe. Like, you'd have to be a pretty strong homophobe to not like this. The thing that bugs me about this movie, the thing I hate most of all about this movie, is it's rated R. And there's no reason for it to be rated R. It's rated R because Robin Williams says the F word twice, and it has gay people in it. And that is so... This movie came out in the 90s, so it makes sense. But I understand why it is the way it is. But you could have cut out those two F words, and this could have been a PG-13 movie. And more people could have seen this. I remember when I was a kid, this movie was...
but they probably don't want more people. The industry wants it buried because...
because
you know.
Gay. But I remember, I looked it up. Now it's 14A, which makes sense. It's a totally 14A rated movie. But when I was a kid, I remember this was an 18A rated movie. And that, again, bothers me. Because it doesn't need to be. There's no reason for it to be. It's only 18A. It's only R rated because it has gay people in it. Like it says it's rated R for sexual scenes. There's no, like, the most sexual it gets is Hank Azaria wears a thong and you see part of his naked ass. There's like no gay sex scenes. There's no love scenes. Like, there's no nudity. There's no male nudity at the very least. There's nothing. Like, the men dress as women, and that's why it's rated R, and that's fucking stupid. It's a good movie. If you haven't seen The Birdcage, I recommend it. It's totally worth checking out. That's it. That's The Birdcage. God, this week's gonna be another embarrassment of riches for videos. I'm already out of, like, I don't know what to do for videos. There's so many options. What's your next thing, Jordan?
My first half scene is called Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls.
Oh, yeah.
Or as I like to call it, Ace Ventura. Jim Carrey is too important and can do whatever the fuck he wants.
I see. I would have said Ace Ventura. This is why Jim Carrey doesn't do sequels.
No, Ace Ventura. Jim Carrey got too big and can do whatever he wants because the director. Before we get into the movie itself, the filming began under the director. Or began under Tom DeSharicio, who later directed Celtic Pride. But because of the success of the first film, Morgan Creek Entertainment Group gave the Jim Carrey the power to decide the director.
Really?
Yep.
That explains a lot.
And so
Jim Carrey was like, hire my friend, please.
He had DeShario replaced with Steve Odekirk.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Who had never done directing on feature films prior to this.
Very, very famously, Jim Carrey hates this movie, and it's the reason why he doesn't do sequels. He was ultimately displeased with how this turned out, and the first sequel he did after this was Sonic.
Apparently, Spike Jonze,
Spike Jones.
If you say so, wanted to direct the film.
Really?
But Carrey turned him down because he also had no experience, but Jim Carrey didn't know him well enough, and he claims it to be one of his biggest regrets.
Yeah, Spike Jonze is a very talented, exceptionally talented director who went on to make all kinds of iconic movies that you've never heard of. But
He
trust me when I
he
say they're
re,
iconic.
Jim Carrey reiterates that he doesn't regret enlisting Odenkirk because they were friends and had similar creative
Impulses,
ideas and
yeah.
mindsets, but that is apparently one of his biggest regrets.
See,
So
I like this movie, but it is not critically well received.
I like this movie, but it has some insensitivities to it,
I mean, I would say
which make me feel
perhaps
guilty at
it's
laughing about.
it's better that it also doesn't end on a bad transphobic joke, but also it has racist jokes in it. So like, pick
It
your poison.
has
I mean, I guess.
racially insensitive jokes that I will agree with. Um, so apparently, one of the actors in this that I didn't realize, Tommy Davidson, co-starred with Carey on In Living Color, he makes an appearance in this movie, a cameo
That
appearance.
makes sense.
He's the voice of Oscar Proud from the Proud Family. So that's a fun little thing. Um, he plays the hold on, I looked at this. I think he was the prince.
Oh, really? That's the voice of Oscar Proud, the Prince. No kidding.
Tommy Davidson is Tiny Warrior slash Watchatutu Prince.
That's funny.
Watchatutu Prince.
I really. Why
Yeah.
would you agree to that? Like, I understand if you're like a nobody, like you're like a no-name actor. Why
Well,
you would?
at the time I think he was. He was only on In Living Color. He was on a
No, In
TV
Living
show.
Color was a huge show, like a
Yeah, but it was still in the eyes of
big
Hollywood
show.
and breaking into movies, it was still just a show.
But he's like it's like being a star of SNL. He's a big enough name that why is he doing the racist character?
Also in 1995, they obviously didn't view it as racist.
I mean, he clearly didn't.
I mean, the movie clearly didn't. The studio didn't because the
No,
movie got made.
I mean, whether or not the studio saw it as racist, no, it's not so much a bunch of white people not thinking it's racist. Obviously, they would. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't go. I'm not doing this racist bullshit.
It sounds like he did it because Jim Carrey asked him to.
Hey, would you mind doing some racist bullshit for me? I
Um,
guess.
but so yeah, Jim Carrey at the beginning of the movie, he's saving a raccoon. Raccoon falls to its horrible, rapid death.
At the beginning of the
Um,
movie, he does a parody of the movie Cliffhanger. That's what that is. It's
oh,
a that scene specifically is a parody of yeah, it's a Rocky Stallone movie. It's literally it came out around that time or in the 80s, but the scene of him dropping the raccoon is a parody from that movie. What, did you actually not know that?
no, of course not. Why
Oh,
would I?
because I feel like I've told you that before.
You probably have, but you know what my brain is like. It is not a steel trap, Justin.
I mean that is true. It is,
It is at best a revolving door of information that circles in and out at any moment.
I mean that is fair.
Um, Financially, it was a success.
Was it?
It had a budget of 30 million, and it says here that its box office was
Shit.
212.4 million.
Oh, fair enough.
So financially, it was a success, but
Critically, not so
no,
much.
critically, not so much. The reviews and all that, people did not.
Which I don't get why. To me, it's a relative quality of the first one. Like, I
just
think it's as
saying.
good as the first one.
I'm just saying.
Like I don't.
Um,
I would be. This is one of those ones where
if
I would be reading the reviews as I watch the movie and being fascinated by why people. I know that
if
this is critically
anything,
panned. Like I know it is.
if anything, I'm just gonna say it. I think I like this one more than the first one.
I. Ooh, I can't comfortably say that. I love the first one so much. I've watched it, but to be fair, the first one I associate it way more with like I had a best friend and we'd sit there and we'd watch it and we'd quote it line by line and so I think I have a stronger nostalgic association with the first one, but yeah, this one definitely has more bigger set pieces in terms of the comedy. Like I certainly think it has more memorable set pieces. Like I think the shit that people remember the most from Ace Ventura comes from this movie. Like the fucking I would have said the fucking rhino.
Oh, that too. Yeah,
bursting
yeah.
out of the rhino. By the way, just so you know, you can buy the rhino.
Wait, what?
You could buy the rhino. They were auctioning it off. I saw it popped up on my Facebook one day.
Huh. Rhino shit.
Yeah, you can be birthed out of the rhino yourself if
You
you want
could
to.
you could have the rhino shit you out of its asshole.
No, it's giving birth, Jordan. It's not shitting.
I don't know.
Not-
Potato, potato.
I mean, that is true.
I'm not doing a full plot analysis of this. We don't have to.
Someone kidnaps a great white bat, and Ace Ventura has to find it.
And
I
then
did it for
Ace
you.
Ventura is hired to find it, and he doesn't like bats.
Nope.
It's the one animal that he is not a fan of.
Rats with wings. He puts them, and I think that is unfair to bats. Have you seen a bat? They're adorable.
They can be adorable. They have the
If you watch,
much like rats themselves, they have the capability of being
they're like little
adorable.
cats with wings. Like, have you seen videos of
They're
a
little dogs, like where they're wiping their face.
right,
They're like,
right.
"Oh."
If you
Like,
if
oh
you
my
watch
God.
if you watch a video of a bat eating a banana and you tell me that's not fucking adorable, you're lying to me. That
I
is
mean, it's not like we're
adorable.
talking about.
They're
It's
cute
not like
as
we're talking
fuck.
about. It's not like we're talking about an insect or like a spider. Those are gross.
I mean, I don't know. I've seen some pretty adorable spiders.
Those need to be exterminated at all costs.
I'm not with that. I've seen some adorable bugs. There's some cute bugs out there.
No, I'm not counting butterflies. Butterflies are cute.
There's some cute spiders.
No,
Have you
no,
ever
there's
seen a
not.
little baby spinner spider?
Justin, there are no cute
adorable.
spiders.
It's adorable.
There are no cute spiders. I have a policy with them where I don't bug them and they don't bury eggs into my ears in the middle of the night.
Nah,
I
no.
will
Now, if you're
keep a
talking about a
healthy
mosquito,
distance from them.
mosquitoes they need to be extinct. Mosquitoes
Uh,
had
so
nothing.
so do wasps, not bees. Bees are fine,
Bees are chill. Bees are chill.
but wasps they need to go.
They offer no benefit.
They're assholes.
They suck.
I like this movie. It's definitely on my top tier list of Jim Carrey
For
movies.
sure.
And
Yeah, I just don't think
it's
so many people like yeah.
probably the highlight of this week,
Fair enough. Yeah, it's so
other
funny
than The Mask.
because so many people are like, yeah, well, yeah. For me, it would be this and The Mask, based upon the movies you've given me so far. This, The Mask, and then probably Kick Ass. I really like.
I do.
Kick Ass.
I did like the Cable Guy, but we'll get there.
Oh, that's fair. No, that's fair. I yeah. This is like, for as long as I've known that movies could be bad, I knew that this one was critically not well received, and I've never understood why. I still don't.
Yeah,
understand
I
why.
don't. I mean, I could
I
understand
do
if the
not think it's
reviews
worse
were
than
like.
the first one. I don't know how you could say that.
I could understand if the reviewers were like, yeah, the two tribes are racially offensive, and that's why it's critically poor received. That makes sense to me.
No, okay, that I
I
could,
get
that, that, I could believe.
that I could buy,
If
but
you
I
want to
haven't
be like
actually.
it's really racially insensitive and that's what makes it
It's
worse than the first one,
culturally insensitive or
I'm
whatever.
gonna come
then
back at you
sure.
with the first one has a transphobic joke, so like they're both problematic. So pick your poison.
Right, but I guess the argument would be making fun of one person individually versus an entire culture.
Yeah, but also I could come back with it's technically making fun of a group.
Right, but the movie itself is making fun of one person versus a group of people.
Yeah, but it's making the implication that that group of people is so abhorrently disgusting that you vomit every time you think of it.
No, it's making the implication that she's so grossly that you vomit
Yeah,
every
but
time.
it's they find
Whereas
it.
this is making fun of two tribes full of people.
I would make the argument. I could definitely see what you. I see what you're getting at. I would make the argument that just they're both problematic.
I'm absolutely splitting hairs, and they're both problematic in their own
They're
way.
both problem. But the point is the second one. Even if you want to be like, even if you want to go back to 1990. What year did this come out? 1996.
94.
94. This came out in 94. What year?
Sorry, no, the first one came out in 94. This came out in 95.
90. Really? A year later?
That's what it says here.
Wow, crazy. If you want to be like, this is.
You want a specific date? This came out November 8th, 1995.
That's quick. Are you sure the first one came out in 94?
No, not at all. I just know that beside its name here, it says 1994.
Huh. Interesting. Well, right.
First one came out February 4th, 1994.
So yeah, almost a year later. Wow, that's a quick turnaround. They must have gone out like immediately and started shooting stuff.
Also, fun fact: parts of the second one of When Nature Calls were filmed in British Columbia.
Oh, that is a fun fact. Yeah, I've always thought they were of relative quality to each other. Like, I just don't like. That was my point. Contemporarily, they wouldn't have seen this shit as problematic. Was my point. They wouldn't have seen the second one as being problematic, and they certainly wouldn't have seen the first one as being problematic. So, like, to me, they are relative quality to each other. So I don't know how you could sit and watch the second one and say it's worse than the first one, because I don't see how it is. They're more or less the same movie. Like, I don't mean that disparagingly. I like both of these movies. That's why I like the second movie, because it's, I mean, if anything, it's just bigger. It's bigger than the first one. Yeah, I guess maybe they're doing similar things. Like, he's doing the destroying the car joke, but now it's with a fucking monster truck. Like, but that's still funny. I don't know. I don't get it. I've never gotten the critical dislike of this movie. Like, to me,
Yeah,
I wouldn't go so far as to say it's underrated. I would say it's correctly, like, it's as good as the first one.
I think it's remembered in the correct level of fondness that it should be in the annals of history.
Right? Like, if you're gonna say the second is a bad movie, then you got to go back and say the first one's a bad movie. Like, that's what I would say, because they're of the same quality, in my
I think
opinion.
it's fair to say they both have problematic elements.
Absolutely. That bit where he's doing the slinky, super problematic.
Not quite what I meant, but okay.
So problematic.
So that's Ace Ventura: When Nature Calls. Did I mention the budget?
No. No, you didn't.
Budget has 30 million.
Oh,
Is
no,
30
yes,
million.
yes, you did, dude. It made a shit ton of money, and I was surprised.
Yeah. Box office 212.4 million.
I could have sworn this one bombed, but I guess it didn't.
Granted, that might be the thing that I never know when I'm reading these off of here. That might include like re-releases.
That's fair. It might include DVD sales and shit. Because I could see that movie doing crazy well in DVD sales. Jordan. We have to talk about America, Jordan. We have to talk about America and Americans' obsession with football. Because this is 1980 somethings. 1989.
It's one of their less problematic obsessions.
This is the best of times.
It's not the worst of times.
It's not the worst. It was not the worst of times. So this movie is. I swear to God, I've seen this movie before, in the sense that, like, I've seen this. You've seen this plot, Jordan. You've seen this movie, but it's small town who it has nothing. It's a small town in the middle of nowhere that
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world.
More like a small town boy, but yes, where they have nothing going on. The only thing that this small American town has going on is its rivalry with another town, and over the years, in this rivalry. They have never beaten this one particular town in football. And there's one year where it looked like they were about to win the big championship and be better than this city, this town. And it was that time where Kurt Russell is the quarterback and Robin Williams is the catcher. And the first thing with this movie is it really relies on your ability to believe that Robin Williams is a athlete. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. He's not the kind of guy. Like, he's the kind of guy where you see him doing low level physical activity. You know, like, he's very famously. It's funny we mentioned the bike. He very famously was a cyclist. He was friends with, like, he was good friends with Lance Armstrong, the cyclist. Like, he was a very famous cyclist, but he's not like a basketball or football player. I don't know. I don't see him as such. But anyway, so at this big game, what's his face? Kurt Russell throws the ball, and Robin Williams doesn't catch it. And it causes them to lose the big game, and so the other team wins instead, and it does a hard cut flash forward to like 15 years later, and Robin Williams is obsessed with this football game that he lost. And it's the kind of story where he's like, if I just won the big game, I wouldn't be a big loser, and my wife would my wife would want to have sex with me, because his wife wanting to have sex with him is a big part of the plot of this movie. And he's like, if I win the big game, my wife would want to have sex with me regularly, and she doesn't. And Kurt Russell, he works for or owns, I can't remember which, a van repair shop, and his wife is on the verge of leaving him. She's about to go because she wants to be an actress. She constantly says, this time I'm leaving you for sure. This time I'm leaving you for sure. And they're both losers. And Robin Williams gets the idea that if they just redid the game over again, that everything would be different. And so he challenges his father-in-law, who for some reason has an attachment. I missed the bit where they said what his motivation was, but he basically is bankrolling the team from the other town, basically. And so Robin Williams is attempting to convince all of the other people to participate in this idea of having what is essentially like an exhibition match between all of the people who were on the team back then, on both teams. And initially, Kurt Russell's like, no, because I'm old now and I don't have my hip hurts, my legs hurt, my arms hurt, my whatever hurts, and I just don't think I can do it. And Robin Williams basically ends up disguising himself as the mascot from the other team and like vandalizing the town to enrage them into like doing this challenge, basically. And yeah, a good chunk of the movie is them trying to like woo back their wives, and like they become in pursuant of doing this game, they become more attentive, and they eventually convince the wives to have dinner with them. And like, but the rules are no football. And like, Robin Williams is kind of the worst in this. Like, instead of being there and being engaged with his wife, he like keeps trying to like they keep like both sneaking off to pretend to go to the bathroom to watch Monday Night Football. And eventually he gets caught. He keeps pulling the television with the football game more and more towards the table. And eventually, like, he's not remotely focused on what the wife is saying. And she turns around and she sees the television there and she freaks out naturally. And yeah, it's exactly the kind of movie you think it is. There's an all is lost moment where it looks like they're not going to do the game. And it's not really exceptionally clear as to what the stakes are behind this. It's not like a case of like the father-in-law is like, if you, because it's the kind of situation where he works for the father-in-law, but the father-in-law, you've seen this in like 1,000 movies where he works for the father-in-law, but the father-in-law uses it as an opportunity to emasculate and treat him like shit.
Yeah.
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 It's that kind of, but there's no stakes from what I could tell to the football
But,
game.
you know, basically it's a pissing contest.
Kind of, yeah. But it's like the opposite team are not characters. They just kind of show up at the end as an obstacle. And like Kurt Russell he doesn't really have much of a character arc, really. Like, there seems to be a thing about like being okay. Like, it's really more of like a case of like being okay with your lot in life and accepting like this is who you are and not dwelling on the past. Like, you know where this is going. They obviously do the big football game. And they're getting their butts like absolutely stomped for the first half. It's a sports movie, and they go into the locker room and they do the big, you know, this is we could do this.
This
guys.
is our time down here. Down here, it's our time.
It's our time. It's our time to be in the shit. You got to get in the shit. Yeah, that speech. And
gotta get your head in the game. Gotta get your head in the game.
Yeah, they find out that Robin Williams set them up to do this by pretending to be the thing. And he gets pissed off at him, and he's like, "You stay here. You don't get to play now." Kurt Russell starts acting like a dick. And apparently, when he acts like a dick, that means that they're about to win. And so they start to have a comeback or whatever. And it gets to the big moment. And every time it shows Robin Williams playing football, it's an obvious stunt double, and it's not him. And so there's a moment.
Trying to say he's old and he can't do it?
He doesn't look like, at least to me, it looks like it's an obvious stunt double. I don't know, maybe he could physically do it at the time. But yeah, so he catches the ball, and everyone goes home happy, and he realizes that his life is okay once he's got doing the big game out of his system. He decides that his life is okay, and it's
fine.
Sorry. For the audience who's listening, I just shrugged because it's fine. It's not good. Like it's a really unremarkable move, a sports comedy drama from the 1980s. Kurt Russell and Robert Williams have like no chemistry. They're not a very good on-screen duo. They don't really work together. Kurt Russell's kind of an asshole the whole time. He doesn't. They don't have good chemistry between. I didn't mention this with Dreams May Come, but he has great chemistry with the wife in that movie. He has no chemistry with the wife in this movie. It's not bad enough to be like it's bad. He's good, and he's it's a really subdued, kind of dull, liftless performance. It does have a bit of energy, but it lacks his humor. It's not the worst movie I watched this week by any sense of the imagination, but also I kind of was doing the nodding off thing when I was watching it. It just wasn't getting my attention.
You were headbanging?
I was falling asleep. I was struggling to stay awake because it just was not very engaging for me. But anyway, that is the best of times.
All right.
That's my final half scene. Oh God,
yes,
Jordan.
Is.
We gotta talk about Popeye next.
Yeah, but before that, we have to talk about an equally not super great movie, which was Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events.
Hey, I like that movie. I don't think that movie has weird pacing and feels like it's 3 books Frankenstein together into one narrative.
I mean,
it is
exactly that, and it absolutely feels like it.
Honestly, the only one that feels there's 2 points where it feels disconnected, and it's from the second one to the third one, and then from the end of the third book back to the end of the first book. Like it doesn't do the end of the first book just to wrap around and do the ending of the first book as an ending, because they didn't.
Well, and then it has to. If you know anything about these books, you know that there's a whole bunch more after the third one, but because it has to end, it has to end.
Right.
And so it creates this like ending which just doesn't feel natural.
It's also particularly weird. Yeah, this movie came out before the books had finished, but they were still ongoing, and it's weird. It doesn't assume it's going to get a sequel, which is weird because it
ends with Count Olaf has gotten caught, and he's like serving out every awful thing he's done over the course of the movie. And it's
strange.
like I suppose it leaves it open in so far of the fact of he's not dead.
Yeah, it's very much one of those movies where it wants to be. It's in that era of studios want a Harry Potter, but this doesn't set up for more shit, really. Which again is really strange.
Yeah, it leaves them with like the kids sail off into the sunset.
I will acknowledge that this story is definitely much more suited for television.
Yeah, it is.
There's a reason why the television show's better.
It's not to say that Jim Carrey is doing a bad job in it.
He's phoning it in. He's absolutely phoning it in. It's
Yeah, but in this instance, I think it kind of needed that.
I don't.
Like it's a series
I don't know the character well enough to know if the phoning.
It's a series. It's a series that's so over the top, that's so silly. Like where adults believe anything.
Yeah, but I don't think
so. Him phoning it in works in this world.
Okay, as a staunch defender of this movie, I will agree with you. But my but to that though would be that it's been so long since I've read those books that I don't remember Count Olaf well enough to like. But I just don't.
He's cartoonishly still like sinister.
I don't think but I think he's sinister. Whereas
he's cartoonishly sinister.
Jim Carrey in this is
in the
silly.
Books. I'm saying I remember in the books he's cartoonishly
sinister.
Sinister.
He's sinister. That's my point. Jim Carrey.
No, he's cartoonishly sinister.
But he is sinister. That's the point.
Cartoonishly so.
Let me finish, please. But he is sinister. That's the point. Whereas Jim Carrey in this movie is not sinister. Like, and to be fair, I would say the same criticism I would levy against Neil Patrick Harris as the character, but I don't remember he's goofy. I recall Count Olaf being evil, whereas he doesn't feel all that sinister or threatening in the movie. I would
He
not.
does. He feels like he does in the book where he's cartoonishly
Uh,
sinister.
but I wouldn't.
It's one of those where in the first three, four books, he is more like this, where he's like cartoonishly sinister. And then let me finish. And then as the movie or as the books go on, and he gets more and more desperate to get their money, then he becomes more
So
sinister. As the plot and the secrets, and you find out
I
that
remember it.
and can you shut up? Shut your mouth. And through the book, as you find out that there's the whole Machiavellian scheme that was running in the background, he becomes more
See, I remember
sinister.
it being the
But he doesn't
entire.
start off that way.
I remember it being entirely the opposite, where he starts off like as an actual like intimidating villain that you actually feel scared of, and then as he goes on,
Not really.
and the and the outfits and the
It's a
disguises
children's book,
get
so
more
so no,
ridiculous. He
there's
becomes more and more goofy as he goes
again,
on.
it's a children's book, so there's a threshold. So like,
Yeah.
yeah, he's like Uncle Vernon Harry Potter bad, where like he locks them in their room.
Right, but I would
He's
not.
Gru.
I would
He's
not.
Gru bad.
In the yeah. But again, it's been so long since I've. Man, I might have to actually read one of those books. One of it, but I just don't remember him being like closer to Neil Patrick Harris than this. Like this is too
Sure.
like.
Absolutely, he's closer. But I'm saying you got to remember when this came out, 2004.
Oh, I mean, he's just doing
Um,
the Grinch. He's just doing the Grinch. He's just doing the Grinch.
I mean, what I will say is, and this was something that this time around it bothered me less. Um, when he's in, not so much the captain, it's incredibly obvious that it's him.
Stefano's not
But
terrible.
Stefano is not terrible. I could see how someone might get fooled.
Yeah, yeah. Stefano's not bad. Stefano is not obviously
Um,
him. Like
but
that.
the captain is obviously him.
There's no excuse. The reason why and the thing about that franchise is as it goes on it becomes more and more agitating because like in later books you discover that these people know Count like early on in the books it's implied that they don't know who Count Olaf is or they're unaware they're unfamiliar with him. But as it goes on you discover that the fucking it's even worse
They
because
have a whole history with
well,
him.
the chick, the woman who Meryl Streep, you find out that that character knew Count Olaf, knew Count Olaf, that they were all part of the same organization. So she should have absolutely recognized him.
Yeah, yeah, she should have.
Like the fact that she didn't recognize him until it was, but also I think in one of the versions of this, it's implied that she recognizes him fairly immediately. Like I think this one is like like she recognizes himself like not it doesn't take as like in the book I think it takes way longer but in the movie it's implied that she does recognize him eventually but still
I believe yeah
that's
if
why
I
she's hiding in the
remember
cave.
correctly, yeah, I believe that's why she goes off and hides in the cave. The one that irritates me is Uncle Monty, where he's like he recognizes something is off, but thinks he's from like the agent the science people or
Yeah,
whatever,
and
the
Uncle
snake
Monty is
people.
also in the fucking but okay I in the again I don't remember the book super well but in the case of or the Neil Patrick Harris show but in the case of this movie I will give you Stefano. I will give you looking vaguely
He at
similar to a
least
person. He's not. Yeah,
he doesn't even to me Stefano. He does a good enough job where it's like it's less like the Superman effect of he just put on glasses, which is what I would say the captain is the equivalent of he just put on glasses, and you should be able to see past the glasses and see that he's the same person. The Stefano makeup, it's like he actually put some effort in. Like he's got like the prosthetics, he's got the
that's
stuff
what I'm
that makes
saying. Yeah,
him.
I'm
So like
with you.
I can forgive Uncle Monty for not
Sometimes
instantly
people
recognizing him.
look like other people. It happens. That I get you.
Well,
That I
especially
get.
when you're not in like you're not looking to see it.
The thing that was supposed to and they don't I don't think they do it in no maybe they do it in the movie. But the thing that's supposed to be the thing that makes her think that it's not Olaf. I mean, to be fair, every adult character in those books has a stupid line when they're like, he can't possibly. But in that one, it was he had the peg leg, and
Yeah.
they kept going for the identifiable eye tattoo, and he's like, he doesn't have the eye tattoo, he's got a peg leg. And we're not gonna accost this physically disabled man to check his other leg.
No, then I mean he does accost him and
But
check
like,
the
also
leg.
they don't acknowledge that facial structure exists. Like if like five guys who
Um,
all look like Count Olaf go after these children, then you start to get by fourth or fifth disguise, then you start to get But also there's books where the characters don't immediately think it's Olaf. So like Everyone's stupid in
Um,
that universe.
on a side note, this movie has people in it that I didn't realize were in it. Most of which are some of Olaf's minions. Like I didn't realize that Jennifer Coolidge is one of the
Really?
she's the white-faced women, one of the white-faced women, two of Count Olaf's minions.
Really?
She Jennifer Coolidge and Jane Addams. Or I didn't realize, or I never noticed that the Baudelaire's mother, late mother, is Helena Bonham Carter.
Really? God, I feel
Bonham Carter.
you just telling me that it's
Um,
been a really long time since I've seen that movie because I
Jane Lynch is credited as uncredited rather as a realtor that
really.
the ant is afraid of. Gilbert Gottfried is the voice of Alfrak Duck, who appeared in a cameo.
That's funny.
And then yeah, Jude Law is the voice
Jude
of Jiminy Snicket.
Jude Law's Lemony Snicket. Yeah. Immediately, I was like,
And
"Hey,
and
I'm impressed. I
apparently
can never remember Jude Law's name."
and apparently Daniel Handler, who is the writer of the Snicket stories,
The real Lemony
appear
Snicket.
appears as a photographer.
Oh.
He has a cameo.
I think he also produced this. He was involved in the making of this.
All I know is that Nickelodeon Movies purchased the film rights
Yes,
to
they did.
this.
Yes, they did. They made a game which
Um,
I've definitely played. Remember the game? Remember being stuck on the
no,
reptile room? I do.
no, I don't.
I did it for Blockbuster.
This had a budget of somewhere between 140 to 142 million, and it had a box office of 211.5 million,
It did
which
a
is absolutely why it never got a sequel.
It didn't do great. I mean, middling returns. I mean, well, sort of, because that would have had a lot of. This was a heavily promoted movie, so their marketing budget would have been astronomical. Would have been huge,
Yeah.
huge.
I don't have much more to say
Oh
about
yes,
this. I might one day have to go and do the show,
it
and
bombed pretty
or
significantly, which is why they've
maybe
never.
you have to do the show.
I'm probably. I mean, I would like to finish it. Part of me kind of wants to. I have so many credits. I kind of want to use them on the books. Listen to the books. I have to get new headphones if I'm gonna do that.
I'm assuming they're on Audible.
I'm sure they are. The problem is my headphones. They
You
suck.
might be able to if it's the right. Sometimes with the right book series, sometimes they have them where you can get all of them as one thing.
That'd be sick. That would be sick.
But
That's the
I
thing.
don't know.
I need an excuse to use
Something to
all
look
of my
into.
credits anyway. So my headphones are just not good enough to hear it while I'm at work. And anyway.
That's fair. That's my last tab scene.
Okay. So Jordan.
Let's we're in the home stretch here, Justin.
Okay, Jordan. This is where shit gets rough. This is where shit gets rough. Okay.
This is where shit gets rough.
Jordan, I've previously stated. I've famously we had a disagreement about this, where I said just look like the Thing and that's enough. Remember that? Remember when I said that?
Yeah, and I said sometimes that's not enough.
Jordan, it turns out I
do you
was.
agree with me?
Jordan, it turns out I was so wrong. I was so wrong. Sometimes looking like the Thing is not enough, Jordan, because this, my God, my golly, my goodness, it sure looks like the Thing, and it's bad. This is Popeye, the Sailor Man, starring Robin Williams. This might be one of the worst movies I have ever seen. This is so bad. This is bad
Harsh.
in a way that makes you go, what was anybody fucking thinking? Anybody. From casting, to writing, to directing, to cinematography, all of it. It is atrocious. And the other thing I said, Jordan, I said the thing about, oh my God, I said the thing about looking like the Thing is enough. And, and the other bit was that Robin Williams has never been bad in anything. I will amend that now. He is horrible in this.
Harsh.
He is so bad. It's embarrassing how bad he is. And the only reason why I'm even remotely forgiving of it is because, technically speaking, this is Robin Williams' first movie. And I do not begrudge him taking this because it's in a point where he's doing Mork and Mindy. He's really famous off of Mork and Mindy. and he is trying to become a movie star, because this is the point where being a television star is seen as being low grade and low quality. And on the hierarchy of celebrity, being a TV star is here, movie star is here. You want to be a movie star. Now they're like here, but back in the day. And so he wants his big budgeted movie, and Popeye is an absurdly popular character. I don't know if he is now. People tell me in the comments, is Popeye a popular character still? Jordan, what do you think?
I don't think so. I think he's been dead for years.
You don't think you don't think people really get jive with Popeye? That's interesting.
Not really. I don't think he's been in anything.
So, but at the time, I mean, he was in a series of very successful comic books and an exceedingly successful animated series from the 1960s.
Right. My point is, when did those come out?
Recently, you mean? He hasn't been in anything popular recently.
Exactly.
They did a TV movie reasonably recently, but anyway, they've been trying to bring him back.
You asked if he was still prevalent.
Okay, fair enough. No, that's a fair statement. So he
was at one point.
This is at the time anyway, very popular character, and so I could see why he would say yes to this. But the number one, the production of this was allegedly a nightmare. It was made in some village in Moldova, which is still currently a tourist attraction where you can go visit the set of Popeye if you want to, and they have daily Popeye shows. I'm not kidding. A portion.
Where's Moldova? Is that in America?
Moldova is in Europe somewhere.
Oh, okay. Not a whole lot going on.
Not a whole lot going on. A part of it got destroyed in a hurricane in 2023, and I don't know if they repaired it. Apparently, allegedly, everyone involved in this movie was on cocaine. Apparently, they were using film canisters to smuggle cocaine onto the set, and everyone was addicted to cocaine. Robin Williams apparently kept trying to do his Robin Williams improv thing, and like it permeates the character in a way that, like, after watching this movie, I watched a bunch of Popeye characters, and I've gotten wild away from the point of Robin Williams fundamentally misunderstands Popeye in a way that's terrible. He kind of does a version of the voice, but the thing about Popeye is when Popeye, you know how Popeye sounds, but he has a clear speaking voice, and yeah, he's got kind of a gravelly voice, but he can talk in coherent sentences and fully formulated thoughts. He in concept in his cartoons is kind of Bugs Bunny. Is kind of his sort of style of talking. So I
just always thought he was mid-stroke.
No, that's a joke that has come up in media, but no, he's an articulate character. He has like slang and shit. Like he's
yeah, I gotta go and do this.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And Robin Williams is kind of doing the voice, but not really. And the character, and I don't know enough about the character to know if he always does, but in the movie, the character always has a pipe in his mouth, so all of Robin Williams' lines came out muffled in the fucking edit, so they had to go in and ADR. So what happens is he sounds like he's on a completely different audio track from the rest of the fucking cast. He doesn't sound like he's in the same room as them. Or he mumbles half of his lines, where he just mumbles to himself, and that's not what Popeye does. Popeye doesn't just aimlessly mumble to himself. But there's scenes in this movie where it's Robin Williams doing Robin Williams improv, and it doesn't serve the character in any fashion. So, like, one of the characters from Popeye is a character called Olive Oil. You know, the girl. Yeah. Well, one of the other characters.
She wears red.
Yeah, she wears red. One of the other characters is they have a character called Sweet Pea, and part of the plot of this movie is they find Sweet Pea, and there's a scene where they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna name him Sweet Pea." And she's like, "Why should you get to name him?" And well, where were you gonna name him? Baby Oil? And that's a funny joke, but it's not a Popeye joke. It's just a joke that Robin Williams clearly improvised. Like there's a bit where he's like holding the baby, and he's like, "You could be anything you want. You can be whatever you want. It doesn't matter what you want. You can be anything you want. You can be president if you want to be president. Unless you want." Oh, sorry. So he goes, "You can even be president unless you're a Republican. You can't be a Republican." And it's just like, that's not a joke that Popeye would make. It's just a Robin Williams improv joke, and it doesn't work because he's Popeye. And like, this movie is also a musical, by the way. Did I mention the fact that this movie's a musical? This movie's a musical, Jordan. And the music is, take a gander, Jordan. How would you think the music is?
In one word, I'm gonna guess bad.
Terrible, Jordan. It's bad. I sent you a clip of it. One of the songs is he just goes, I mean, you know that I mean.
I mean. If you know what I mean, I'm so mean.
I can't
Look
remember.
at me, I mean.
It's
Look
terrible.
Me,
The lyrics are terrible.
mean.
One point during the song, he just stops singing and just talks about. And then I had a dream where I beat myself up. It's bad. The girl who plays Shelley Duvall. Shelley Duvall plays Olive Oil, and she nails the vocal affectation of Olive Oil, but the character needs to sing, and she's flat as fucking shit. There's a song that she sings about Bluto, the bad guy from Popeye, and the only thing that she can come to think of that's nice about Bluto is that he's large. And so there's lyrics in the movie where she just goes, and he's large. Yes, he's large, and she squeaks, and it's the kind of bad singing that, like, if you're attuned to bad singing, hurts your ears. You're like, oh, stop singing, please. All of the songs in this movie are god awful. All of them. They're all bad. They're all terrible.
Maybe it's a special kind of punishment just for you. Have you ever considered that?
It's 2 hours long, and it feels like an eternity. Like, I was like an hour and a half in, I was like, oh yeah, that was it. This movie also serves as a 2-hour origin story as to why Popeye eats spinach. He initially shows up in the village, and he goes to buy food, and the guy offers him spinach, and he refuses to buy it because he hates spinach. And he buys carrots instead because he likes carrots, he doesn't like spinach. And the whole thing is Bluto is terrorizing this town on the behest of this Commodore. Spoiler alert, turns out the Commodore is and Popeye has come to town looking for his dad. Turns out that the Commodore is his dad. And the Commodore is mad. Basically, the Commodore is his dad who abandoned Popeye when Popeye was 2 years old because Popeye refused to eat his spinach. Because he had no work and he couldn't afford to feed him. The only thing he could afford to feed him is spinach. And this is the part where that was interesting to me, where I never gave much thought as to why Popeye eats spinach. And Jordan said it brilliantly yesterday, where the reason why Popeye eats spinach is...
Because at the time, spinach was cheap and people were poor.
Popeye is a character from the Great Depression, and they mention the Great Depression in this movie. But he's a character from the Great Depression, and food was scarce, and spinach was cheap. And yeah,
cheap.
I'm not gonna lie.
And so cartoons have notoriously been known to try and make things, especially aimed towards children, more palatable, so their parents meet less resistance.
I jokingly said to myself, I'm like, I wonder if the reason why Popeye eats spinach is a conspiracy from Big Spinach, and
more or less,
yeah, it kind of was. It was. And I'm like, when he pops open the can of raw spinach from a can, it was gross looking. I'm like, yeah, that looks unappealing. I understand. And that's the other thing is, you said this before, and it's accurate. Sometimes what works in cartoons doesn't work in live action, and so this movie can't decide if it wants to be a cartoon or live action. So you've got shit like Popeye's got his gigantic forearms, but because he's not.
Are they tumors?
Yes, they look like fucking tumors. Like, they look horrific and like Cronenbergian and because he's played by Robin Williams, in the cartoons he's got the gigantic forearms and he's got the anchor tattoos on them. But because he's played by Robin Williams, for some reason they have chosen to give him, because Robin Williams has hairy forearms, the prosthetic Popeye arms are hairy. And it looks weird. It's so
Probably
weird.
The way the prosthetics work probably is the top parts are probably actually his arms, and all the stuff around it is probably the fake prosthetics. That's probably why the top of the arms are so hairy.
Fucking who fucking knows? It looks weird. It looks fucking weird, and it's not that Jim. It's not that Robin Williams is a bad singer. I mean, he very famously sang "Friend Like Me," and it was very well sung. and it's an iconic song. He's terrible. He's hamstrung to the fact that he has to sing and sound like Popeye. So every song he sings, he's singing it like Popeye, and they're all terrible. Oh yeah, you know the phrase. You know the phrase. I gladly play you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Yeah,
That comes from Popeye.
yeah, that I know.
Really, you knew that came from Popeye? I had no fucking clue.
I
Like,
mean, I mean, I know that because Robot Chicken, um, has a parody skit where they have that character, and he goes to, I don't think it's like a mobster or whatever. He's like, gladly, gladly pay you tomorrow for a hamburger today. And they're like, I think we can make that happen. And they lend him the money. And then they're like, we're here to collect the money tomorrow, like today, for the hamburgers you had yesterday. And then the character is like, I'd gladly pay you tomorrow for a hamburger today. And they're like, no, that's not gonna work this time. And they break his legs.
that's so. I had no clue. I knew of the character. I had no idea he was a Popeye character. No clue. But he has a song where he sings, "I glad you," and the phrase is, "I glad you pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today."
Gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
That's pretty much it. Food is good. Food is
I
good.
like to eat and I like hamburgers
Yeah,
most. I'd gladly pay you for a hamburger.
I'm not gonna say that's not far off, but yeah, he is a scummy scam artist who is scamming people for hamburgers. That's his whole bit. But yeah, awful movie, and like it obviously famously also, oh, sorry, I should say it's also interestingly produced by Disney and Paramount. So remember how it was in that Happy Days fucking commercial when one of the movies in it was Popeye.
Yeah, yeah.
It's also produced by Disney.
Hmm,
And
interesting.
shockingly, it's not on Paramount Plus or Disney Plus.
Probably because they both own it and they
They can't
can't decide
decide. Yeah,
who's.
yeah. Um, but it
You would
did.
think it would be on both.
This is to be fair amongst some people.
I
This is
mean,
a
maybe they're ashamed of it and they don't
maybe.
want it.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe both sides is like, no, you have to take it. No, you have to take
Well,
it.
interestingly, it has a 63% on Rotten Tomatoes, which shocked me. It did not do well critically when it first came out because it's terrible and stupid. And Robin Williams got absolutely lambasted for it. And even he's one of those ones, he did jokes about how bad this movie was and did for years. But it's one of those, in retrospect, it's developed kind of a cult following. A lot of people love it.
You're not one of them.
I'm not one of them, but it did huge at the box office because the tickets were cheap at the time. So it did exceedingly well. It was a massive hit, which is shocking to me. But yeah, awful movie. Just top to bottom, one of those fascinatingly terrible movies because it is bad on every person's bad in it. Nobody's good in it. Robin Williams can't even save this. It's just that he is actively probably the worst thing in it. Yeah,
Because it's probably
it's a close
it's
tie
because
between him and Shelley Duvall. Oh my god,
it's because
bad.
it's early in his career and he hasn't learned the skills necessary to save a bad
I will
movie.
say, yeah, yes. It's put a pin in that. What I will say is he clearly sees the improv as a crutch early on. It's something that he needs to feel comfortable. It's what helped him do Mork and Mindy, and he's trying to do it here, and it doesn't serve this character. It's what you said. It just feels like he's in bad cosplay. That's what it feels like. It feels like he's in bad cosplay. It feels like, and the sets are terrible. It feels like I'm watching a theme park show in a movie with
As
famous people.
as a quick aside, I love when you use my own things to like to be like that is exactly what's happening here in a later thing.
Because
I
it
love when
was like,
I love when that happens.
when I was watching this, I was like, I'm so wrong. Looking like the thing isn't enough. It looks like the thing.
Sometimes it's enough, but
I
not
watched
always.
I watched Popeye cartoons after it just so I could get a feel for the cartoons. They're very similar in style and aesthetic to the Looney Tunes, but I wanted to do a bit of research on this, and yeah, fascinating history behind Popeye. Well, we might come back to Popeye another time, but it's himself. But this is a bad adaptation of it, and it feels so bad. I had a bad time.
Certain cartoons shouldn't be in live
No,
action.
and it's
I'm saying.
definitely one of them. this might have been better if it were a cartoon. I don't know, but fuck me, it was terrible. Just fascinatingly terrible. Fascinatingly terrible. Anyway, that's it. That's Popeye. One more movie left.
Okay. My first have not seen is The Cable Guy.
I've always wanted to watch this movie. I hear
Have
it's,
you never watched this movie?
I've never seen, not all of it. I've seen bits and pieces of it on TikTok and stuff, but I've never seen all of it. Mostly because I heard it wasn't very good.
Oh.
It's one of those ones where it's
Here's what I'll say, Justin.
but
What is good?
it has a cult following. It's one of those ones where I know that in its initial run, it didn't do very well. I know this was a particularly heartbreaking one for Jim Carrey because he really liked this movie, and I don't think it did very well. But I think it's in retrospect developed a cult following. People
Financially, you could, yes, I would not clarify it as a
Yeah,
success.
it wasn't a big hit.
Personally, I liked it.
I don't like weird vocal affects, so I don't like how the cable guy speaks.
Yeah, that's fair. That's my one thing
Weird
with
lisp.
it is
I don't
him
get it.
him talking with the lisp does
Yeah.
get a little bit old.
It's just like
But like in terms of the movie's substance itself, other than that one character choice which I would have changed,
yeah, there's no real need for it. It's just a character affect to have a character affect.
it's just to make him seem weird.
Yeah,
That's the only reason it's
pretty
there.
pretty much. Yeah,
And like the thing is that like the way that he acts is weird enough.
I think it would have been.
It's sort of the lisp is I guess how I would word it is the lisp is a hat on a hat.
Yeah, I think the character would be more effective if he was more normal, and then that would make him getting more obsessive more impactful. Him being weird off the bat.
I don't disagree.
Him being weird off the bat, just kind of, yeah, you're right, hat on a hat. It's too it's too in your face about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Dies
it's
at the
supposed
end, right?
to.
Spoiler alert. Doesn't he die?
No, he doesn't.
Like, it doesn't end with them becoming friends, right?
Not really. Kind of. There's like a kindness, I guess you could say.
They walk away, live and let live. Yeah, what was this, Ben Stiller?
Kind of. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. No,
I completely
this is Matthew Broderick.
Is it Matthew Broderick? Ben Stiller directs it, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, he does.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, because I completely forgot to mention for my Death to Smoochie, Danny DeVito directs that movie, which was weird. I was like, oh, that's weird. I see it though. It looks like Matilda. But yeah, Ben Stiller has a particular directing style.
He's also in it.
He's the best friend, right?
I'm not sure. He's Ben. He's Ben Stiller. He's whatever the character is. It's named Sam Sweet.
I don't know that. Or is it?
I don't think it's his. I don't think it's his best friend because his best friend is supposed to be Jack Black.
So I was gonna say no, I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it was Jack Black who was the best friend character.
I think he's just one of the side characters.
Early Jack Black, I think too. I think this is one of his.
Earlier Jim Carrey as well. 1996.
96. I mean, no. This is when Jim Carrey when he's huge. This is Jim Carrey. This is an example of Jim Carrey went through a period where he could do what he wanted, and he wanted to do this. To my knowledge, anyway. I'm pretty.
All
sure.
I know is that. So for those who don't know, Matthew Broderick needs his cable fixed.
Yep.
He calls the cable company, and Jim Carrey shows up to fix his cable.
It's a movie that will never happen today.
And I mean, yeah. And then yeah, he shows up, and then Matthew Broderick's character is nice to him, and he's like, "What's your name?" And
if you're nice to the cable guy, he'll give you some free channels.
He asks about that. And he's like, my buddy said that he slipped his cable guy some money, and then suddenly, all of a sudden, he had a whole bunch of free channels.
Are you looking to violate the sanctity of the cable guy oath, sir?
What you're asking me is a bribe. You know, a bribe is against the federal law, right? I'm just kidding you. And so then he's like, can we hang out social? Or the cable guy is like, can we hang out socially? To which Matthew Broderick is like, I mean, I guess. And they become friends, and they do such activities together as going. as going to the medieval times,
Yes.
and the cable guy has paid the medieval times people to let them join the show and
Yep.
wear the armor and get into fights, and they're having a grand old time. And then he hosts a party. I think it's some sort of work party or whatever. And Matthew Broderick ends up sleeping with this girl that's at the party.
Yes.
And then Chip afterwards is like, "Oh yeah, that's a prostitute that I
Oh,
hired."
maybe I have
And
seen this
Matthew,
movie.
and then Matthew Broderick I thought you had. And then Matthew Broderick is,
I remember all of this.
he's understandably upset, and he's like, I don't want to be friends anymore, and yeah, 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 yeah. And meanwhile, Chip then goes and becomes friends with the girl that Matthew Broderick had been seeing, and like ingratiates himself into all the aspects of
Yeah,
Matthew Broderick's
I'm
life.
pretty
He
sure Jim
also,
Carrey's performance in this is like good. Like it's creepy.
yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I like this movie. I thought this was a good movie.
Like I said, I've said
Um,
I think Jim Carrey is at his strongest when he's not Jim Carreying about,
He's not
like
mugging. He's not.
not
I
mugging.
think I can appreciate when he's doing a solid mugging.
But
There's a time and a place for
absolutely,
that.
absolutely.
But I also enjoy when he's not doing that.
What's interesting is to go not to go back to Popeye, but just for a point of comparison, where um, the difference between to go to that difference between Jim Carrey and Robin Williams again is Robin Williams learned after Popeye there's a time and place to
Yeah,
do that kind of improv. Whereas it holds back Popeye, he learned that you can't do that. You can't rely on that as part of this. And Jim Carrey never seems to. Or at the very least,
that's my
he
thing.
backs his way into it and doesn't realize that that's a strength. Like, yeah, this,
With Jim
this, and
Carrey, with Jim Carrey, I feel it's more like the way that I would word it is with Robin Williams, because maybe it's because he did it early enough, maybe I don't know, but because he kind of broke free of the typecasting, almost is what I would say what
yeah,
happens with Jim Carrey, where the audience just wants Jim Carrey to be
alrighty
the Ace
then.
Ventura,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
alrighty then, the and this is where in his clunky way in interviews he has said this,
Yeah,
where people want him to be the mask that is Jim Carrey,
yeah.
which is the him from the 90s. And he has never, in my opinion, he has never escaped that
But
mask.
I think that when he does stuff which allows him to escape that, this is an exception because this is still reasonably early on. But
Hmm.
like when he's doing like "I Love You, Philip Morris," or like
Number
number
23.
20, yeah, yeah, you keep saying that, but it really is the best example where he's trying, or the Majestic is another one where he's trying, whereas it never felt like, at least in my opinion, in Robin Williams' career, at least of the stuff I've seen, it never feels like he's trying to not be Robin Williams. Like it just feels,
Yeah.
it doesn't
I
feel like
think
he's trying, like he's doing it, but it doesn't feel like he's trying. Does
I
that make
think that
sense?
just really speaks to the difference in acting abilities
Well, to be
is how I would
fair,
say it.
I don't know what Jim Carrey's acting background is, but Robin Williams is a Juilliard trained actor. So, the difference in skill and education.
As far as I know, Jim Carrey came up through doing stand-up comedy and doing
Yeah,
comedy
he's
circuits,
just not
and
as good an actor as Robin Williams
he's
is
just,
though.
well, it's not fair to say he's not as good. I would word it, sorry, I would word it that he just doesn't have the same, um, not upbringing,
Range?
training, same training,
I would have said range, but that works too.
range, training, whichever, however you want to
Because
say it.
like Robin Williams or
Um,
Jim Carrey never had a Dead Poet Society. He never had a. We're going to talk about Good Morning Vietnam in a second. He never had Good Morning Vietnam. He never had a world that let him blend, be
hmm.
the funny guy, be the Ace Ventura, but also have a little bit of drama to it.
That's why I
He
say
doesn't have
Jim Carrey has been in his career kind of
the
typecast. He's
only
stuck.
the only exception is "I Love You, Philip Morris." Seriously, that is a career defining role for me. Like it completely changes your perception of him as an
Yeah, but if
actor.
we're talking about the generality of his career, Jim Carrey has been typecast into a specific
Yeah,
corner,
no,
and he has never successfully
he's
broken out from
never
it.
managed to have a all of most of his dramas. Because I Love You, Philip Morris is
Most
at
of
its
what
core
people
is
love him for is his comedies.
the
So,
I Love You, Philip Morris is at its core mostly a comedy still. So he's never had a really breakout dramatic. I haven't seen Kidding. I hear Kidding is. Oh man, I'm gonna have to watch Kidding for something. We'll find something. We'll find something because I hear Kidding is really good, like genuinely really good. So I'm gonna have to find an excuse to watch Kidding.
um,
You've definitely never heard of it. I could tell by the way you did go. Oh yeah, Kidding.
no, I have no idea what that is. So yeah, back to the movie. Um, Chip is kind of crossing certain lines of propriety, is how I would word it. So he goes and he hunts down Robin, the girl that Matthew Broderick has been into, but they've been on a break. And then
Is it?
Robin is on a date while they're on
I
break.
was gonna say, is it because he
And
slept with the
so
prostitute?
no, she doesn't know about that.
Oh, okay, that's right. Okay.
Um, Chip tracks down Jim Carrey, tracks down and beats up Robin's date, who is who is played by, where is it? Robin's date, Owen Wilson.
Okay. Interesting.
Played by Owen Wilson. Younger Owen Wilson.
Does he
And
still have the broken nose?
I don't I don't
That's you know how
know.
his Owen Wilson's nose looks the way it does. It's because he broke it when he was
Oh,
younger.
I've never noticed that. I wasn't looking for that, so I actually at first didn't even realize it was him. Um, and then I heard him talk, and I was like, "Oh, that sounds like Owen Wilson." Anyway, beats up Owen Wilson, and is like, "Stay away from her. She's Steven's girl or whatever. Matthew Broderick girl." And uh, meanwhile, Chip has
Meanwhile,
given Matthew Broderick, inappropriate gifts like a entire surround sound system, a new security system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. To which Steven Matthew Broderick is like, "Whoa, man, no, I can't take this. We're not that close." And then after the whole prostitute thing, he's like, "I don't want to be friends with you."
after the whole prostitute thing.
And um, oh no, it was after after beating up Robin's date, he meets her, or finds, like, gets close to her and upgrades her cable, saying it's a gift from Steven. Robin gets back together with Steven, and then he finds out that Chip had a hand in it and is basically like, "I don't want to be friends with you. You're being weird." And then Chip, just goes off the fucking deep end. Um, he gets Steven arrested for possession of stolen property because of all the surround sound stuff. Chip goes to jail. There's a whole rigmarole that he puts him through. Meanwhile, he's like inserting himself into his life, and like getting close to his friends and his family,
His
and
friends
just a
and
real
or family.
crazy crazy psychotic level of stalker. Um, and then he kidnaps Robin, and then Matthew Broderick goes to save her. There's a whole standoff, and uh, people are like, there's a news report or whatever, which is like, I think. It's something to do with TV, and they hit the satellite, and it knocks out the TV, and then you see like there's this one guy who had been watching the TV, and he's like, "What the hell am I supposed to do now?" And then there's a book beside him, and he reaches for the book and opens it, like it's like this mystical thing, and he starts reading a book. Um, and there's a whole bunch of details that I'm skipping over, but the he falls, Larry, whatever, the cable guy,
Larry the Cable
falls into
Guy.
the dish, and apologizes to Steven for being a bad friend. Steven forgives him and asks for his real name, which he says is Ricky Ricardo. And he's laughing kind of way. He had fallen from a great distance, by the way, so he's like, fairly severely hurt, and he's doing the whole like, like he's gonna die, and he gets airlifted away, and there's the paramedics that's there who addresses our insane cable guy as Buddy, and our insane, I'm gonna call him Larry, even though that's not his real name. Larry is like, is that true? Are we actually buddies? And the paramedic smiles and confirms it. And Chip smiles deviously, thinking he's found a new friend. And that's where the movie ends.
Ta-da!
So,
Cast the curse.
there could have been a sequel.
There could have been. There could have been Cable Guy. Well, at one point they were gonna make it. I know that they made a Cable Guy. They made a commercial, which was kind of a sequel, where they had Jim Carrey be the Cable Guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this was the first Super Bowl commercial, I think.
But so you ask, was it successful? It had a budget of 47 million. It made 102.8 million. So, no,
No,
not really.
Not really. No.
Neither financially or I don't think it did particularly well commercially either,
No.
or critically. But I thought it was fine. I for what it is.
For what it is.
Famous last words.
Famous last words. Jordan, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. That's the cable guy.
That's the guy. That's the guy made.
I got
Cable.
one more after this.
I got my final one. Now, Jordan.
Oh, my tummy's feeling sore.
The big thing with this next one, Jordan, is it came out after Popeye. So Popeye comes out, and I saw this in, I don't know if it was a biography or if it was there was a made for TV movie, but basically he went off and made Popeye. Popeye did horribly, critically panned. Nobody likes Popeye, and his confidence is absolutely shaken. He thinks that he's not going to get to be a movie star, and he gets the opportunity to go off and do Good Morning Vietnam.
Good Morning Vietnam.
And I didn't mention this in Popeye, but the best thing about Robin Williams is when he blends his strengths. So for as much as this, he's a really good actor, this really incredible performance in this. It gets really intense towards the end, and he has some intense moments that are really well performed. He is exceptionally good in this. This movie is really good. It is very funny. It's a very funny movie.
Very funny.
But a lot of the radio segments were all improv. And so, and this is the context where, yes, the improv is absolutely working. But the best moments in this movie are the moments
I did this
where
one.
you did do this one. Yeah, you did this for first Robin Williams. But the best moments in this movie are the moments which are real. Like there's a character. There's a point where he's teaching English classes to Vietnamese people, and there's a character where he's like, where he keeps saying to the guy, "What if the guy attacked you, and you were stabbed? What would you say to him?" And he's like, I'd be like, "I'm dying, whatever, man." And he's just this really easygoing guy. And it keeps cutting back to Robin Williams, and Robin Williams can't stop laughing because this guy's just saying this stuff completely deadpan. There's so many moments like that where like there's a scene where it's long blah 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 blah. There's an all is lost moment where he gets kicked off the radio, and he's disillusioned with being on the radio. I'm jumping ahead, but he's disillusioned with being on the radio, and he doesn't want to do it anymore. And Forrest Whitaker is trying to convince him to be on the radio, and they drive past a truck of soldiers, and it's a quite exceptionally long scene of Robin Williams just riffing with it's hard to tell. They kind of seem like they might have been real soldiers, but maybe they were actors. I don't know. But these actors all these characters have like a name and where they're from. And he goes, "Who are you? Where are you from?" And he's doing crowd work with these different soldiers. And the scene goes on for like, I don't know, it felt like at least 5 minutes. And it's funny. It's funny shit. And he's making them all laugh, and it keeps showing all the people laughing. And they're real laughs. Like they're real genuine. Like you could tell they're breaking. And the funniest moments are when Robin Williams breaks character. So just to hop back to Popeye for a quick second, the best moment in that movie, the only moment I liked in that movie was
the end.
Other than the end,
The moment when it was done.
There's a moment where he finds Sweet Pea I forgot to mention this, but there's a moment where he finds Sweet Pea, and Sweet Pea has a letter, and babies are not trained actors, Jordan. I don't know if you know this, but babies are not trained actors.
Say
And
what?
I know, right? And so the baby, when it sees Robin Williams as Popeye, is scared and starts to cry. And
Oh,
so it's crying, and Robin Williams as Popeye says, "Oh, don't be scared. I know I'm goofy looking," and you could tell it's actually Robin Williams talking to this baby. And there's a moment in that same scene where he's like, "I'm a baby." He's like, "Yes, you're a baby. That's what it says here." And it like the way he's interacting, you could tell and it makes the moment feel genuine. And those are my favorite moments in this, where like there's moments where Forrest Whitaker says something really funny, and you can see Robin Williams just straight up break, and they just kept it in. It's really, really funny.
that makes me think of in the a series of unfortunate events, the Jim Carrey one. There's a scene like near where they first meet Count Olaf, where he's like, oh no, I can do that better. Roll it back. Like I messed up. I messed up. What was my lines again? Okay, go. Something to that effect. And that apparently that was genuine. Like he
Oh, that's
forgot his
funny.
lines,
I love
and
moments
he
like
just
that.
he just stayed in
They
character.
just left it in. Yeah.
Which is why Violet and the brother looked so like off put,
That's
is
so
because
funny.
apparently that's a genuine reaction.
But like not even just Robin Williams is good in this movie, because he is. He's very funny. There's the bit at the end where the spoiler, he makes a friend with one of the locals while trying to get with his sister, and it ends up with him like working for this English teaching this English class, and
Mm.
the guy, Robin Williams, is mostly having a decent time, flagrantly violating the rules, whatever, and he gets he's in the part of the movie is they go to, I mean, I don't know if you remember this, but part of the movie is they hang out at this cafe owned by a local, all the soldiers or whatever, and that cafe gets blown up, and the
Yeah.
kid pulls Robin Williams out of it just coincidentally right before it blows up. And so Robin Williams is traumatized for the rest of the movie from that, and wants to tell the real news, but they want to censor all the news that's going out, and he doesn't want to do that and whatever. So the big twist is that it turns out, and there's a
Which
every
is,
time.
I believe, why he gets fired.
Yes, yeah. He gets kicked out of Vietnam because it turns out that the kid who he's friends with is part of the Viet Cong, and he saved Robin Williams from getting blown up. And he's like, I should have just let you die. And like, it's another one of those Vietnam. Honestly, it might be my favorite Vietnam movie thus far. But the number one thing I get from Vietnam movies is something bad happened in Vietnam. It went very badly for America. They're incredibly culturally traumatized by it,
And embarrassed.
and embarrassed by it. They did a lot of bad shit, and a lot of bad shit happened to them, and they don't want to talk about it.
And they
And
lost.
there's a moment in this where the kid's like, "Who's the bad guys here?" From my perspective, he says it in broken English, but he's basically like, "From my perspective, you guys are the bad guys. Like, you came in here and you killed my aunt, my uncle, my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, the guy down the road. And for what? You did it for what?" And it made me realize that I know nothing about Vietnam and what the conflict is. And he chases after the kid, and he's like, "You stupid such and such. We're here to save your stupid country." And it made me go like, "My God, what it like that?" Yeah, he genuinely believes that, and it's just such a good like line delivery. Like his genuine betrayal and hurt of the betrayal of this kid is so genuine, and the performance is so good. It made me forget that I'd watched Popeye 24 hours earlier. I needed this, Jordan. I needed this movie. I needed to watch this movie.
Good to end on a high note.
Yeah, because I was like, this is what he did. He went and he played to his strengths, and he made a movie that showed that he could do the dramatic stuff as well as the improv stuff. That he could blend the improv and the drama, and he could do both, and he could do both well, and he does do both well. The final thing I want to touch on about this movie before I close out is the guy who Robin Williams plays is a real person.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Huh.
this is based off of his book, I think, and he initially the guy who this is based on, pitched a MASH style show that was about his life. And in regards to this movie, he's like, this movie happens to be about a guy who shares the same name as me and who did stuff similar to what I did. But I didn't get kicked out of Vietnam. I did my full year-long tour as the radio DJ, and there was something else that was different. And I did kind of teach English in my spare time. He's like, otherwise, it's not the content of what Robin Williams says is not what I said. But you can Google him saying "Good Morning Vietnam," and it's remarkable because Robin Williams, not that he butchers it, but he underdoes it. So I'm gonna do this, and I need you to not interrupt. This is what the original. He's like, you need to emphasize the good, and Robin Williams doesn't emphasize it enough. So you have to do. It goes, "Good morning, Vietnam." So it's like way longer. And in an interview, they were like, "Why did you do it that long?" It's like, because I was doing that's funny. It just piqued the, are you recording music? Set up professional audio and audio settings. The reason why he did the long protracted good morning is because he was like, I did a 6 a.m. radio show, and sometimes when you come in and like at like 5:50 whatever in the morning, you're not all there, so you need to stall for a couple minutes. So I was like, good, just stalling for time. I was like, that's funny. That's so funny. But he's really funny. Like the guy who I understand why they went, we need to get a comedian in here to
capture it,
to do this. Yeah. And Robin Williams doesn't do, apparently the big thing with this when they were making was the director did not want them to meet each other because they didn't want knowing him to
any
impact.
influence.
They didn't want it to become an impersonation, and it doesn't. But I watched a little bit of the actual guy speak. He does kind of nail the spirit of this guy, which is kind of remarkable. Yeah, fantastic movie. Like I was thoroughly impressed. I enjoy this. That's it. That's Good Morning Vietnam.
Good morning, Vietnam.
We'll see how much of the stream picked that up. I'm betting you not a ton.
So my last one for this week of Jim Carrey is a movie called Finders Keepers. Came out in 1984. So this is long before Jim Carrey was a thing. It's adapted from Charles Dennis novel that came out in 1974, The Next to Last Train Ride. Pardon me. So, Cold Notes version of this one. There's a bunch of people. They're trying to steal $5 million, or they have stole $5 million, and they're trying to from a certain father's safe, and they're trying to get it out of there.
Is this another one where he's not a lead character?
He is not a lead character, no.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
But he is arguably a more important character than he is in the other ones.
Gotcha.
So, okay. Names I got lost on some of them, but basically there's the soldier, there's the main soldier guy who meets an actress girl, and they know a fake priest who shows up at a certain point, and there's a coffin, which, as I understand it, the coffin did not have a body in it, but he's lying and saying that it does have a body in it, but really the coffin has the $5 million in it, and he wants to get far enough away from wherever it came from and then get the body off the train so that he can then take the money and run.
So what you're saying is this is a shit heist movie?
Kind of.
It sounds like a shit heist movie.
So he's a con man, and meanwhile, I guess the conductor makes a stop in the town where the person that is supposed to be in the coffin is from, so they can do a impromptu, unplanned um, drop to get the body off the train, and they can do a funeral. And then I guess in the town, um, there's one of the courts, the justice of the courts or whatever, judge. Um, he the body that is supposed to be in the coffin is his nephew, who ran away from the military and came back, and that nephew is Jim Carrey.
Ah, okay.
Um, so Jim Carrey is up and walking around when, as far as everyone is concerned, he's not supposed to be. And so at one point his cousin sees him, and then so he's
So,
kind of a minor role, but like kind of not, if
so
that makes
Jim Carrey's
sense.
faking his death.
Jim Carrey is supposed to be dead, but like he's not dead, so like the fact that the body is supposed to be him, I guess makes him a main character technically, but he's not, if that makes sense.
So is it? So
Um
wait, is he actually dead or is
no,
it?
he's not actually dead, but the body in the coffin is supposed to be him.
Gotcha. I understand.
So I'm saying in terms of the meta-ness of it, the outside of the reality of the film, in our reality, he is kind of the main character because that body is technically supposed to be him,
Gotcha. That makes sense.
but he's alive.
I understand.
And then there's also these other two characters, a guy and a woman and a man, who I think are the ones who actually stole the money, if I understand it correctly.
Do they work hard for the money?
Sure.
So hard for the money?
Um, and so then the priest, the con man, and the actress, long story short, end up with the money, and are like on the train making a getaway with the $5 million, while the girl and the guy who originally stole the money are arrested. Also, there's an FBI agent.
I don't know. I'm just gonna say it. It sure sounds like a heist movie.
I mean, yeah, it is. I already said it is.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I thought when you were like kinda,
it's
you were gonna be like,
well, I
no,
mean,
not really.
because it's technically a comedy.
Oh, I mean, you can have a heist movie that's a comedy.
I don't know. I don't know what we define as a heist.
A
We
heist.
don't see any of them steal the money. We don't see the money until the end of it, and it's technically in a coffin, which is easily
Uh,
viewable, and they see the entire
a
time.
heist is where you
So
where.
it's not like they're building it's not like they're breaking into a building, stealing an object, escaping before
Oh,
anyone
okay.
notices.
Then it's not really a heist movie. A heist movie is where you have a group of people and they make a plan to steal something.
It's more like a no, it's not like that. I was gonna say it's like a rat race, but it's not like a rat race.
Yeah, so
I
there's
don't
enough
know.
famous people in there for it to be a
Honestly,
rat race.
it wasn't a bad movie. Um, I for the for the most part, I thought it was fun, especially after some of the other ones that I had seen. But yeah, basically, Jim Carrey's supposed to be the corporal that died, Corporal
Uh,
Lane Biddlecoff.
and why?
And
And sorry, why isn't he actually dead?
because he ran away from the military and his uncle is faking his death so that they all don't get in trouble for harboring someone who ran from the military.
Gotcha. Okay. I got it now.
Justin, Justin, desertion.
Desertion.
It's a crime,
That is true. It is a crime.
a fairly major crime, which would get all of them in trouble because they were harboring him. Because, as he puts it, his idiot uncle or his idiot nephew ran away from his duty.
So does Jim Carrey show up in person at the end and be like, "I'm alive, everybody"?
Well, that's where I say there's a point where we cut to the movie and it's we cut to the uncle, and he's talking like Jim Carrey is there and he's alive. You see him at more than a few points in the movie.
Gotcha. That makes sense. I understand. Jordan,
That's
anything
why I
further?
say he's kind of in it more than he is in the what's her name gets married one. An interesting thing is principal photography for this took place in Calgary.
Oh, Canada. I mean, that makes sense. He is Canadian.
Um, it a
He's
lot
technically
of it took
from
place.
Ontario, I believe.
Alberta, a lot other Albertas included the towns of Lethbridge, Vulcan, Strathmore, Red Deer, which we've driven through,
Yes, we have.
and High River.
Oh, interesting.
Funny
Jordan.
enough, I've actually heard of Vulcan. It's that town where this will make sense based on the name, but it's that town where they are the official Star Trek capital of Canada.
That makes sense, given the name.
And they have a whole bunch, like I think they have like a museum which is like based around Star Trek. Anyways, that's it for this movie. That's it for this week. Good night, everybody.
Ba 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 da ba da 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 da.
Oh, I didn't mention. According to this, it had a budget of 7 million, and its box office was 1.4 million.
It did not do okay. It
Bum, 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 bum.
bombed.
But then it also says that on its opening weekend, it earned 865,207 on its first weekend. So I don't know what to believe.
That's fair. Jordan, you're probably asking yourself, what are we doing next week? Well, Jordan, just so you know, currently, The Boys Season 5 is on the air, and everyone's talking about The Boys. So, just like algorithmically speaking, it feels prudent to talk about The Boys, and I kind of want to catch up on The Boys before that show ends. So, we're going to do an Amazon Prime. Also, I want to watch Season 4 of Invincible, and I want to
Say
watch
The Boys one more time.
The Boys. I also want to watch Season 4 of Invincible, and I also would like to watch the first season of, not Vox Machina, The Mighty Nine. I want to watch
Mighty
Season 1 of The Mighty Nine. So, we're doing It Came From Amazon. It came from the
That's-
Amazon.
That's just prime.
And me and Jordan may be sharing The Boys.
That sounds inappropriate.
The show The Boys. We're
That's better.
We're both gonna do The Boys.
That sounds inappropriate.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Jordan. I got to episode 3, and I got about midway through it, and it started to hook me a little bit. I started to actually kind of get into it, and I'm like,
I think I was up to episode 6 last night.
I looked at the amount of episodes. I realized there's only 8 a season, and I'm like, you know what? If I pepper this in with some of my shorter movies I have, I might actually finish this by Sunday.
I might make it to like season 2.
I don't. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
At a fucking hour a piece. It's hard to say.
8 hours a season. Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe it's one of those shows where like the 5th episode, the 4th episode is only 40 minutes. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's next week. It came from Amazon next week. Jordan, where can the people find you?
I do Minecraft Monday on Twitch. That's Gore187. And when I don't do that, I do this.
I am on TikTok, Justin Spurr. That's where all my hot political takes go. We're on TikTok. It's Spur of the Moment P. You can email the show. It's justinsbusiness at gmail.com. There's a Patreon you could join. You can join the Discord. That's all down in there. Help us get our watch time up. That's what we need from you all. We need you all to put a video on and just hit mute. I mean, obviously, we'd like you to watch it with it off, but if you don't have time, just pick one of the longer ones, like one of the 5-hour ones, and just let it play. And that would help us out tremendously. But also, the boxes are going to probably pop up here if they haven't already. Click the box on the left. That's going to take you to last week's episode, which was a Disney Hulu thing. The title kept changing, but that was last week. Box on the right is going to be a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy. You should hit subscribe because there's new videos 7 days a week, every single day. There's new shit. There's shorts. There's all kinds of great spur of the moment content coming straight to your face. If you hit subscribe, you should do it. Or you should just like this. Like the video. Like any videos. That helps us out a lot. Hit that like button.
Do it.
Smash that like button. Hit that bell. Do all the things. We will see you all next week. George, say goodbye.
Bye.